how do we
Oh, man. And my Streamlabs was giving me problems, everybody. Good morning, everyone. 1 second.
It's going to weigh in on crypto regulations, corporate governance, and more. Joining us now, SEC Chairman Paul Atkins. Mr. Chairman, I see where you are.
Good morning, everyone. This is BESTSPY live trading. Today is November 2nd. Sorry, December 2nd, 2025. What we will do in this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using cyclical analysis, time confirmation, and more to find the real direction, trend direction. Time is 9:27 on the board. Still a quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor. I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only. Time is 9:27 on the board.
When you think of the U.S., don't you think? I think freedom. 2 minutes. Free, because it was such a novel concept.
Good morning,
Liberty,
everyone.
when it happened. And we're talking
Scott,
about free
Lennon,
markets.
Vinny,
it just goes
Hammer,
hand in hand.
everybody in the WhatsApp group. Jordan.
It does. Thank you very much,
Jerry.
and thanks for having me
Donna,
today.
Dill,
So
Arthur,
I'm really up
Chris,
here in New York,
Edison,
today
and
at the New York Stock Exchange and later on at NASDAQ to really celebrate what you're talking about. We have the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence next year.
The market
which,
has
say,
recovered
is all about
a little bit since
liberty
yesterday's
and individual
close.
freedom. And the right
IWM
to,
is filling the 1 minute gaps from yesterday, 2 p.m.
But and the thing is that the capital markets have been the engine behind
well.
the development of all sorts of innovation, investors risking their money for entrepreneurs to develop their products. And
Good morning,
America,
David.
in
Good
fact,
morning,
was an
Ochoa.
investment before it was a nation, because the English investors, British investors, put money into trying to start the settlements, North Carolina, which didn't work so well, but then came others at Jamestown and afterwards, and so they risked their money to eventually build the nation that we have to celebrate
Got
today.
some bullish news coming out on Tesla as well. 56 minutes ago, Tesla's Chinese Shanghai auto plants sales rose 10% year on end.
All right. So do you agree that we're kind of in a hangover period, and yesterday's action
Market
could
trying
be
to pull
part
back
of that hangover?
at market open.
It does feel like
Q.
it. Valuations
SPY.
were stretched. I think one reason I may be a little more bullish than I was a week ago is, the probabilities for a December rate cut are about 95% right now. They were about that going into Powell's last press conference, and then they had dipped below 50. So a little more certainty around the rate picture, and we're less likely to get a January cut now. If we have a little more certainty around the rate picture, I think that'll dampen volatility a bit.
All right, you mentioned the rate picture. We saw yields over in Japan.
I'm going into 0DT, 3K at open.
How do you see that impacting the equity market right now? A lot of talk about the idea of yields rising in Japan, actually pulling money away from the equity market here in the U.S. because it would just be more attractive.
Yeah, we saw a bit of that yesterday. Despite some relatively weak data recently, we saw long-term treasuries tick meaningfully higher yesterday. So I think that would put pressure on demand for treasuries, and that a second-order effect would be that could put pressure on multiples in equities.
All right. As we're looking at the equity market right now, we saw NVIDIA having the biggest positive impact on the S&P and on the NASDAQ. Part of that's on a report that there's a shortage of those chips. Do you think that we're seeing kind of a reacceleration of the AI trade after that washout, or are we continuing to see what we saw for about the last 2 weeks, kind of picking and choosing, trying to figure out who the actual winners could be as opposed to a rising tide that lifts all boats?
I think you're seeing both. I think there was a washout in the AI trade. We still like big tech. But now I think you're also seeing a little more selectivity. You've seen Alphabet have a really nice run. NVIDIA pulled back, and then now I think you could see some reacceleration in NVIDIA to year end. We still like NVIDIA a lot.
So let me ask you this question. We talk a lot about enterprise AI, specifically when it talking about NVIDIA, okay? So enterprise AI seems to be the holy grail when it comes to all these names, the idea that enterprises are going to integrate generative AI and AI into their businesses. What about just regular consumer AI? We got some numbers from Black Friday and from Cyber Monday. Huge jumps.
I'm in
700,
6,835 now.
jump in the use of generative AI when it comes to
look at
shopping.
SP. I gotta
Thanksgiving
turn
was
on
about 700.
SPX.
Cyber Monday was about 670. That's the estimate
IWM
right now.
filled both gaps at market
Do you think
open.
this is something that's going to bolster the AI trade?
opening
The
at
fact that we're seeing this kind of
619 again.
adoption at the consumer level, and we know how important consumer spending and the drive of consumer
Good
spending
morning,
is for
Harry.
GDP
Good
and the
morning,
economy
Jerry.
overall.
Good morning, Zach. Good morning,
It will definitely
everybody.
bolster the AI trade as
Time
you know,
is
usage
9:30.
broadens.
Market is deciding.
Retail sales overall, I think it were better than feared around Black Friday, but up modestly, probably 3 to 5%.
The bulls are
But yeah,
coming.
definitely,
MACD is
consumers
bearish.
are leaning
Off a
into
pre-market
AI
push.
usage.
Well, I mean, you're kind of leading me to my next question. What do you make of what we've seen during the early part of this holiday season when it comes to consumer spending? The numbers have been strong, about 4.5% increase when it comes to both Black Friday and Cyber Monday, roughly. I'm kind of rounding it out. Is that encouraging to you? The fact that we were really
let's see
worried
what
about the
IWM
consumer,
does.
we're worried
The
about the
Russell
labor market,
2000
worried about sentiment,
filled
but people just continue to keep on spending.
247.3, 247
Yeah,
at
government
market
shutdown.
open.
Remember that? I think there
Tesla
were a lot of
trying
fears
lower,
coming
not
in
that much.
to
SPY
the
trying
holiday
higher.
season, and it's definitely been better than expected in that maybe 4 to 5% range. And I think what you've seen in the consumer stocks, which have actually rallied nicely, the past week or so, and particularly yesterday,
going.
is orders were
IWM.
down a little bit in the third quarter, so some of them had pulled back. So I think there's actually room for the consumer names to run on stronger sales, in part because there had been
I'm
less
going to have on
ordering going
QQQ here,
into the
and I'll
holiday
look at
season. So I think
Tesla
we
on the
might see
other
orders
chart.
pick up in Q4.
QQQ running into market open. I'm about to leave my... I think I need to leave my 1 week Tesla. I'm scared as fuck on this 1 week Tesla. I'm not gonna lie. 1 week out, I'm cool, but QQQ flying. Wind direction is full on north showing on QQQ. SPY, IWM, mixed. QQQ is flying. Something is flying on the tech side while Tesla is falling. Maybe Apple, Nvidia, something. Somebody let us know while they're looking at the chart. Time is 9:35. Wind direction is officially north on QQQ from 9:30 to 9:35, and they're going crazy on QQQ. Look at the MACD, crazy bullish. IWM is hovering at the gaps that it filled from yesterday 2 p.m. Push lower, and they did not fill it. That is so weird. So fucking crazy bullish on QQQ. We reached 620. And remember the poll we did? The realest people remember the poll we did yesterday at 155 when we said, is 620 coming? And it was like most of the people said yes. And they fucking dumped on it. And then now most of the people were saying lower, and then they fucking went to 620. Like, what the fuck is this shit? Like, what the fuck? Dude, what? 616, 619, 620, like nothing. Like, oh my god, man. It's pretty crazy. Tesla bouncing here. This shit could bear trap big time and go to the purple box or the gray box. It has been for the last month and a half, if the market allows. That is so weird. QQQ is flying. SPY is at the floor. Something is trapping here. Either QQQ is lying or SPY and IWM is lying. At morning open, I'm still in my 3K0 DTs that I got at market open. It's just halfway mixed out. QQQ going north. Alright, wind direction is trying to be. Crazy work. QQQ dragging the market up. IWM at the fucking ground. Yeah, Chris says IWM struggling with 247 levels. QQQ said fuck that. We are flying past 620, right? Time is 9:35. There's an algo range at 9:30. 9:35 is deciding what to do in that algo range while QQQ is running northward. That is so strong. I mean, QQQ bullish every damn day. Like, I don't know. So damn bullish. Bear trap trying. Bull trap trying on IWM. Squeezing higher right now in QQQ. That's fucking wild. 9:35. They want to show a top up there somewhere today. Wow. What is that candle on QQQ, man? That is something. What is pushing right now like crazy for 5 minutes at market open, man? Everything? Like, what the fuck? Look at IWM. Look at IWM. QQQ is fucking flying. There's a big divergence in the wind direction of the market indexes right now. Small caps are going lower. Technologies are flying. Oh my god. Yeah, I fucking have a feeling this is about to squeeze at the gray box, man. Wind direction is north. Wow, that is something, huh? There's no confirmation lower. Time is 9:40. Every single candle is super green on QQQ right now. Alright, let's see. There's no confirmation long anymore. That's all, I'll say that much. There's no confirmation short at all. Let's see where they build a roof. So they might go a little bit higher and then decide what to do. IWM is falling on this shit, so this is weird. Low of the day. High of the day. MACD coming in crazy bullish on Q. SPY. Following with. At the end. MACD says so. 1, 2, 3 minutes. MACD says 1, 2, 3, 4. Ba 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 ba. Mm. 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 Crazy. It's coming back to the middle of this little push up. So that it could be like, oh, are we going to break the floor? Oh, are we going to hold it and then make a new cycle and go up? Anything possible, man. QQQ and SPY. Showing fully bullish. But at some point, I'm looking for a fake out and it's going to go. Because there's a lot of people trapped from yesterday. But it might not be as well. It might not be as well. There's nobody trapped from yesterday. We are above the 4 p.m. close. We're at 2 p.m. levels, basically. So, technically speaking, QQQ is higher than yesterday's high. All the bears are trapped on QQQ too, not the bulls. $9.40. I am going to draw the algo ranges now. I think there's an algo range at morning open. That does not mean we can't go higher here. That just means there's something to be played with later on. There's going to be hope and then hold for 20 minutes too. Well, I'm just saying there is an algo range here at 9:30. You know that by looking at the top and bottom of the 1 minute candle representing the same 5 minute candle. Time is 9:40. Rejection is coming on SPY because IWM says nothing. QQQ. 9:40. No confirmation rejection. Just tiny ass red candle for 2 more minutes. This thing could bear trap, right? Hedge funds, smart money people might have went there and then left and they're like, oh, we're going to let them figure out what to do. There's no confirmation here. Long or such a different picture. QQQ strong. Nvidia strong as fuck. So that's why 185, right? What is that above of 180, right? 180 level that they've been playing with, crazy. IWM rejecting. Nobody's noticing. About to go fill the gap or something. Yeah, Chris is saying IWM breaking pre-market low. I don't think it's breaking pre-market. Yeah, it is. But it's like there's a gap here, and then they want to go higher. So why? Because Nvidia is super bullish right now. Anything above 180 on Nvidia. Why? That's the level, right? That's the level we've been talking about for literally a week now, right? What did we say? They're going to play with 180, sub 180 and go back above, sub 180 won't go back above. And then now that there's so many people down there, boom up and wash out everybody down there. Fucking wash out everybody down there like it's 4th of July, motherfucking go take a shower, you know what I mean? Oh my god, man. Nasty working. Nvidia up 2.7% fucking one day. Nasty working. Look at this shit. 180, boom, 184. Nasty working, man. Time is 9:45 here. 15 seconds. Alright, market showed. Our market is showing north right now with Tesla. Sorry, not Tesla. Nvidia on the Qs. Tesla's fucking wildin'. Market's wildin'. QQQ is strong. Alright, so QQQ. Think of it as Nvidia and SOXL semiconductors right now, I guess, technologies. SPY, think of it as small caps as well as other things, small caps, as well as Tesla, as well as other things. So, important to keep in mind the bigger things. SPY is looking bearish here. QQQ is still looking super bullish. They may create a divergence on the floor by breaking the floor on SPY at some point, or testing the floor and then bouncing and then cycling and then break the floor. I'm not saying right now. And then they may not on QQQ for like an hour. They may do it for the entire day, and that might confuse everybody. How do I know? Why am I saying this shit? Because it literally is some sort of divergence, confusion, index. You know, you call it like rotational play, but like it's just something you're gonna see. So if you do see something like that later, don't be surprised, right? We'll see what happens.
Okay, so
people are coming out saying, I think volatility is good, or I happen to think volatility is going to happen or something. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but
you've got top holdings that include NVIDIA, Amazon, Alphabet, OpenAI. You're the head
OpenAI.
of Altimeter Capital. You're a big tech investment firm. You've got top holdings that include NVIDIA, Amazon, Alphabet, OpenAI, Microsoft, lots of others. So let's talk a little bit about what you're seeing in the tech economy, in the broader economy, and where things are headed. Because there's been a lot more volatility lately.
Yeah, I happen to think that volatility is good, and let me tell you why.
Get filled this.
We're coming up on the 3rd anniversary of ChatGPT. We've come a long way fast. You know, you've seen NVIDIA add almost $200 billion of revenue in the last 3 years. Truly extraordinary. Transformational phase shift, super cycle going on in our economy. It added 100 basis points to GDP this year. But remember, this year we had 2 25% drawdowns in NVIDIA. It hit $90 earlier in the year on the DeepSeek scare. Right? And so there's going to be volatility when you're early in these phase shifts.
So
right? That wall of worry prevents the bubble that everybody's worried about. And when you look at the multiples today, take NVIDIA, for example. I think it's trading at 23, 24 times fully taxed earnings on next year's numbers, 18 times on 27 numbers. That is not the stuff that bubbles are made of. Right, I think the rest of the Mag 7 all trade somewhere between 25 and 30 times. Maybe Meta's at 21 times earnings. So to me, taking a little of the gas out, having some of these conversations and debate, very healthy. And what I see out there right now is a tremendous amount of progress on the model side. But I think the diffusion, the rate at which this transforms lives, both consumer lives and enterprise.
But I mean,
that
this
takes
thing
time.
could bear trap right
and
here
that's
at
what we're seeing
today,
play out. We're
yesterday's
seeing
gap.
the debates
That does
about
not mean it's gonna
NVIDIA
go.
versus Broadcom, Google versus OpenAI.
Well,
Wally
yes, and that's
says
what I was going to
SPY
get to.
big red.
Is the
What
new
the fuck
version
was
of
that right
Gemini
now? It's
better
QQQ.
than ChatGPT?
It's terrific.
Everybody realized they're doing different shit at different times in different minuscule seconds, right? Literally. Ocho, it says Meta.Microsoft 2. This is what the fuck I mean. This is QQQ now pulling through. And now SPY and IWM's like, this bounce, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, you gotta watch the fuck out. Flatten said, wow, this is literally what the fuck I mean. They're just gonna do shit at different times and people are gonna be like, what the fuck? And then you gotta add 1 or 2. You gotta add 2 or 1. You gotta add 1 or 1. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta do some fucking math out here. You gotta do some mental math. It's not some fucking candle bullshit. You literally think about it. You look at candles on QQQ or SPY, you're gonna get fucking whacked out here. This shit is literally the market, you know? It's just,
that takes time. And that's what we're seeing play out. We're seeing the debates
many
about
things happen, but there's
NVIDIA
fucking
versus
candles on one
Broadcom,
fucking
Google
index.
versus OpenAI.
Well,
That shit
yes, and
brain
that's what
dead.
I was going to get to. Is the new version of Gemini better than ChatGPT?
They're not even going full on south. IWM is bouncing right now.
Remember, a year ago, we were counting Google out of the equation.
IWM is bouncing right now.
We own
QQQ is trying to
Google.
reject the SPY.
I said it's very difficult to pick a winner here, so you can own them all. You can own OpenAI and Anthropic. You can own Google and Microsoft.
945,
And I think at this
950s right now.
phase, you probably should do that. I think Google's done an incredible job. Remember a year
The
ago,
confirmation
Satya was
rejected,
saying,
and the
we're
950
making
is not
Google
even
dance.
going. So
I think Sundar is making people do a little dancing today.
Yeah.
And so that's part of the competitive dynamic that I think is great for the country. It's what's going to keep us on the leading edge.
That's great for the technology spending. There are a lot of questions about what this means
Wild.
for the business world, too, for enterprise.
Everything's wild.
Yesterday, Jensen Huang was on Squawk on the Street with
Jensen
Jim Cramer,
Daddy.
talking a little bit about that deal that they did with Synopsys, and that was pretty
I gotta have
interesting
on
to
the video.
hear how it's got to be able to be used by these big industrial companies to be able to really make the next steps. And Jensen made the point that I thought was really interesting, that 90% accuracy is okay if you're dealing with consumers. It is not okay if you're in any of these big enterprises.
That's right. That's right. Think about it this way. The machine that builds the machine, right? That's really
Wind
what he's
direction
talking
is
about.
officially
We saw
showing
that
north.
with Tesla and Elon,
SPY and
right?
QQQ.
Elon used to talk about we can't get
just
to where we
trying
need
to
to get to with
break the
electric
floor
cars
and SPY.
until we first build the machine, right? A
IWM.
totally new way to manufacture cars that can
Not
drive down
helping
the
anymore.
cost.
It's
And
just
that's what
something
you
else,
see
Tesla
Jensen
and
talking
Google,
about,
some
for
shit,
example, in the
Meta going
design of
lower.
chips, right? That you really imbue the entire
LOD about to
industrial
break on
economy
SPY.
with AI. And all of those benefits lie before us. I think we're heading into a very significant productivity boom. I've talked
Divergence
about
is
the
coming.
golden age of margin expansion for a lot of industrial and other companies in America that can simply do more with less. Our economy's going to see that productivity tailwind.
This is
And,
the
you know, but
third bearish
it's
cycle.
never a straight line up and to the right, Becky.
basically
and so
chasing
I
a
think
few,
for people who are watching it, you've got to anticipate we're going to have volatility. I remember early in the internet super cycle, Google would be up
This is
5
the
or 10%
third
a
bearish
day.
cycle from
Early in the
940 and time is
remember when
950.
Facebook
This
went
is
public,
basically chasing,
right?
but
And
they're
then
about to
it
go
broke
break the floor,
broke
right? They can
$20
break
a
the
share,
floor and
right?
then
It broke
bounce, or they can
issuance
go for
because
literally
everybody was
2 hours
worried,
or
could they
20
possibly
minutes, I don't know.
monetize on these
There's a
mobile
divergence,
devices?
though.
When you're early in these super
1/3,
cycles, there's a lot
2/3,
of questions,
3/3.
and that's
They
where
did
we
not
are
break
today.
You're talking about the winners
They're
that
trying
came
to
out of
break
that.
the
There was a
floor.
lot of volatility in pets.com, too.
For sure.
Or Webvan. And by the way, those companies went bust.
And there are going to be companies in
Algo
this
ranging
cycle
at
that go bust.
930 levels.
There are
Right, look
1,000
at this shit.
companies in
Algo
Silicon
ranging at
Valley
930.
valued over $1 billion that are
market
trying to
open.
raise money. It's not going to be equally easy for all of them, right? But I think that's part of the process
Nvidia,
of creative destruction.
actually going
right?
bearish.
It's okay that that some companies aren't going to
Tesla's
make it.
already
We
been
talked earlier
bearish.
this morning about some comments from
hold
Masa-san,
IWM
who said
bearish.
that he didn't want to sell his entire NVIDIA stake, but he had to in
So
order to be
IWM
able to
doing
put
this
it
shit
into
right now,
OpenAI.
950.
You've got bets on both of those
958.
companies.
Yes.
What do you
Second
think
minute
about
of
that?
I wish my bet
950
in
into
OpenAI was as big
950.
as Masa's.
950 is deciding whether
You
to
sacrifice your NVIDIA bet for it.
break it or
like I
bounce
said,
into
NVIDIA has been an
955.
extraordinary winner. We invested in NVIDIA in December of 22, right after we saw ChatGPT. The stock's up over 10 times. 10x
my
over
opinion,
that period of time as the revenue
divergence
went
about-
from roughly
divergence is
$30
about to
billion
create on
a
SPY.
year to over
Then
$200
bear
billion
trap
a
maybe,
year.
and then
they
decide
just
what
told
to
us
do.
that we should
I
expect
might
a
be
run
pure
rate by the end of
speculating
next
right here
year
on
of
candles,
$100
but I
billion.
mean, QQQ is
And
going
this is
higher,
at the
so
same time that
could happen
Broadcom is
completely
doing
different ways. It's not a good
extraordinarily
idea
well.
to be like that.
What Hawk Tan has done
I'm just trying to
partnering with
think of
Google to build out
probabilities and
TPU 7
possibilities
is
and when they
extraordinary.
happen,
That's
when
going to
the
force
market does
NVIDIA
what
to
it
be even
does,
better. So I think
is honestly the best way, and it's one is like my golden shit. But I do get impatient as fuck too. Looking at higher time frames and shit, I'm not gonna lie. I ain't gonna be lying, bro. I really do. So.
Bitcoin this morning and the volatility you've seen there. Maybe volatility is not a surprise, but when you layer on leverage on top of that, as strategy has done, it does raise a lot of questions.
Fucking,
do you
what's
play
that movie,
in leverage in your holdings?
No,
Men
we
in Black,
run
right?
very,
The best,
very
the best,
limited.
the best.
As a hedge fund, we run very limited leverage. We certainly would not be levered Bitcoin. And in fact, I've commented on Twitter about it with respect to MicroStrategy. It works incredibly well
Waiting
on the
for
way
setup.
But I said I didn't understand the strategy.
Candles is honestly the best.
And when I can't understand something that somebody explains, time after time
the best.
after time,
that's literally,
that's a warning sign to me. And I think you're
do
seeing
like
kind of some of the unlevering that is occurring.
Either you let the thing set up, or you get impatient and you don't see it, but you get set up on, right? It's just
imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it.
Because the damn market is a zero-sum game. Like the bull has to lose for the bears to win. The bear has to lose for the bulls to win. Like it's just so.
And I might be buying a little bit more, as it comes down. But it is a speculative asset that over time will have more and more utility. But we have to be
that's
honest
the system
with
people
what
are signing up for. The, to participate in. SPY and QQQ. If you decide you're a perma bear, if you decide you're a perma bull, if you decide perma calls, if you decide perma puts, you have to understand that. You have to understand that you're fucking being biased and you're gonna fucking get signed up to get fucked on, basically. The system is to literally go fucking up and down, destroy bears, destroy bulls, eat bulls. You know what I mean? Eat bears, give buffet to the bears, give buffet to the bulls, give buffet to the bears, give buffet to the bulls. You know what I mean? It's the system. So if you guys, you know what I mean, we can't come to this system and be like every goddamn day, oh bull, every goddamn day, bear, every week, bull, every week, bear. You know what I mean? That is the most brain dead shit ever. You have to understand setup. You have to understand high divergence. Divergence is creating right now. Okay, 950. This is literally what I'm saying right now. Divergence is happening right now.
These are more
what
likely
I talked about
approaching buying opportunities.
It's happening right now.
I do.
This is dangerous shit,
because I saw
right?
someone earlier say
dangerous shit. QQQ is so
that
high up.
sounds almost like the end of the world, but I mean, Bitcoin was $3,000 a couple of years ago.
They could dump this shit. QQQ can completely dump off, but I mean, this is dangerous shit. But I'm talking about in 2 hours. They could cycle here for 40 minutes. They could cycle here for 1 hour. I don't know.
It could get
I'm still
really messy in the short run, which is probably why I would be waiting to see how this
I'm
plays
still
out.
in everything. My 3K SPX puts. I'm in my
the
3K.
The black swan, right, is that somebody hacks.
I have more than 3K.
Crypto, whether it's quantum or
I have
otherwise.
3.5K this week on Tesla puts, and as well as next week on Tesla, I win it.
On the blockchain. Those things I think
went in yesterday at 4 p.m.
important if this is to have durability.
Time is 9:55. LOD broken too. 9:55. Divergence is creating on SPY. What I literally talked about earlier. QQQ being super bullish. IWM's not even bearish right now, but SPY is going to create a divergence. So let's see where this shit goes. There is no confirmation long. That does not mean it's gonna go drop, but something's forming here. Something is forming here. Let us see. Alright, but I literally said in the WhatsApp group, LOD is breaking on SPY in my opinion. Divergence is coming. This is the 3/3 bearish cycle. It is basically chasing from here into meaning LOD, but this was 4 minutes ago. When? At 9:49, when the candle was literally green. At 9:49, bounce at VWAP and go up. LOD divergence created. 3 minutes, 4 minutes later, setup has been what? Completed. Let us see what they do. Cycle needs to build. Time is 9:55. The MACD is bearish on SPY. It could roll, but QQQ is super bullish today. I'm not gonna lie. Tesla trying to be bearish. I'm waiting for this shit to break and go lower. Right? I think they were hoping trapping this shit on the gray box, and Tesla's about to go lower somewhere here. I'm gonna leave at like 418, 420-ish, 422 maybe, but that's what I'm thinking. I might be fucking crazy hoping, but honestly, look at this shit, guys. Look at the no volume fucking rally up. They're holding up crazy. Look at the 2-hour pre-market holding, and they're going bearish now. So I think this is donezo, and the bulls are fucked on Tesla. We'll see. IWM, QQQ. SPY is bearish right now. QQQ is bullish, but we're trying to go mixed. Weird shit. I would have loved SPY and Tesla to go at the same time, but IWM is bouncing. QQQ is trying to go lower. SPY is trying to go low. I want them to go all together, to be honest. That's what I want, because for me, that is momentum and that is power. But like, if one goes, one doesn't, one goes, it's hard as shit. Tesla's going. Okay, all the bulls trapped on Tesla. Low volume rally, low volume rally. Look at Palantir too. Palantir probably taking a fucking shitter. Same thing with Palantir, or not. There's a low volume rally, and they're going higher. Never mind. Wow. Okay. Okay, wow. Palantir, wow, man. That thing. Okay, well, to be honest, seeing this shit at sub 170 was fucking scary psychologically, so. Let that shit go to 175. Let that shit go to 180 so I can play with it later. Whatever. Time is 10. 9:55 is bouncing here. LOD created. Cycle is happening. This could chop here for 40 minutes, 2 hours, 4 hours. We don't know. It could even break the HOD. It could even fake and go lower. But all I do know is cycle is being created. Even at the floor. So I'll be patient here too. I am. I probably should have left into this on SPX, but I did not. Why? Because I'm thinking they're going to go lower today at some point, but they do not have to, clearly. Everyone in the world thinking the same shit. Bounce is pretty fucking huge, too. Oh my god. Right back to the midpoint. Bear trapping everybody. Like, what the fuck is this 5-minute spike down to? Wild. Okay, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. This was actually the 3/3. LOD created, and they're burning everybody in the 3/3. Creating a cycle. Why? They're giving bulls hope too. All the bulls trapped at 940. I literally said this at 939, 949 here. We're in the 3/3 bearish cycle. What happens to the 3/3? Prices go lower, lower, and then people get happy, 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 more, 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 or even long too, and then they get used for the new cycle. New cycle happening. IWM, 1 minute gap created. Every single IWM filled, and this one just created on IWM. This is a 10 a.m. bounce from 9:55. Coming in super strong. 10 a.m. bounce. 9:55. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. And now we're about to go test the HOD, or hope the HOD, or even break the HOD on QQQ. And it's fucking wild. Look at how fast the market's moving right now. Look at how fast the market moving right now. Why? This is the last fucking cycle, or one of the cycles, to give bulls and bears hope before they do something massive here. That's why. Right? Whether you believe me or not, it's just what it is. It's, you know, this shit happens every day. You just cook up cycles and then get everybody trapped and then go. So motherfucking cook up cycles. Look at this fucking cook up cycle. IWM bearish since Wednesday, Friday, Monday low, right? It's showing us, and then I was trying to bounce from that low. Right, IWM gap is trying to fill now. IWM gap already filled. This is what the fuck I mean. They're gonna go up to make bulls hope, and they're gonna go down again, or they bear trap everybody and go up on QQQ. Let's see. This is the most important shit happening right now. Look at this shit. 9:55 bounce to 10 a.m. Crazy strong on IWM too. That's actually the low of the day. The low of the day tested the high of the day in 5 minutes or less. 5 minutes. So mixed. SPY is going bullish now. QQQ broke the HOD. This is bullshit. What the fuck is this? Volume strong on QQQ right now. Vinny said, I've never seen this. Look at this shit right now. Oh my god. I actually did not leave a LOD and they're trapping me crazy right now. My god. Wow. Insane pattern, NVIDIA. Insane pattern, man. This shit is. Do you guys think this is a real pump? Or you think this is a pump fake? Now that we have pumped. Literally, this is a pump. 9:55 to 10 a.m. 5 minutes pump to break the HOD into 10. Divergence cleared at the roof at 10. Divergence exists at the floor. Oh my. It's playing within. Look at this shit. It's playing within this cycle. Oh my god. That is quite impressive. All the bears are trapped off this shit. That is quite impressive. 5 fucking minutes. Like, how the fuck? It's like it was planned, bro. Create a divergence at the floor and then rip it. Like, what the fuck? Oh my lord. They truly might go gap fill, but holy shit, dude, this is insane how they show. Fucking craziest shit ever. Like, they're showing gap fill up top on SP. They did not gap fill up here. This is the most craziest shit ever. They didn't even gap fill this, and they didn't even gap fill this. Like, god damn. Alright, it's bull territory now. 3/3. 10:05. It's fucking crazy. How does this shit not fucking go lower on that? Wow. I really could have seen a little bit lower, but divergence fucking bear trap crazy, man. Channel 5. This is worrying too. Shit is truly. I haven't seen a cycle like this in a while. Playing it like this, man. This shit is kind of crazy. It's like playing with a nuclear bomb about to go off. Tyler said they're full of shit, bull trap. But like, yeah, till when is the question? Because they can bear trap the fuck out of this shit for 20, 40, you know what I mean, for 4 hours. Like, it's just, that's what I mean. We're playing with a nuclear bomb. Like, nobody knows when this shit's about to go fucking blow up or go blow down like $2, $3. Like, it's just a nuclear fucking bomb. Man, this shit is sad as shit too. So insane. Cycles are humongous and super fast. QQQ is not even heading lower. There's no way they reject this shit here, right? I mean, I'm fucking hoping they do, but like they have 2 SPX gaps up there and they are not filling. And we are literally gap hoping then for 2 days straight, like, and we're not going lower. Like, look at this fucking gap below. Like, what the fuck? We're island gapped up right now. They actually reverse Uno to everybody from 415 yesterday. Like, can you... This is literally why I said 408 or some bullshit. Like, they about to reverse up because it was going down from 4 to 415. But this is absolute insane. Cannot lie. QQQ literally went from 617 to 623. So that shit is absolutely insane. Bro, this shit broke yesterday's high like way earlier. This is a bullish day right now. This shit is not even normal. Another gap up. This shit is not even normal, dude. This is literally just like being bullish because people were being bearish or some shit into Tuesday. I don't even know, man. Not even normal. Something abnormal is just pushing this bitch up on QQQ. Everything fucking crazy up now. Oh my god. Gray box. Max squeeze on Tesla. Fucking gray box crazy. That is crazy. That is fucking crazy. This shit is moving so much. 427 to 435, like, bro. That fucking just whole swung. Fucking with my entirety of Tesla fucking positions, dude. Ay, ay, ay. IWM and Nvidia pulling back. That is so crazy. Market's so crazy, dude. Oh my god. Ah, it really did the gray box. Market's so crazy, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna add 2.5K to my this week expiry on Tesla right now. I really should have fucking waited yesterday until I got here, but fuck it, man. Market pulling back. QQQ holding. The fuck is this shit? Like that, huh? Like that. Motherfucking just like that. In a heartbeat. And this is what I mean by, what did I say 4 minutes ago, right? We're literally playing with a atomic bomb. It's about to drop up or down $2, $3, and the video literally up or down $2, $3. A fucking atomic bomb. Gap filled. It's so perfect. Like, it's so fucking perfect. Like, oh my god. Stop it. How is it coming in with this super bullish candle for a full fucking minute and then, like, oh my god. The gap fill IWM, like, perfectly. Like, holy shit. Holy shit. I'm down 30% on my SPX. I need them to fucking go break the LOD. And everything to fucking dump off. I mean, they for sure are trying to show north using QQQ. Like, so hard. It's probably a trap. But nobody will believe me until it's too late. So, we'll see. Shit looks crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Like a bear trap on QQQ, but it always fucking does some crazy shit until it releases. It does some crazy shit. Oh my god. Market is cycling at the roof. The midpoint to the roof. Algo range has been created at 10:10. Time is 10:15. It is so wild. Market deciding before the bulls or bears. Step back. Step back in more confidently. Off a cycle confirmation. I look want to leave these SPX puts. Like, this shit is fucking with me. They're gonna fucking release it at like 3 p.m. But QQQ is literally the one that's so goddamn bullish. So I'm in tiny on SPX, but yeah, this shit is not the best. Not the fun. Tesla, I want this shit to roll, but yeah, SPX not the food. I went in at market open with 3K and it's fucking just eating, going down. Like brain loss is real. 9:55. I should have left, but I was kind of distracted. I was just talking about it into it, and then I just fucking did it. $1.50 up. What is this gray box? The gray box of Cathy Wood. I call this shit. I call this the Cathy Wood Dr. Berry box. Motherfucking smart money institutional players. NVIDIA. IWM fighting. NVIDIA. IWM fighting. Let's see. What does the market say? It's a 2-hour interview with Elon Musk. There's 6 million views on from 2 days ago. Did you guys see it? We're not watching it, but like, what the fuck is that about? 6 million views. It's like a 2-hour interview about something. About everything, I guess. 2-hour long interview. That's wild.
The CNBC just got the opening bell on the CNBC real-time exchange. At the big board, it is the chairman of the SEC, Paul Atkins, going to deliver a public address on strengthening U.S. capital markets here at the exchange. At the NASDAQ, it's pledged 1%, encouraging companies to give 1% of their profits, time.
Everybody say
equity.
ding, ding,
Atkins,
ding,
as
ding,
you
ding,
mentioned,
ding,
Jim,
ding.
on Squawk this morning, talking about some
everybody say in chat
exceptions
ding, ding,
for
ding, ding,
innovative
ding, ding,
crypto companies
ding.
and an easier path to going public next year.
I think he's much more in the camp of caveat emptor, and I don't mean that negatively.
We're at the roof.
I think
There's
he's
no
saying,
confirmation
listen, if you
lower.
want to own
There's
this stuff,
just
you have every right
market
to own
is
it. We're not
deciding
going
what
to
to do at
negate
the
it. You're
roof.
adults.
Best to be
And I really
patient.
like that. I
While
thought what he said
NVIDIA
was
is going
so
lower,
commonsensical.
while Tesla is going
Companies
middle,
have stopped
while
wanting to
IWM is hovering at the
it's
roof.
too difficult. He's what I would call a true classic mercantile capitalist. It was really impressive what he said, and I felt like if everybody listened, they would recognize this was not Democrat or Republican.
Right.
It's
Although
really
Becky did.
Did I miss the bell, or did they not even do a bell? Okay, it
The
was
SEC,
full on
Paul
green.
Atkins, going to deliver a public address on strengthening U.S. capital.
God bless America. God bless America. We got motherfucking Dan Ives out here wilding.
AI trade, Wedbush's Dan Ives joins us here on set. He just released his 2026 outlook, forecasting 20% upside for the tech sector next year. When we say tech sector, define it. All of the NASDAQ,
this is bearish.
Mag 7 names, what are you seeing?
I think big tech, if I think about like big tech in the AI trade, that's probably going to be up anywhere from 20 to 25%. But I think it's really the AI revolution stocks. I view it's sort of the winners, up 20% in a minimum. Look, it's my view. This is just starting the next stage of the AI revolution. I mean, all of our checks are showing, even in the last 3-4 weeks, about 25% of deals are actually accelerated from the hyperscalers. So that's why I view it from software to cybersecurity, the infrastructure.
IWM going.
I continue to view it as, this is just the beginning of the monetization of the AI revolution.
What do you make of these deals, though, excuse me, that NVIDIA has been making in terms of investing in a partner, which is basically a customer, because in this case, the deal is that Synopsys will use CUDA, and so we'll become a paying customer. So they're investing $2 billion in stock in order to gain this customer. At some point, do you question that, or is that all fine?
Look, I mean, as someone like myself that covered tech late 90s vendor financing. So obviously, worries, is that a red flag? Look, I view it as this is an AI arms race in terms of everything that's playing out. So for NVIDIA, for OpenAI, for what we see AMD and others, like they're putting stakes in the ground. I view it as for every dollar they spend, they're getting back $8 to $10. Now in the near term, there could be questions until it plays out. But I think we're going to look out 2, 3, 4 years at these deals. And that's how, like NVIDIA, they're going to continue to be like, that's the one chip in the world that's fueling the AI revolution. And I don't see that slowing down. That's why I love everything Jensen's doing.
Were you surprised? I was. I'm curious that Synopsys didn't trade better today, understanding that stock went from 650 to 420 in a straight line. That announcement today, $80 billion company, $2 billion investment. I would have traded well. I thought it would have traded a lot better than it did today.
Yeah, look, I think, if you look at Oracle, the $100 dip ever since OpenAI, the view almost like good is bad. Like being associated in NVIDIA, OpenAI, is that like a too big to fail moment? But I think we're going to look out, like, I'm surprised the stock didn't trade higher. I think there's something where I view that as more of an opportunity. Given my view, like that's one of those sort of second, third derivatives of this AI revolution trade into 26.
So Dan, on the peripheral, so look at a Palantir. It's been a name that you've been bullish on. It's been hammered right after earnings. Is this one that you doubled down on given the valuation, where it's just so outsized for everyone to actually look at it and think that they want to buy it even cheaper than it was, but it's not really substantially cheaper? Do you buy it here?
I mean, Steve, to me, you triple down. Because it's my view on Palantir. I get it's expensive today, but in the next 2-3 years, I think there's a $1 trillion market cap because 20-30% of all the deal for the trillions of dollars being spent on the use cases, I mean, they're playing a different game in terms of any AI use case in the enterprise, Palantir is first call. So that's still not reflected in the stock, and I get it's super expensive and it's become sort of an emotional bull-bear debate. But I think there's a stock that, we've talked about 200, 225, 250 in terms of my view where
That's disgusting. MACD volume came in bearish for 1 minute. And then just turned. It's not even, that could have built, but like, what the fuck is this shit? It's like no voluming again. Starting to.
What if I told you everything?
That is disgusting. This is $1 billion.
What do you make of this decline when it comes to crypto? We keep talking about these leveraged positions being unwound. Does that change the narrative of crypto's rise, at least this year? The fact that there's so much leverage in this market?
Yeah, so I think you need to put it in perspective where really since the start of last year, Bitcoin is still up over 100% since then. And over the past few years, I mean, it's been a tremendously performing asset. And so I think you also have to remember that, look, a lot of people in Bitcoin have been around it have been in it for years. And typically what you kind of see at the later stages of a Bitcoin bull market is you start to have these big long-term chunky holders start to unwind. And again, this happens every cycle, and we have started to see it this cycle.
Sure looks
you really started to see that really pick up in July.
Here.
And it's typically just a transfer of wealth from I would say stickier owners to maybe less stickier owners, and now we're kind of seeing that play out. Where maybe
there is a White House press conference, White House cabinet meeting today.
We see a lot of theories about Bitcoin and some of this leverage leading to declines in the equity market. I think the real question is, why aren't we seeing dip buyers in the crypto market? Why aren't people seeing these prices attractive? You see so many targets out there, $100,000 for Bitcoin by the end of this year, $1 million by 2030, whatever it is. Why aren't we seeing those incremental dip buyers that would kind of stabilize the price?
Guys, let's see.
If you look at the flows,
type in chat what you think Bitcoin will be at the end of 2026. Everyone type in chat what you think Bitcoin price will be in December 2026. Everybody type in chat right now, so I want to take a screenshot, please.
adoption and buying
just
of
type
Bitcoin.
whatever number you want. It doesn't even fucking matter if it's 250K,
the government
half
of
a
Texas
million,
actually
1
acquired
million,
Bitcoin. We've
right?
seen Harvard
40K,
make
60K,
big positions in Bitcoin,
160K.
even check
Just type in
national
whatever you
banks.
want.
So I think it does get kind of lost in
What's
the
that group, please,
volatility
too?
of this asset, but
I
you
low-key
are
want to see
certainly seeing
everybody just
large
numerical,
institutional buyers
not
take
speculation,
positions
but
in
you know, like
Bangladesh even here.
just sentiment.
We're talking
I
about
want
the
to see
moves in
market
strategy,
sentiment.
which obviously trades very close to the
Then he
action
says
that we see in
200K.
cryptocurrencies, but Bitcoin in particular.
$1.
When we're looking at some of
boy,
these stocks
bro,
that are
bullshit.
closely tied to cryptocurrencies,
56K.
or they
Holy.
hold cryptocurrency treasury,
180K.
how investable are
180K.
those
Okay.
individual
60K.
names? It's one thing to put them
60K.
all in an
92.
ETF, but individually,
190.
how do you look at the investability?
All right.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's
176.
going to depend case by case on the company and the manager.
Right
here.
now, it's
so,
at 80
for
something,
example,
85.
Saylor has proven that
I really would
over
not have seen
time,
120 to 85
throughout
that fast.
multiple
I'm not gonna lie,
cycles,
bro. Market moves
he is
crazy.
going to not only protect his downside and make sure that the company is still around, but even
What
just
is this
find
drop?
creative
Oh, it's
ways
back on
to
90K right
raise
now
incremental
today.
capital
Look
at
at that
attractive
shit, bro.
terms. And so
Crazy.
I think that's just an example of
90K dropped to
cycle
84K and then
cycle,
right back to
they're going to
90K.
end up figuring it out, and they're going to
Look at that! Look at that trap! Look at that trap! 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 Bull 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 trap!
into these crypto treasury vehicles.
Bull
You
trap
really
market, we're
had all
distracted right
sorts
now.
of
Bull trap
players
market,
get
bull trap
involved.
market, bull
And I
trap
think it's gonna
market.
take
We're
time to
distracted.
kind of
We're
learn
distracted. We're
which ones are the ones
distracted.
that can execute and which
We're
ones are the
distracted
ones
right
that will
now.
just
Everybody
kind of
focus.
chasing that
Hold on, hold on, hold on,
incremental
hold on.
dollar.
Something's happening. All right, something's happening. Candles are flying. Right, real direction is happening right now. Let's focus. We just got literally distracted at the worst fucking time. Literally the worst time. Everything started going. Tesla started going. IWM started going. SPY is going. Trying to flip 682. Waterfall is here. LOD is bottom. MACD is, wow, look at this shit. Everybody is getting burnt. All the bulls are getting fucking burnt at the top. That is disgusting. LOD about to break, I think. Candle coming in crazy right now. QQQ is not even going. That's the crazy part. This shit is fucking stupid. Like, look at how crazy they trap with QQQ today. IWM dumping. Breaking the floor. Tesla. NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the one up there. QQQ is the one up there. This shit is so dumb. QQQ not going lower. If QQQ is going lower right now, SPY would dump. SPY LOD would come. But bro. Oh shit. Kramer's talking about NVIDIA.
For NVIDIA, of course, but call it.
LOD break! LOD's here! Let's go! I'm about to leave in 2-3 minutes.
90% of CPU for PC server now. It's 90%
Dumping.
GPU. That's going to
Tesla
happen for the rest of
fucking
the
dumping
of all
off of what?
technology
Smart
everywhere.
money,
But the
gray
other thing
box.
she's
Holy
doing is
shit.
mentioning, look, the new
Dumping.
orders are right on top of the old.
The video broke the floor.
They don't take
Yes.
and get rid of
Yes.
Most
LOD
important
broke.
thing she's
right?
saying,
What direction?
people
South.
have to start understanding, she's a big believer that a lot of what you hear
the
about
fuck?
is
I'm
wrong,
expecting this
that
to
these
go
companies
more
are
now.
making
What
billions
the
of
fuck?
dollars.
That's crazy.
And the idea that the capex is too high is
That is
totally out of
crazy
whack.
dumb.
And what she would tell you is, if
Holy
capex is too high,
shit.
why didn't you
Look at
us
that
add
fucking dump. Oh my
100
god.
points?
I literally said
and
I
is
expect
one
them to
of,
go
if
higher
not the
today. At
biggest
some
buyer.
point, they're going to
And
trap,
the answer
right?
is
Holy
it's a
shit.
canard.
Why?
Everybody's making
Because
a
of the
huge
higher
amount of
time
money
frame
off
if you look
NVIDIA,
at
but everyone's
SPX.
buying poor. And
IWM right
that's
now.
not happening.
Oh my god.
OpenAI, in your view?
OpenAI is, Carl, that's cool.
Yes.
Oh my god.
I don't want to say it.
I'm expecting another huge
Jim, you got
candle
Amazon
here.
tonight.
I'm
Busy
still
show.
in my
Yeah.
SPX.
And I do
fucking
Amazon Web
crazy.
Services is really, really
35.
important. By the way,
Crazy,
I mean, this
man.
is still one more company that wants to take it to just take it.
I'm still in
to
Tesla,
OpenAI.
everything.
Look, when you go out there and you make yourself public enemy number
I'm in
one, which
fucking
unfortunately
huge
I've
on
done
Tesla.
at
They're about to
times,
pay me out
I gotta tell you,
huge on
there's
Tesla.
there is
Let's
a
go!
target.
Gap filling, 1030.
Law.
Yes.
This is the
and I just
3/3.
think that
Crazy
Walker
bearish
should
right now.
not
Wind is
speak
super
at
south.
all and carry a bazooka. No, carry an H bomb. Maybe one of those. I don't know.
Wind is super south right now. What the fuck? Spike candle being used to possibly create a floor or not. Wind direction is south. I'm about to leave my 0 DT on SPX and just stay in Tesla. $10.30. Our bounce is trying. You're low key. Whoa, gap hope fucking bouncing or some shit for now. Cycle is creating. Look at how abnormal this shit is right now, man. Look at how fucking abnormal this shit is right now moving. Look at how fucking abnormal this shit is right now. IWM. Oh my. IWM gap filled that market open and fucking dumped. What gap are we talking about? The gap from yesterday, the 2 p.m. push down. They bull trapped everybody. And there's a gap here. Fucking bull trapped everybody. It's so bearish right now. They're not even feeling this right now. It's how bearish it is right now. There's a 1 minute IWM gap and they're leaving this shit for later. Okay. This is how bearish it is right now. They're leaving this 1 minute gap at 10:20, 10:27, 10:30, and they're going lower and they're gonna come back to it later. Alright, I'm leaving 0 DTs right now. 3.48K, I'm out. I don't give a shit. They're probably gonna go lower, but I'm in Tesla huge, so that's what I care about right now. Not gonna lie. I care about Tesla. Tesla, la 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 la. Tesla. Tesla la 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 la. Tesla. QQQ at the midpoint already. Bulls are fucked. Bulls are fucked. Okay. Bull fucked. And they're fucking the bulls at the top, man. Anything above 620, anything above 620 dead already. Anything above 680 is fucking destroyed in my eyes, man. Until this gap fills, nothing's safe. Until that fucking gap fills, nothing's safe. I don't give a shit. Oh my god. There's 1 minute gap here. There is a 1 minute gap here, so let's see. Alright, looking super bearish. That might be the exact time to be like, aha, no. But yeah, let's see. 10:35. 10:30, I'll go ranged and push lower to 10:35. 10:30 bounced to 10:30. 10:30 rejected to 10:35. 10:35 is bouncing at 10:34 for 46 seconds. That's just what it is. You gotta call things out for what it is. You gotta be okay with it for what it is. So, man. I joined way too early on SPX puts, but it's cool. Do 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 do. I'm singing a song from motherfucking Shrek, boys and girls. Today is a good day. I can feel it. Do 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 do. Let's see what happens here. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 has cooked and is cooking. This is a huge bearish cycle. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. There is no cycle confirmation long. Candles are just coming in green. There's higher things at play. Tesla, Nvidia, IWM. Let's see. Nvidia or IWM is trying to gap fill or something here. That shit was stressful. SPX. I'm glad I got out. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really care. They may bounce like crazy here. They may go lower, but I'm okay with this little shit. You know, what I care is about the momentum. I care about the 1/3, 2/3, going into 3/3. playing in the 3/3 is so goddamn dangerous. I don't care if they go lower here. This is my mentality, right? If I play in the 3/3 going lower, if I play in the 3/3 going higher, what tends to happen is the candles go higher and higher, and the candles go lower and lower, and I lose track of cycle. I don't care about cycle. I don't care about what I cared about setups, and I just think about, oh, candle, oh, more, one more. And then they destroy me. So fuck that. No longer am I doing, you know what I mean? That was literally me 2 years ago. I'm not doing that. I don't play in the 3/3. I don't care about the candles here. You have to understand, and you have to learn how to see the candles for what it is. Like, try to interpret. This is 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. When did I say this was a 3/3? In here, I said, oh, this is going into 3/3. I said the same shit yesterday, right? Literally going up 1/3, 2/3. I said, oh, this is somewhere 3/3. I don't really know, but until the cycle confirmation comes, I don't know. But when it comes, I'm calling it exactly at that moment, right? When did I say it? 10:27 a.m. Bull trap. 10:27 was right here. 10:27 a.m. right here. In this candle in the WhatsApp group, I typed bull trap in all caps. We're distracted. LOD is here. In 10:28, next candle. LOD is fucking here. You know what I mean? Or actually, yeah, I don't have time to fucking type it. You know what I mean? But literally, as I'm typing it, like, well, all I'm saying is cycle says, setup says, there's something bigger happening than just candles alone. That means you have to sometimes not care about the candles. Like, I care about the candles too, sure, when it's going my way, and then I want to get the hell out of the way. But like, sometimes you have to sit out of the way, watch the chart, let the market do its thing, and be like, okay, they're going lower, it's whatever. And they're going higher, oh, it's whatever. They are what? Creating a setup. They're creating something to be used later. So if you think about it like that, you have more patience. If you think about it like that, you have more ability to be fluid, basically. You don't want to be trapped and be biased and then get fucked and fucked and fucked and fucked is what I'm trying to say. There is a time when you can deduct and then you try to go in, and then you might get trapped in a cycle too, but your deduction allows you to be like, oh, it's more probable than not. Oh, you know, the majority of the wind is saying the long is in favor here, or the majority of the wind is saying the short is in favor here based on, you know, 15-minute, 2-hour MACD, blah, 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 higher time frame, higher, whatever it is, you know what I mean? Whatever it is that makes people not a speculator, not a hoper, and just a pure fact, reality-based deductor. So, I'm telling you guys, if you guys like that sort of shit, hit the subscribe button. If you're a new watcher, we do index market analysis of the intraday market indexes every single day to find the trend direction, the gaps, the setups, the plays, the traps, everything, right? And also hit the thumbs up button, please, please, please. Thank you so much. Please, please, please. Hit the thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you, folks. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up, folks. I typed in thumbs. What is next? The White House is coming live is what's next. This is not even a big move. This is literally 0 DT cycling now. But you know what is the big move? When President Trump comes on. What is this? President Trump makes an announcement. Trump participates in a cabinet meeting 11:30. So President Trump is coming live at 2 p.m. as well, but also at 11:30 for the cabinet meeting. Look at this balance. You know what I mean? Thank you for proving my point, market. I love the market. This is the type of shit I'm saying. You know what I mean? Look at this. Look at the market. Like, look at how they bounced at 10:34. Why? Because candle going red. Prices are going lower. Oh yeah, more bears. Oh, go more and more, and new money bears. Oh yeah, and then they get reverted on the 3/3. oh, they're crying, right? And the bulls are, oh yeah, winning, oh more. No cycling, no rejection, no cycling, just more. And then when they get to the roof, more, and then 3/3, boom. Like you gotta watch out. This shit is dangerous. But this bounce, you know what I mean? This shit proves my point right here. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, 3/3 getting cooked. I would not have imagined a big bounce like this, but I mean, this shit is literally possible because of what? 0DT fucking gaming. 1 minute gap as well on IWM. Gap enough to go fill it. On some bullshit Tesla, but oh my god, man. Like, look at this fucking crazy shit. How in the motherfucking actual insanity world, right? Unless somebody's looking for this 3/3 and then they go long on that alone. Like, this is so fucking crazy. Why? Because they go lower to 1035, 1035 bounces to 1040, 1040 bounce, rejects to 1040, 1040 booms up. There is barely any cycle confirmation. There's literally one point right here at 1040 when it booms out of 1038 that it says it's safe for 1 minute, 2 minutes, and then what? It becomes a 3/3. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's insane unless you're able to deduct first in the 1/3, 2/3. Most of the people in the world, right? The retail traders are in the 3/3. This is just a Wyckoff distribution cycles. I'm just dividing it into 1/3, 2/3, and also this is the technological adaptation curve, right? In 2007, when iPhones came out, there were people that were early adapters, there were people that were late adapters, and there were people that were laggards, right? All this shit I learned in AP macroeconomics in high school when I was literally 17 years old, 10 years ago. So, you know what I mean? All this shit is just economy. It's like economic shit. You just gotta apply your knowledge from all aspects of life to understand, right? It's just showing the early adapters, right? The basically people that are able to deduct, and it's showing the speculators. It's showing people that are guessing on candles, and it's showing the laggards. That's all it is, man. You gotta understand things for what it is. And if you cannot come to an understanding of that, then you're gonna have a major problem. It's just gonna become a candle war out here. Every single day, right? Market is going up and down in different ways. Like, it's impossible to be candle warring out here and to be like, oh yeah, this is bearish and this is bullish based on candles, and then for 2 minutes it's good, and because at some point or another you're gonna get clapped. And that means, statistically speaking, they're not going to be right more than not, and they're going to get fucked if they're real trading. I'm talking about real money trading, but deductors, I think that's how smart money and real hedge funds and, you know, big people got big. Like, deductors are the ones that are doing things off of risk analysis, off of probability-based, matrix-based system, right? Mechanical systematic approach without just candles, like bullish, bearish. So yeah, things are. You gotta watch out. You gotta know who you are, number one. Number two, don't get fucking scammed. Time is 10:45. 10:40 bounce to 10:45, big time, right? Why would have people went long down here to go fill that gap, right? They could have went lower for 5-10 minutes, right? But I mean, people are saying, oh, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Oh, 3/3, there's a gap up there. Oh yeah, there's a lot of bears. Yeah, sure, I'll take a chance. That's how they do it. You know what I mean? Yeah, sure, I'll take a chance. And then they become the participants of the market too. Holy shit. That is crazy. I'm so fucking glad I got a SPX with 3K, 3.4K. That's crazy work, bro. Sitting there thinking about 4K, 5K, 6K. Oh, I would have been fucked. Wow. That is crazy. I'm in Tesla right now, and my Tesla is up. Market is bouncing right now, and Tesla is literally at the. I need this shit to break 620, 426 clearly, but yeah, I'm good on Tesla. If I wasn't on SPX, I would be fucking having a terrible time. Or Be crying because QQQ. Look at this shit on QQQ. They went to the 0.50 Fibonacci and they bounced it to the roof. So it's not even like every time it goes to the 0.50, it's gonna bounce. Every time it goes to the, every time it rejects, it rejects. Well, like it literally does things live. So I mean, this shit is fucking crazy. It looked crazy bearish into 1035, 1035 LOD gap hoping, and then boom, roof, roof test, roof hoping. This shit is crazy, bro. Man, thank you, Bless One Stressing for saying that, man. I really appreciate your live stream, bro. Great, man. Hope you're great value out of all the live streams that you see. But I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I'm in awe of what the market does with people live too. Like I am literally a live participant of the market. You know what I mean? I am one of many millions of people out there in the world. We are literally one out of 300, 30 million people that are probably 50 million people that are looking at the same thing live. So all I can say is I am just so blessed to be around you guys and be around people that are here. And thank you guys all for being here. And man, it is actually wild what the market and the world does every day. But really appreciative, honestly. I'm somehow able to get the fuck out in time and be able to be safe, because that shit is crazy, bro. What the fuck? Gap hope trap. 90% of the people in the world, 75% of people in the world, 80% of the people in the world don't leave here and they don't play this, or they chase and they don't take profit in 2DT, whatever, 1 week, whatever, and then they get trapped in cycles. But this is why I literally developed a system for myself that works for me. This is why I'm good at what I do, because I literally know the only way this shit works is because I literally, I don't know, man. I live like this. I actually have changed something in me to be like, oh, this, I'm not going to try to do this. This is this. Even then, I'm not perfect, but like I have to do some crazy shit like that to get as close, chance-wise, probability, like, because I'm not gonna lie, to sit here and be like, oh, I every time I know it's gonna go up or down or up, or I don't. Like this? How do I know? How do I literally know? But I mean, there are setups, and it's only possible because it is literally there. It's only possible because things are literally left there for people to come and do when they want, and the probability increases when they want or not. But this is wow. What the shit? Every single algo range broke up. What the shit? Divergence at the roof. Wow. Yeah, but that's why I send all the mental videos, like of like preparing your mental, and like just like videos from David Goggins and Harvey and shit, because this shit is so much deeper than just fucking, candles or trading, man. You gotta fucking live it. Like believe it, live it, believe in it, and then dedicate yourself to become that person to literally see that shit when the market's not even literally live. You see that shit 24/7 to the point that you think about this shit every single day, to the point that you're so interested in this shit and be like, oh, these people are cooking and these people are cycling to blah 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 blah, and then you just learn every day, and you get more and more interested. That's the only way. The only way to success I found that actually fucking works, like without bullshitting or fucking losing everything here and there, man. That is disgusting, though. QQQ so bullish. SPY being overwritten right now. IWM bounced it from the floor with this gap. And then QQQ took over that gap. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of thankful on Tesla, but wow, man, that shit is so fucking crazy. 680 to 683.4 or 683.63. So that's $3.63 in literally 15 minutes. 15 minutes. They destroyed all the puts. All the calls are going completely up. In 15 minutes. From the LOD to the new roof. But yeah, this is why it's so dangerous and important to keep in mind of the 1 minute gaps, because it's so used in different ways. There's another gap here, but yeah, I literally said when they push down, they're so bearish right now that they're pushing this shit down on what purpose? They're gonna come back to it when they want later. Why do I say that? They push it down so strong on purpose to create a setup for later, because I've been in this shit before. That's why I said it, the word I said it exactly like that. And you got to just sit there and literally listen to what I'm exactly saying. Because I'm not saying that shit to make it up. I'm saying that shit because I've been in it. I'll go range HOD break, fake out, whatever. This is new roof divergence, no confirmation rejection. Let's see what happens here. There's an IWM gap here too. I'm not saying anything's going to happen right here. I'm just saying this is lit. I said this shit as it was going down while it happened. They're so bullish, blah blah blah. And now they're so bad. They're so bullish here. They gapped up and then left it on purpose for later. That's all it is. That does not mean now. There's so many bears here too. So wow though. I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio right now, if I can. Yep, I can. Market is filled now with puts and calls. This is how they do it. It's filled to the wall now with calls at the tippity top, because we are at the top, but I mean it's filled to the fucking wall with puts down there too, so they might just burn it all down there and then later burn or pull back right now, burn a little bit of calls and then call back up, and I don't know. We'll see though. There's no cycle confirmation, nothing right now here. I'm in Tesla right now, about 9K plus. And this week and next week combined is like maybe 11 point some. I want lower on Tesla today. It's worth 9.5K in brain dead. If they go to this somewhere here, I'm fucking godly golden. If they go somewhere here, I'm godly golden. And it's looking like it's honestly crazy spike too. Come on. And IWM 1 minute gap. What do you guys think about these like 1 minute gap setups and plays? Do you guys like it now that you guys have seen a lot of them, or you found out a lot about them, or do you guys hate it? What do you guys think about them? Sometimes they pop on QQQ, sometimes, you know, for a week they pop up a lot on IWM, but like, yeah, what do you guys think about them? Good or bad? Like interesting or like depressing? What do you what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts and concerns about it? I want to see. At first I hated it. And then I learned to love it, and then I learned to really respect it, and then now I can't live without it. Like all the algo ranges in the 1 minute gap. So I want to know people's emotions on it. Do you hate it? Do you find that it's helpful, or like do you find that it's annoying because it's like hoping sometimes, or like
and they're able to actually start talking about things like socialism, and it's happening
Chris
again.
says very
with
useful.
Our young, I don't know where we're going wrong.
That's good.
51%.
It should be like scary and also useful at the same time. You know what I mean?
Capitalism.
Like, it should be like definitely you have a little bit of respect and also be fucking like,
through history, through those ill-conceived
moving to south said, I feel like it's an added indicator. Okay, cool. Like a setup for people to like long or short towards. Okay, cool.
Focus on the positive. Focus.
You definitely have to have like a extra understanding. You have to have like an additional factor of like, oh, I'm a human being and like my mentality, blah blah blah. Right? I definitely agree.
We've made huge progress in 250 years.
They are perfect, but the market is chop
for all, and the prosperity that we enjoy. And that, again, is because people are investing their money because they see a possibility of profit, yes, but also, it lifts all boats, frankly. The developments that come out of risk-taking are huge, that we've developed over the years. Airplanes now looking at space and maybe colonizing Mars and things like that. So risk takers are there, and young folks are taking risks as well. So I wouldn't so much focus on on the isms as much as what is driving our forces. And so
I wonder what is pushing the video crazy today. If you guys can find out, that would be great. If somebody can let us know what is flying like crazy today, that would be great.
With where we should be as far as ease of
maybe everything together, but like look at that V shape from
more or less half the number of public companies that
1035
30 years ago. And so
11 Meta, everything flew.
To address that, try to make IPOs great again was what my goal is, and so we're kicking that off as well here in the new year.
Mr. Chairman, we've talked a lot lately about how gambling and investing are blending in some ways. You see it with the gambling sites, you see it with predictions markets, and I realize that's the CFTC, not your purview in terms of the prediction markets. But we even talked yesterday with Amy Silverman, who just talked about how you do see much more activity in these future markets.
Imagine we see 180 end of day
on things like options and puts that expire within a day.
That is
What's
maybe
your thought on that? Because your job is to make sure that investors are protected.
a possibility. QQQ would pull back crazy if that happens.
Of a blend between investing and gambling, or do you think this is something that's manageable?
Man.
Well, I do think it's manageable, and I'm focused on the capital markets, and I'll leave my colleagues at the Commodity Futures Trading Commission.
Yeah, I really want to short Apple, but like I'm staying away from it, dude. This shit is so crazy.
Wow.
And
so
Apple is actually bullish. Like,
there is a continuum.
Wow.
From,
I want to do it, but what if this shit goes to 294 and fucking wild?
But, that's inherent in humans.
I was thinking about it yesterday, but like I'm staying the hell away from that.
More embracing
Apple,
of it
crazy bullish.
Than, others who
Mr. Tim
might
Cook.
just stick their money under their mattress.
Shit.
But what we want to try to focus on, and what I hear when I travel abroad,
crazy
Europe
dump on
and
Nvidia,
Japan, for example,
crazy dump, crazy dump,
envy at our capital markets. What we have achieved here, and the risk-taking.
All those calls are now out of the money trying.
That we have ingrained, and that really is lacking in other
pull back a little bit.
And so that is the thing.
There's a little bit of pullback. Why all the SPX puts are now
States that has built our capital markets and has provided capital for entrepreneurs to build towards their dreams, and then to have their investors share in those in building those dreams and making products that people want and people need and people are willing.
Man, that's wild. I'm gonna send the SPX put to call ratio. We were literally looking at the video and that shit dropped.
Proxy advisors, shareholder voting, and issues like that. It almost looks like you are trying to roll back a lot of the what some would think were ill-conceived notions of ESG,
SPX puts are right in the middle of the mountain.
You got shareholders that represent less than a percentage of a company's outstanding shares, bogging down management with proposals. You've got passive investors like Vanguard or BlackRock where the CEO can actually say,
bulls are still
gee,
here
this is the way I
SPY.
feel about these social issues.
Bulls are still
and I'm
here
gonna
on
vote
SPY.
the shares of a passive investment with what my interests are
bouncing
online.
up.
How did that ever? How did we ever get to that
This is the
point?
shit I'm talking about. IWM gap fill. Nobody knows when it's going to happen, but it happens at some point or another.
Interesting. I mean, things have changed a lot. When I was, I've been
computers.
now at the 3 times.
They go fill that shit like crazy,
3
bro.
decades. But in the early 90s,
this shit is basically supercomputers trading, man.
The individual investors made up
no power
more than
here.
half of the market capitalization of the U.S. markets, holding stocks directly. Now things obviously have changed. They've gone to holdings. People have ETFs and mutual funds and all sorts of other things. So that's great. And the people
Alexa,
in the marketplace,
Alexa and Siri has the
saving
power
for,
here, dude.
The long term. But I think it's time to modernize
the supercomputer from
our
Terminator.
And things have been allowed to, if you've ever had a boat and have barnacles on the hull, it's time to scrape off those barnacles and make our ship be able to sail, quickly through the waters. And so that's what we're setting out to do with SEC. And they're basically 3 things that we're looking at to try to
make NVIDIA drop, IWM pop, and NVIDIA is now faking the drop.
To make sure that our regulations are fit for purpose to help small companies and large companies attract capital. Second is to look at our litigation situation.
Are we going to fly or are we going to drop?
The strike suits and
everybody do a poll right now. We have 161 people. I'm going to do a poll in the WhatsApp group. Are we about to,
people from wanting to be public? And then finally, the corporate
everyone vote right now, please, before the candles happen. Fly or reject. Everyone type or vote what you think is going to happen in the WhatsApp group, in the YouTube chat right now, right here, right now, before it happens, please.
That really don't get adopted
Everyone
by
vote.
shareholders
drop,
and create,
drop,
I think, more
drop,
noise
really.
and are weaponized.
No one thinks fly. I really thought more
particular,
people wasn't going to say fly.
special
Wow,
interest groups,
really?
that sort of thing. So we need to get back to basics, make
Wow.
sure that our rule book is
I
fit
really
for
was going to think
purpose
more people was
and
going to say
helping
fly
to
here.
make
I'm
our
not going to lie,
capital
bro.
markets
Every one
as
of you guys are saying
efficient
drop.
and growing
3
as
people saying
possible.
fly.
Can you
3
can
saying
you
reject.
do what needs to be done
WhatsApp
with crypto without legislation? And do you think that can happen before the end of the year?
Well, we'll see. We're working with Congress and we're providing
drop,
assistance
fly.
to them regarding
I want drop, but I think we'll fly. Drop, fly, reject, drop, reject, fly.
With other laws and whatnot. And,
9 people says reject,
we'll
6
see.
says
I
fly in the
can't
WhatsApp group, man.
that, but we have enough authority to drive
Something
forward.
crazy.
I'm
IWM is
having
going
an
to
innovation
fly.
exemption
This
that
really
we've been
looks like
talking
it should
about now.
fly.
We'll be able to get that out in
Tesla's going
in
lower
a
on this
month
shit.
or
NVIDIA's
so
going
is
lower
what
on
I'm
this
hoping.
shit.
We were impeded a bit by the government shutdown.
Something
Obviously,
is
we couldn't
flying
work
other
on
than
things during that time.
Someone's
but
saying
we're on
Amazon is
track,
flying right
and
now.
We will be able to forge forward with the crypto
Something is taking
area
off
and
through the
make
roof.
sure that we are able to embrace this new area of innovation that for too long the United
Amazon
States
is
basically
fucking
is just
2% up.
pushed
Oh
back
my
against.
gosh, dude,
And,
Amazon is up
and
2%
so
up in
I'm
20
looking
minutes.
forward
Thank you
to
for saying that,
having
Manuel.
rules that are focused on helping that sector of the economy.
That is
They
crazy.
come up and make
Look at this.
IPOs greater. MIPCA?
Look at this.
It just doesn't have the same name.
Look at this on Amazon
what
right
can
now.
we do about that?
Look at this on Amazon right now. Someone needs to watch that right now, bro. 20%?
Maybe. How about
20 minutes? Someone needs to watch that right now. This is Amazon. This is Mr.
The number of
Bezos.
public companies that we don't have anymore. Is that the rise of private equity? What is that? And is it healthy?
Well, I think many factors. Obviously, it's been the rise in the private markets are much more fluid and liquid than they ever have been in the past, with institutional money going in there and others. And so I think that's a good thing that provides a good outlet for especially venture capital, obviously, and private equity. But again, when you go back and look at how we have, we're down 40% or so from 30 years ago of the number of listed public companies.
Look at this fucking pump and dump, folks. Pump and dump.
And what causes that. So
pump and dump,
yes,
pump and dump, pump and dump on
but
Amazon.
Secondly,
oh my God.
I believe
pump
that, again, all these barnacles that have gotten on our hull,
I'm going in 2.4K 0DT right now.
So that things can be more efficient and attract capital back to the public markets.
Yeah, you're down there. You'll be here later.
I'm going in right now.
I mean, you're not leaving the NASDAQ out.
Come on, baby.
Obviously.
Yep.
We'll
be at the
one
NASDAQ
more
this
minute
afternoon for closing.
Oh, good. Okay, opening, closing.
Tesla
Perfect.
going.
All right, Chairman Atkins, thanks.
Thank you very much, Joe. Thanks.
Fuck. I might have just trapped myself. Fuck. Fuck. I might have just trapped. I'm not gonna lie. Nah, I'm not gonna lie. What the fuck is this shit now? Tesla's going and SPY is. Man. I'm in 6845. 6845. Tesla dumping. Tesla dumping. Tesla shitting. I'm leaving right at VWAP if it actually goes here. I don't even want to dump. I'm in Tesla fucking huge right now. I want 424. Time is 11:10. Bears are trying. Man, what the fuck? Just on Amazon right now, this shit is so crazy. Fuck. It's like color-coded class, man. Art class 101. Holy shit. Art class 101. Like, oh my god. John Smith said Morgan Stanley analyst put NVIDIA higher. Okay, so we gotta watch this video. I wasn't watching it earlier on purpose, but we will watch this video now that he said that. We have Masayoshi-son.
SoftBank founder Masa-san downplaying his company's decision to sell its
Masayoshi-son,
$6 billion stake
I'm out
in
zero
NVIDIA, speaking at a forum in Tokyo.
2.7K.
He was, in his words, parting with the shares. He said SoftBank wouldn't have made the move if it didn't need to bankroll its next AI investments, including a big bet on OpenAI and data center projects. Earlier this year, Masa-san predicted that OpenAI would one day become the most valuable company in the world. Maybe now it'll be Alphabet.
Could be.
I don't know. We're just talking about that.
All right, when we come back, a key executive overseeing AI at Apple is stepping down. We're going to go inside the tech giant's efforts to keep up in the AI race. But first, as we head to a break, take a look at yesterday's S&P 500 winners and losers.
Market going lower. Bears are here. They want to go lower. NVIDIA broke the floor. NVIDIA wants to go to 180.
Gaza's population is on the brink.
NVIDIA 180 is coming into tomorrow. Looks like that is fucking nasty. Bull trapped crazy. And they pumped it. And they are now dumping it. And this is another great day. Fucking good. I'm done for the day after this shit. I'm done for the day after fucking Tesla, bro. Look at this shit fucking rolling down right now. I'm up fucking I literally went into next week Tesla puts on market close. Fucking crazy up. Alright, bulls are fucked. It's a bull trap day. Why? There were bulls trapped yesterday and the day before. Right? This is higher time frame shit happening right now. What am I talking about? Go look at the chart. Alright, there were bulls trapped here, trapped them. They bull trapped here, and they trapped the bulls here today again. This is turning into a 3-day bull trap now, even bigger. That does not mean it's gonna go down. Actually, all this shit can be bear trapped to go higher. I'm just saying, like, I thought, to be honest, this was somewhere here, but it's not even. It's island gapped up. So fucking crazy, dude. Look at how QQQ is gapped up today, and look at how SPY is doing this shit at the top of the tippity top. I love today. I love today. Fucking love today. Look at this shit. Fucking beautiful. Oh my god. Cannot be any better. Alright, look at Tesla, right? Why? What did I say yesterday? I said yesterday at market close, they're probably going to pop this shit and then go up and then bull trap at morning. And this is literally what they did. They popped this shit, went up higher, and then bull trap that morning. They popped this bitch, went higher, and then bull trap that morning. I literally said this at 4:06 p.m. 4:06 p.m. Look at the WhatsApp group. I said they're going to pop this bitch probably and then dump it probably, because that's the way to get everybody. That's the way to get bulls fucking perma bullers. That's the way to get bears fucking perma scared. That's the way to get shorts to fucking leave. You know what I'm saying? Like, done. LOD coming. LOD coming on SPY. I'm at 4K on Tesla. Every single port. Every single position on Tesla. 425. I'm at. It's literally at 425 right now. Done. Look at that fucking dump. Nasty as fuck. Amazon fucking probably. I don't even know if it's Amazon. Shit is NVIDIA. Amazon dump. God, crazy. Beautiful day. Crazy working today. They trapped so many people on low volume rally. Look at this shit. Low volume rally. Hover, hover, hover. Prices go higher in the what? 3/3, and then they get what? Destroyed. They're fucked. I'm not even trying to say, like, look at this shit. You guys understand what's going on here? Please, somebody say in chat if you understand what's going on here. This is what I've been doing all my life since literally 1 year ago. I've been trying to find setups. I've been trying to wait. I've been trying to wait for 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and then what? I play in the 1/3, 2/3. You feel me? 1/3, 2/3, baby. This shit is literally the new 1/3. Look at all these people trapped with no. I literally said bull trap yesterday night. The WhatsApp group. I literally said bull trap on Tesla on yesterday night in the WhatsApp group, bro. Man, look at this shit. I'm expecting somewhere here tomorrow, man. Today, 419. Insane. I love it though. There's deductors world, dude. Deductors stick together in the world. I'm talking about hypothetically speaking. This is why the market does what it does live, and deductors make it out and deductors live. Speculators, guessers, and candle hopers are what? Liquidity. They're fucking. You know what I mean? We're all krills. We're all krills in the ocean, in the sea in this big sea, and there's whales, there's little Nemos, there's octopuses, there's, whatever you want to call them. There's deep underwater sea creatures, right, too. But all I'm saying is, we are krills, every one of us. We just have to understand that you don't want to be a speculative krill. You want to be a smart krill. You want to go with the wind and the fucking ocean wave currents. You don't want to swim against the ocean all your life and then get eaten by a wave. So, God did, man. God did. That's what I said. God did. That's all you gotta say. God did. That's all you gotta say, bro. Easy work. IWM is stupid. Stupid. NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA one. Bro, please tell me NVIDIA, man. Look at this shit with NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA right now. at the video, bro. This shit is bullshit. Oh my god. Wow. I would not have seen that coming, but wow, do they really do setups? Wow, do they really do setups so fucking fast too? So fucking fast. I love higher time frame, folks. They cannot lie with the volume. They can't. All right, this is what my mentor said. Right, the fucking price action could be manipulated. This is from David Paul, but they cannot manipulate volume that much. That's a clear fucking example. All right, the 2 hour being like this on Tesla. At least, I don't know about the market right now, but on Tesla, at least, is a clear example. I mean, you can't lie with volume. The volume doji candle. You can fuck with the price. You can manipulate the price in any way, right? You can go up and down doing different shit, but you cannot manipulate momentous volume, directional volume. When everything aligns, wind direction showing north and south, when QQQ and SPY and IWM and Amazon and Meta and NVIDIA, everything aligns, there's nothing that could stop it, because that's the what? The real direction, that's the what? The setup, this is the most disgusting cornucopia cone I've ever seen in my life, but it's creating it. What is a cornucopia cone? It is a cone, it's a word I made up. It's a cone that is creating a widening cone, or a, what's the word? Narrowing cone. You get what I'm saying? I call it a cornucopia cone, but let's see what happens with this cornucopia cone. Right? I'm gonna mark this shit green. It's looking kind of bearish, but we'll see. What color is the best? Orange. I call this shit a cornucopia cone, right? I have a lot of lingos and words that I came up with in my life that makes up, sense or makes shit up for what I believe in. But honestly, it kind of has helped me, so it is what it is. I'm gonna be alright with it. Man, this shit is a cornucopia cone, and they're deciding what the hell they want to do. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, yet. Look at that dump. Oh my god, yet. Look at that dump. Look at that dumping on IWM. IWM wants to go lower here. LOD is breaking into 1120. When did we say the wind direction was south? At 9:45. Somebody was asking, hey, what's the wind direction on IWM? It says IWM wind direction is south. And then they tried to break the wind north. They failed. They rejected. Wind direction is south. They went up. They what? Failed to go up again. What wind direction is continuously south? The floor is continuously breaking on IWM. All bulls are getting washed out on IWM with this cycle, creating a even bigger bearish cycle from morning open into who knows when. This is the 3/3, right? This is what I mean by smaller cycles are inside medium cycles, and medium cycles are inside bigger cycles, and this is bigger cycles, and the bigger cycles are bearish. People that are requesting to join the WhatsApp group, if you can stay active in the YouTube chat a little bit, we will start to accept you. Thank you very much. Ali, Bali, and Arun. Say hi, this is me or something one time in the YouTube chat so we can know who you are. Thank you very, very much. That would be. And everybody, hit the thumbs up button. Please, if you are new, hit the subscribe button. We have 160 people here. 54 likes, right? We can push the likes up by 70 right now. Help me push the thumbs up button. Push the thumbs up button, please. Thank you. 1120 is creating. A cycle to be played with. Did not break the floor. So wind direction was south from 1035. Wind direction is south, north from 1035 to 1105. And the wind direction is south or neutral from 1105 until the roof breaks or until the floor breaks, changing the wind direction and the 2 pivot points of the day, the HOD and the LOD, signifying the directional wind for smart money deductors and signaling the trend direction for people that deduct in this world. People that go on candles will not understand the wind, the trend direction, the cycles, but people that care about the cycles, the time confirmations, the cycle analysis alone, the wind direction, understand what I'm talking about with this. The wind direction is demarcated by the pivot points. Pivot point 1, pivot point 2. It's literally a DMZ, demarcation line. If it breaks, it breaks. LOD is breaking. Right, that's how bearish it is right now. LOD is breaking. All things are dumping. I'm up crazy on Tesla. I'm still in. All things are dumping. It's a dump. Now this is the dump. Dump. This is the finale. This is the finale. Finale. I'm at 4.2K. Tesla, 425 expiring December 5th. I still have my Tesla puts expiring December 12th. And I added 2 earlier at the top. Time is 11:25. And God bless this country. God bless President Trump. President Trump is live in 5-10 minutes. We will go live when he is live. $180 in the video is coming. Let's see how 180 does. IWM is waterfalling. SPY is waterfalling. Tesla is waterfalling. I am leaving Tesla December 5th right now for 4.4K. I'm still in on next week Tesla here. Huge. LOD is breaking. Wind direction is south. Finale. This is the finale. What am I fucking talking about? The 3/3. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. This is the finale. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. This is a dump. 11:05 to 11:25 dump. And they can go more into 11:30, 11. I don't know. This is a dump though. That's all I'm saying. I called that shit out in the WhatsApp group. I'm calling it out again. I'm calling it out live. We'll see what happens. This is the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Right. This is what I'm talking about with the cycle confirmation analysis. 3/3 is here. Small cycle 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Inside the bigger 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. Oh, that was fucking godly. That was fucking godly. I went from $6 per contract to 8.55 on December 5th Tesla. I went fucking godly on that 425. And I went in fucking mad early. I went in somewhere here at 426. I literally went into 425. Fucking godly. I'm in next week, December 12th, 427.5. Still godly. Let's fucking go. Kathy Wood. Love it. Look at this shit. Smart money box. Look at this gray box being played. Look at this gray box being played. It's been played for literally 1 fucking week. It's been played for 3 weeks. 3 months, sorry. This gray box at 438, 437. We went in it today and then we dumped off it. Now, I went in early because I didn't know I didn't think we were gonna spike up. But honestly, like, wow. Market was waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, huh? Mrs. Kathy Woods was waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting, waiting and waiting like a fucking lioness. Like a fucking lioness. LOD broke on SPY. We gotta change the wind direction. Look at the cornucopia cone right now being broken down right now. This today is look at this crazy ass pattern, man. When did I draw this? Do you guys remember when I drew this cornucopia shit? Literally 15 minutes ago, right? That was my deduction, right? That they're about to do this shit. Not after it happens and being like, oh, look at that, I caught it, but you guys didn't. Ha ha ha. La, 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 la. Nah, dude, I'm not even talking about caught. I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, like this shit is just. I'm deducting the shit. Looking at the higher time frame and the candles before it happens is all I'm saying. Like LOD broke on QQQ. LOD broke on QQQ. This is 8. It's red day. Gap filled. Alright, they're going for the gap below. They're going for the QQQ gap below right now. It's 616. Then probably lower into tomorrow in my opinion. We'll see. I'm at 7.6K on Tesla next week. I'm still in. Fucking wild. I left my 0 DTs on, or not 0 DTs, Friday expiry on Tesla. 4.4K. I joined in for 3,000. 3,400, I don't even know. 3,000 something. Oh, I don't give a shit. Oh. Tesla. La. Man, look at how hard SPX though was, man. I literally left SPX here and they fucking crazy pumped it. They burnt everything and then they dumped everything. Like, oh my lord, so nasty. I think if I was stuck here, I don't know. I don't even know. Like, I don't even know what I would have done. Like, oh my lord, Amazon pump, Nvidia pump was insane. Like, what? Look at Amazon right now, man. That shit was crazy earlier. Thank you for calling out Amazon, remember? Somebody called out Amazon in the WhatsApp group. It was Manuel Flores. He said 1103. After I asked people in the chat, what is flying right now? And he said Amazon, ... And then we literally, went to go look at Amazon. And look at Amazon right now. It's in the fucking gutter, so. Dump! That's in the fucking gutter. Look at this shit. It's in the gutter, man. That's disgusting. Oh my god. Market actually gonna go gap fill, looks like. Oh my lord. You know what's crazy? QQQ is turning into a crazier bull trap today, like, shit. Look at this shit right now. This is 1, 2, 3 bulls days trapped. This is 1, 2, 3 culmination finale bull days trapped. Tomorrow about to be bearish as fuck. Tomorrow about to be bearish as fuck. That might be a lie, but man, right now it's bearish as fuck. See, look at this shit. They're about to go gap fill. This is how goddamn bearish it is right now, man. Bulls are fucked. Playing in the 3/3. 3 days in a row. So the market was being fair and the market was being okay. The market was saying, hey, whoever wants to play here, it's up to you. But you greedy motherfuckers are going to get got at one point, and they are doing it too. Weekly, monthly, everything. Now, I'm not even talking about 1 DT, 0 DT right now. This shit is playing into 3/3, not even going lower, but going higher and higher, and then doing it. So it's really just tempting the weekly shit, the monthly shit, and news pumping it and then dumping it. There was bullish news on Tesla today too. Remember I called out in the WhatsApp group? Wow, look at NVIDIA. Fuck me, 180. NVIDIA 180. Godly, that shit is crazy. 422 Tesla, 420. I'm targeting. No greed shit. I don't care about no 419, 418. I don't care. They're about to go gap fill here. You know what? I'm just gonna leave Tesla right now. Fuck it. $7,850. I'm filled. I'm actually done. I don't give a shit. I'm just gonna call it. I cannot be greedy here. I'm done. GG's, folks. See ya. See ya. I'm done. I'm gonna turn the live stream off, guys. Alright, I'm done. See you guys. Bye-bye. GG's. Alright, tell the Bulls I'll see him next week. Tell the Bears I'll see him next week. This is so dumb, man. It's insane. You know how insanely bullish it looked yesterday? It looked insanely bullish today, too, at the tippity top. That's how crazy it is. The only way you stay alive, the only way you are okay in this system is if you are able to look at the higher time frame, higher setup, and understand that you have higher things in your favor. If you do not, if you don't even look at IWM, if you don't care about 1 minute gaps and shit, you're just gonna get burnt. Why? Because when it looks bullish, it looks crazy bullish. When it looks bearish, it looks crazy bearish. There's just something behind it. There's always something behind it that might be like, oh, this is nah, this is too risky. Oh, this is the setup. Oh, this is too something, because yeah. But I will not lie, it looked crazy bullish at the tippity top. To the point that I would not have imagined this. But when this started coming, that's when I started seeing it. I'm not gonna lie, like IWM I think was the most leader here. 1110. Right? I kept saying it's gonna go lower. It's gonna go lower because of what? IWM, right? I swear, I'm pretty sure I did that. But yeah, when 1120 was here. You guys understand that, right? 1120 was right here, right? Please understand what I'm saying here. 1120 was right here. No bullshit before the drop. What did I say in the WhatsApp group? I said this is the 3/3. We're gonna go lower. This is the finale at 11:20, right? 11:24. What the hell did I really say? I said at 11:22, dump time, 3/3. This is the finale, right? Bearish IWM at 11:20, 11:20, right here, and then 11:22. I said this is the finale, 3/3 finale, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 finale, and then 3/3 finale. 11:20 right here, 11:22 right here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes, 11:30 finale, 1135. 1130 is bouncing into 1135. Making up market cycles. Making up cycle analysis. And on that note, GG's, folks. All the non-believers, all the candle chasers, I'm sorry, but I tried. I love you all, you know what I'm saying? But I kept sending videos in the WhatsApp group and everything to say, hey, the belief comes from you doing it and acting on it first and manifesting it for yourself first, and then it happens. It doesn't come after you see the reward and then you start believing and you start doing it. It's not like that. So this is a clear example today, this entire fucking week, and this entire month, because yeah, it has been something. LOD is bouncing at 1135 with the gap not filled. Why? There's so many bears here. They could go visit this in 2 hours or 1 hour. They don't have to do this now. They could too, but got the most perfect exit on Tesla too. Not looking back. 422. It's a good thing. And you call that a good day. SPX doesn't even look like it dumped, but wow. Tesla looked like it dumped. QQQ looks like it pumped and dumped. Wow, man. Palantir pumped and dumped as well. Wow. Look at Palantir. Palantir is acting like Nvidia, I guess. Palantir lost its Tesla twinness and it's acting literally like Nvidia. I mean, I guess everything acting like Nvidia, to be fair. Kind of looks, everything looks similar. I'm like super positive for this week now, and I was down 3K on puts on Friday, and I made that shit back yesterday. It was positive 4K, and now I'm real green into this week. I don't even want to do shit anymore, to be honest. I think I might just fucking chill today into market close tomorrow, and then even tomorrow I might chill out because this shit is fucking big ass fucking moves. I was thinking the market's gonna go lower, but I mean right now it's not. So clearly there's something different going on. 0DT cycling or whatever you want to call it, IWM, whatever you, I don't even know. Look at this IWM 1 minute gap filling though. We weren't even looking earlier. IWM gap down here and filled this shit too. With Nvidia 180, yeah, I just want to let the market, you know, create setups now. But the setup could be they bull trapped everybody today and then go lower because they bull trapped people yesterday too on SPY. It's not really showing. They just do this shit so perfectly. I don't like, is this shit, like, is this bulls trapped or bears trapped? Like, I don't even know. Can't even know because I really thought QQQ was gonna go under 616 to like 612, 610. I did not expect QQQ to literally go to 624. I didn't. I'm gonna be real, right? Even with the same morning pop, I didn't expect this shit. So, man, I don't fucking know, man. I don't really rely on numbers though, because numerically things change too much. Right? You think on QQQ and SPY this level here and there, and then the moment you wake up your eyes, it's literally 50, you know, $15 or $10 lower or higher because something. They're never the exact number you think. Why? Because it's literally just, it's not QQQ or SPY, it's literally index, right? It mixed with everything, so. It's just so easy for them to do anything is what I'm trying to say. Like, with one company or not, with something or not. Pretty epic bounce. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio right now. We have 164 people. If you guys could do me a favor and hit the thumbs up, at least 100 of you guys can still hit the thumbs up, I would very much appreciate it. Please, please do hit the thumbs up. I'm going to send the SPX put to call ratio right now. It is filled to the wall with calls, and there's still a lot of puts right now. That's the reality. You guys can see it yourself. Here you go. I don't know how there's still a lot of calls, but there is. Why? I don't know. Maybe the dump, they left everybody up there, or maybe every single time they were dumping and going lower, they were trying to go long. I don't know, but it's just what it is. It's what happened. That's what's going on now. So it's best to have an understanding of what's going on now. By looking at.
What if I told you?
Oh shit! We have the White House live right now. Yeah, thank you, man. Flanton said Trump cabinet meeting, and we almost missed it. He's not live yet, but he will go live soon. Just realized time is 11:40. He should be live in 15 minutes or so. Knowing President Trump, maybe an hour.
More about Bitcoin's volatility as bullish CEO and former NYSE President Tom Farley, who unfortunately not on set, but it's great to see you, Tom. Thanks for the help.
Hey, Carl. Next time I'll be on set. I'm actually headed down to D.C. to lobby the market structure bill. Make it in.
Well, you were here a couple of weeks ago, and we talked about some of the volatility that we saw in November. Are you heartened by this return to 90K at least?
Yeah, although I'm not surprised. Like I've had to, now that I'm a full-time crypto guy, I've had to just kind of put away my phone and my price charts on my desktop because otherwise it's too anxiety-inducing.
Full-time crypto guy.
I mean,
bullish
the
CEO.
volatility is real. The volatility is here for a long
his company
time.
name is Bullish.
You know, when you think about Bitcoin in particular, a simple way to think of it is there's 160,000 Bitcoin that are mined each year, 2025, 2026. And so you have to find an incremental buyer of that roughly $15 billion worth of Bitcoin. And in the first 7 months of last year, MicroStrategy alone covered up that 160,000 Bitcoin buy. They bought 180,000 Bitcoin. And in the last 5 months of the year, they only bought around about 20,000 Bitcoin. So you pull out that marginal buyer, you're going to get more volatility, you're going to get more downdrafts. So it's not entirely shocking. But, 90,000, we are where we are. I'm still a long-term bull. Bullish holds 24,000 Bitcoin. We continue to hold those Bitcoin. We'll see where it goes from here.
I know there are some macro concerns, Tom. Like yesterday, everyone was worried about the Bank of Japan raising rates. But also some of the crypto companies were reporting about this Yearn Finance, this DeFi protocol based on Ethereum, triggering the big sell-off on a hack. Basically, that this is still happening, and that these companies are still getting hacked, whether it's by foreign actors or foreign companies, and it does make you wonder if the infrastructure is in place safely to own these cryptos.
Yeah,
that cornucopia cone is insane, guys. I don't know if I said that. My mic was muted, but that cornucopia cone that we drew orange line is insane. To break down like that, to see it live, oh my God.
But I can tell you that number has declined dramatically. And we kind of woke up about 6 months ago and we said, geez, this now feels like an institutional asset class where by and large, the centralized exchanges are trustworthy. The custodians absolutely are trustworthy. There's fewer and fewer major hacks because these are now battle-hardened rails. And we're going to see major financial asset classes move onto publicly available blockchain and related technology over the years ahead. There's no question there are still hacks, and I'm not minimizing the impact of that. It's scary stuff. I think it's the #1 risk for any crypto company, and if it's not, they probably shouldn't be the manager.
Please realize how scary Tesla in the video looks right now. Okay.
The holidays are all about good company and good food. With our gourmet dishes and prepared meals, you can spend more time enjoying each other. That's something to be grateful for. Make it a hand-picked holiday.
I say that with fucking love. I don't say that shit to fucking, put any like fear into anybody or none of that. Like I actually do the shit I say.
Investor Michael Burry making another big call against the market. The Big Short investor calling Tesla shares ridiculously overvalued. Tom Narayan covers Tesla and other automakers for RBC and joins us now. Tom, great to see you. Thank you for being with us. We can start with Tesla, but I would love to talk about how representative it is of the larger auto space and how difficult it is to get a handle on exactly the supply-demand dynamics at a time of post-pandemic transition and post-tariff realization.
Oh my God!
Yeah, and I think what you're noticing more and more is the strength underlying the U.S. economy, especially at the top end and maybe at the middle, is manifesting itself with auto sales, which have actually been stronger than what a lot of people expected.
You know what's crazy, bro?
We did our own work.
The only reason why I'm hyped like this is because the last time I went to fucking Palantir, fucking crazy, literally the aftermarket closed, the news came out that he was in $2 billion short on Palantir, and then the day after, Alex Karp came out on CNBC. You know what I mean? Dude, I felt like my life was I felt like I was living in a movie. Like, there's no way he's coming out saying this shit about Tesla now. Oh,
which have actually been stronger than what a lot of people expected. We did our own work to actually show that there's about a 6 to 7 million vehicle deficit of cars that were never purchased because of the pandemic. And, you know, in the U.S., in a lot of states, you have to have a car.
I love to see it.
It's as simple as that. How do you get to work? And if you can afford the car, you will buy it. And so, you know, at the beginning of the year, I think folks were looking at something like a 15 million vehicle SAR for 2025. It's looking like it's probably going to be a 16.2, 16.3 million number. So, yes, sure, things are slowing down a little bit. There's been some pricing to offset some.
Tesla is actually preparing for a bull trap. Like, I said this last night. So yeah, after 4 p.m., but like they pumped it up into market and then did it. But dude, this shit's gonna roll. I think it's gonna roll a little bit. Like if you look at the MACD, look at the MACD right now. It's comparable to one of those moments. Okay, it's not. In the 2 hour, it is. This shit compare trap. Never mind. Look at I don't know. I was looking at this Look at this 2 hour right here. Look at this 2 hour right here. Roll down a little bit. Look at this 2 hour right here. Roll down a little bit. I mean, I thought there's a possibility. I think there's a possibility for a little bit, but whatever.
EREV or hybrid backdrop, we're actually pretty constructive on U.S. autos.
So this goes to who's going to win, right? Is it the U.S. auto manufacturers? Is it the electric vehicle manufacturers? Or is it, as we have seen of late, a real shift back to hybrid and, frankly, trucks and away from the Elon Musk's Teslas of the world?
Yeah, I mean, let's just look at cars specifically or autos specifically. I would agree with that.
LOD testing.
ICE cars in the U.S. definitely, perhaps there's some room for EREV or hybrid. Certainly EVs is not the place to be right now in the U.S. I do think there's room for that maybe later in the decade. But right now, the strength is at the heart of the U.S. auto industry, pickups, large SUVs, ICEs. Think GM, most notably, maybe Ford as well, some Stellantis. So we think that's really where you'll see most of the benefit near term, not as much with the EV space in the U.S.
EV space has certainly been under pressure. At the same time, though, Tom, you haven't outperformed on Tesla. Why do you continue to like this company?
The news comes out after with the setup.
Yeah, it's certainly not really because of autos. It has more to do with the AI features, right? So Robotaxi, you guys well know my thoughts on Robotaxi, and then now the humanoid market. And yes, look, it's very early to tell where Tesla's going to be in that. So I look at Tesla the same way on humanoids as I do on Robotaxi, which is I look at the top down.
IWM is going for the gap below at 242.84. Sorry, you guys can't see all these gaps. They're going for the gap below. Most likely, it's a 75% probability that into tomorrow. No, I can't say into tomorrow. Into tomorrow, dangerous as shit. It's a 95% probability that into Thursday, December 4th, they're gonna go lower and go fill these gaps at 242.83 and 242.21. That's what I think, but it could not happen as well. IWM turning down. When they do turn down, it does turn down. So 242 point somewhere is down here. I guess we'll just have to see. Bounce is coming. You know, if you look at SPX, it shows this 1 week, like 1 week as, okay, not 1 week, daily. Chart's frozen. Yeah, we'll see. 0 DT gaming. LOD did not fill. Sorry, gap did not fill on QQQ.
I think it's a huge market opportunity, both humanoids and robotaxi, and I'm assuming actually very small penetration levels for Tesla on humanoids, only 5% of that market. It's a big opportunity, this humanoid market. I don't think the investor base has caught up with reality. Certainly folks like me are new to the game. When you talk to the experts in robotics, as we have recently, you realize why there's such a big market opportunity. And, you know, that tends to move this stock, right? It's a narrative stock. As long as we don't have negative data points, and this is like a 10, 15-year horizon, what is the negative catalyst here to kind of put some shade on the stock? So right now we're looking at that perspective, and we like the stock.
So what do you make of Michael Burry's call then, when he says Tesla is ridiculously overvalued? Would you just tell him that you're looking at the future and what's going on with not just robotaxi, but potentially what happens with humanoids?
In the WhatsApp group, I don't know if I put a...
Yeah, I mean, like, we don't know is the answer, right? I mean, we don't know who's going to win. What do we know about humanoids? We know there's going to be a lot of them. We know that's probably going to be decades from now. We know the form factor will probably be humanoid, and we know Tesla is one of the leaders. So, you know, from that basis, I do think there's enough inertia that should support the stock.
Gasoline.
This is one of my favorite little gifts to give. I love how it looks so elegant and tasteful. You can use it as a bookmark like so.
Building up the strategic national reserves, which Biden emptied out before the election so that he could try and get elected, meaning he started it, then he got thrown out of the race, then she took over and she kept it going, and they emptied out these strategic national reserves, which are really meant for something else. They're not meant to keep people happy with their gasoline price. They're meant for war. They're meant for problems, big problems. He emptied it out, and then she continued it during the process of trying to get elected. Didn't work out too well for him. And they virtually brought it down to the lowest level, I believe, in history. And it didn't have much of an impact because the prices were very high. But our prices now for energy, but for gasoline, are really low. Electricity's coming down. And when that comes down, everything comes down. But the word
gap filled on SPY. We do not have to gap fill on QQQ, by the way.
They say it, and then they go on to the next subject.
There can be a gap fill on SPY, and they do not have to gap fill on QQQ.
They have the worst inflation in the history of our country. Now, some people will correct me, because they always love to correct me, even though I'm right about everything. But some people like to correct me, and they say 48 years. I say it's not 48 years, it's much more. But they say
bro, he's so
it's
comedy,
the worst inflation that we've had.
Because I'm right about everything.
I say ever. But whether it's 48 years or ever, it's pretty bad. We had the worst inflation that we've ever had.
I love you, Mr. President.
Since last January, we've stopped inflation in its tracks. And there is still more to do. There's always more to do, but we have it down to a very good level. It's going to go down a little bit further. You want to have a little tiny bit of inflation. Otherwise, that's not good either. Then you have a thing called deflation. And deflation can be worse than inflation. but we have almost, we'll soon be at a perfect level, but we inherited the worst inflation. But we have 20 states that are now selling gasoline at less than the $2.75, think of that, $2.75, and it was at $5 under Sleepy Joe. Grocery prices are down with the cost of Thanksgiving turkey this year down 33%.
I'm feeling
it was
so
lower
happy
than
today. Who was loving today?
Lower than under the Biden administration. Egg prices are way down 86%. Thank you. And mortgage rates, despite the fact that we have an incompetent chairman of the Fed, a real dope, who should reduce rates. I saw even Jamie Dimon said he should be reducing rates.
Bears are actually in danger. It's UODT. Bears are all birding. This is choppy.
But he really said it because
today,
right.
I mean, this whole entire month,
November,
December.
Ox. He probably doesn't like your president, your favorite president. But they're going to be coming down. We'll be announcing somebody probably early next year for the new chairman of the Fed. I talked to Scott about taking the job, but he doesn't want it. You got the greatest job here.
Yes, sir.
Right? He said, no, I want to stay chairman. I want to stay right where we are, Treasury. And I think we're doing really great, aren't we?
We're doing great, sir. It's a great team to be part of.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Under my executive order to lower prescription drug prices, which I think is the single biggest thing we've ever done that nobody writes about because you're fake news. I've made unprecedented deals along with Bobby and Oz and all of the people that work on it. A lot of people that you wouldn't even think work on it, but they do, to slash drug prices by 200%, 300%, 400%, 500%, 600%, 700%, 800%. Nobody's ever heard of it before because I instituted favored nations.
I'm tempted on Tesla now that
no
Michael
nation
Burry
agreed to do it, and then I said to the nation, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to charge you 100% tariff, which is more money than we're talking about. And they said, sir, we'd love to do it. Please, we would be honored to do it. And they agreed that they would go along with the whole thing.
At this point, I'm waiting for a bounce.
Nobody thought you could do it because they felt, number one, you couldn't get the drug companies to do it. So we're paying, as an example, for the, let's call it the fat drug, FAT, for fat people. Anybody use it at the table? Don't ask. But the fat drug was $135. Think of that. For certain people, $1,300 for certain countries, $1,300 in New York. So in New York, it was $1,300. And in London, it was $135. A friend of mine called me, he said, what is this? Why is it? He got used to paying $1,300. Well, now what we have it down to is, Bobby, what's the number? Like 150 or something? We have it down to a low number, don't we?
Yeah, it's around 125, 150.
Think of that. So we got it down from $1,300 to $125 to $140, depending on various countries. In other words, we're paying the lowest price, tied for the lowest price in the world. People said you could never do that because you couldn't get the countries to agree to it. I did.
I'm doing it on Dr. Berry.
Because I said, if you're not going to agree to it, that's okay. I'm going to charge you down.
Dr. Berry.
And as soon as I said that, they said,
oh, my God.
We had to be a little tough with the drug companies.
God, he made my life.
And the bigger problem was the countries. The countries just wouldn't go along with it, but they did. Every country.
Palantir, Tesla,
So we have reduced
Palantir. I think it was all
prices
Dr. Berry shit. So
by 500, 600, 700, 800, 900%, depending on the drug.
What does he even say?
Depending on the company, depending on all of the different factors involved. Nobody's ever even thought of drug reductions like that, price reductions. And I told you the story that in my first term I was so proud of myself because I reduced drugs. It was the first time in 28 years that drug prices were reduced. Was 1/4%. 1/4%. And I was so proud of myself. I said, it's the first time in 28 years that drug prices went down over the course of a year, over the course of a presidency. 1 year, 1/4%. I had a news conference. I was so proud. Now I got them down not 1/4%. I got them down 400, 500, 600%.
Either market is trying to go bullish here, or it's chopping at this 4 p.m. close line on SPY. It's like popping,
and it's going to have a huge impact on healthcare because a big part of it's buying drugs, buying prescription drugs. It's going to have a huge positive impact because Obamacare is a disaster. I said it years ago, and I say it now. And the money should be paid, taken away from the insurance companies.
You guys are hearing about this Trump care shit?
The insurance companies rich. Their stocks have gone up 1,000% in a short period of time because the money goes to the insurance company. I want the money to go to the people. Let all the money go to the people, and let the people go out and buy their own health care. And I see on television, people are advertising now, we will help you buy health care. We will go out and help you buy. That's becoming like an industry because of what I said. So something's going to happen. It's probably not going to be easy because the Democrats, frankly, they don't want to make a good deal.
You know what that would do? All the private companies would go and profit.
They want to make a bad deal for the Republican Party.
That's what he wants to have.
But the Republican Party is united, and I will say that what I would like to do.
This is bullish territory. It is up to the bulls to not go higher from here.
Dollars get paid.
This is third bullish cycle.
And you still have lousy health care.
11:30. So for 30 minutes they are bullish, and they're burning the 3/3 from 11:20
and then let the people go out and buy their own health care, and they'll do great.
There must be a gap somewhere here in IWM2 that is filling it.
Well, congressional Democrats
do not have
want the largest tax hike in history. I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history with the Great Big Beautiful Bill. The Great Big Beautiful Bill, the biggest piece of legislation ever signed, and that includes the extension of the original Trump tax cuts.
This shit might fill at some point. The bears are in danger here. There's a setup above.
No tax on overtime and no tax on Social Security. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So
the bulls are still coming, but this is the 3/3 bullish. So at any point here, they can reject, or they can reject and then fake out, and then go to VWAP, and then reject too. Why? Because the setup, the higher time frame is still bearish on a lot of things,
because we had incompetent presidents or incompetent trade people.
You know what I mean?
But 60% of it was
a little bit dangerous to think on VWAP flip right now, but all I'm saying is they were bullish from 11:30 to 12. Take that however you want to take that.
That's not even to mention AI, where we're leading China.
Doing something
we're leading China by a lot. They're not going to catch us. We have to be smart, but if we're smart,
Willie Wombat says Trump doesn't care. Not Trump care.
Next year is projected to be the largest tax refund season ever.
Right,
and we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars, and we're going to be giving a nice dividend to the people. In addition to reducing debt, as you know, I inherited a lot of debt. It's peanuts compared to the kind of numbers we're talking about. So we're going to be making a dividend to the people, and additionally, we're going to
tariff checks
be able to reduce debt. And as time goes by over the next 2, 3, 4 years, those numbers are going to go up. And I believe that at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay, because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous, that you're not going to have income tax to pay.
That's amazing. I love this
Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around.
This week could have
been
real bad on Monday. If Monday was bullish, it could have been real bad.
But you won't be paying income tax.
They're bullish until they were bearish until Monday, flipping the weekend,
saving
right?
Americans,
And then they were bullish to open, and then they were bearish.
For a family of 4.
It's the best way for the market to cook the majority. They are
allowing
the deductors to come in and deduct once it happens, while it's happening, and to take care of the
electricity
cycle and the setups as they come in. That's literally fair market.
Scam, one of the greatest scams in the history of our country.
Green New Scam.
They talked about global warming and all that crap, and what they've done to this country. What they've done by allowing 25 million people into our country, many of whom are criminals, many of whom 11,888
The volume continues to come back on Tesla. It's
and we have to get them out, and we're doing it. We're doing it. I think what the job that
if all this somehow gets used to go lower later, Tesla volume comes in, is GG's. But I mean, until it happens, it won't happen.
I terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate, and Look, some people that make
Jennifer
electric
said he
cars
doesn't understand percentages. You can't slash something
we have to do that
500%.
because you have to have a choice, whether it's a
He's just saying that though
gasoline-powered
to
car.
like, you know, get
And we have so much gasoline. You know,
stage
China doesn't have
effects is what
gasoline.
you call it, right?
We do. And whether it's a hybrid,
To just do things to
which
the
really
most
are
extreme,
working
just
really
like bears
well,
and bulls.
the
most
combination of
extreme.
electric and gasoline driven. But we
Like we are winning
everybody
bigly.
was supposed to by 2030.
Like, why can't we just say
everybody
we're
had to
winning
own
big?
an electric car under
Like,
the Biden
we're
stupidity.
winning bigly.
And
We're winning
not
the
everybody
biggest.
wants to do that.
We're
I
winning
like
the biggest
electric
lead.
cars. I
Like, you know what I mean?
All cars, they're all good. They all have reasons.
It's all show.
But you want to be able to go and buy what you want. I
Love it.
oppose historic tariffs that are now bringing in so much money that nobody's ever seen anything like it.
See, nobody's ever
Countries that
seen
were ripping us off, including allies, but they were ripping us off for years. I won't use the names. I won't.
They're definitely doing
mention
something though
Japan.
behind curtains,
I
right?
refuse to mention
like,
South Korea.
Tariff
I will not
checks are
mention
coming.
names.
South
They
Korea.
were ripping us off like nobody's ever been ripped off before, and taking horrible advantage of your country. But now we're making a lot of money. We're making a lot of money because of the tariffs that are pouring in.
That's a little bit loud.
And it's really national security. Among everything else, it's national security. We've also rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history. I believe we had the worst border ever in history. I don't care
Bears are
if
here.
you had a fourth world country.
Bears
you know,
are here.
we allow third world country in. We would allow fourth world war countries in also. It doesn't matter. There was never a border that was as bad as our border. We allowed anybody in with no checks, no vetting. So we've rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history into the strongest border in the history of our country, and probably one of the strongest borders in the history of the world, because we have nobody coming through. And I want to thank our people. The Border Patrol is so amazing, ICE, and I want to thank the military for the backup, because they're standing right behind them, and that was really nasty for a period of months, and now it's no longer nasty. Now they don't even come up. Nobody comes up. It's an easy job. It made your job a lot easier because they know they're not going to get through. And we take people in, but they have to come in legally. For 6 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. You believe that? 0. We had millions of people coming in a year, millions. Now we have 0 for 6 months.
All right.
And these are given by radical
So
left
the Bears are
people
here.
that do the,
Hovering.
numbers.
MACD
we're
might
not
be
doing
used to
anything.
go lower later. Not now.
We're being-
I'm going
we
to stay
don't have-
patient and watch.
We don't have our net numbers are unbelievable.
But we are also below VWAP
We
in
had
negative
0
gamma
people,
territory. Take that
in the
however you
last
want to
6
take.
months. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded.
1.9
ever
can Tesla.
recorded.
Tesla
And
going.
nobody talks about that anymore. You know, it's crazy. They don't talk about it. You'd think they'd say, well, Trump's done a great job at the border. This country is being destroyed by the border. But you always find something new.
Let's hit the thumbs
Like,
up button, folks.
is he in
Thank you
good
very
health?
much. I'm sending the
Biden was
SPX
great,
put-to-call ratio
but
right
he's
now.
Trump in
It
good
is
health.
filled to the brims with calls still.
I sit here, I do
And
news,
there's
4
still a
news
lot of
conferences a
puts
day. I
down
ask
there.
questions from very intelligent
But there's still a
lunatics.
lot of calls up there.
I always get
They're
I give
fucking
the right answers.
burning.
There's never a scandal. There's never a problem. I give you answers that solve your little problems. You go back and you can't find anything, but you do stories about Biden was in wonderful health. The guy didn't do a news conference for 8 months. If I go one day, I had one day where I didn't do a news conference. There's
Barely
something
in
wrong
negative
with the
gamma
president.
territory. We are not going to
You
neutral
people are
or
crazy.
flip
I'll let you know
VWAP
when there's
territory
something wrong.
yet.
There will be someday.
There's a lot of
That's
calls
going to
up
happen to
here.
all of us. But right now, I think I'm
From
sharper than I was 25 years ago. But who the hell knows? By the way,
6,820
I took
to
all
6,870.
A's,
It is filled.
But they said to me, would you like to take a cognitive
Let's go look at
test? I said,
SPX.
is it hard?
The S&P 500 index.
They said yes.
We are at
I said, well, I'm a
6,820.
very smart person. Who was the last president to take one? No president has ever agreed to take one.
This
Because
orange line
when
we're
you get
touching
into
on
the mid-questions,
SPX as well.
meaning, 10, question number 10, 11, 12,
Crazy spike into
28,
one single
30, they get
candle.
harder and harder. And they
Single
said, would you
candle
like to
touch
do it?
and
I
then
said,
never
well,
coming back.
no reason to do
That
it.
one
Nobody's ever
single
done it.
candle
I'll do
touch
it,
and
maybe,
never
but
coming
there's
back.
really no reason. They said, sir, the problem is this is Walter Reed Hospital. And that's
Right,
a
let's do some
military
cycle
hospital.
analysis though.
And that means that things are, you know,
If
sort
this
of
breaks
open.
this
It's not
low,
like
all
private
these
where
bulls
you-
gets used in the
if you
1/3,
do
2/3 to go
poorly,
lower. If it breaks higher,
we'll,
all these bears get
have
used
to
to continuously go
probably,
higher in the 3/3.
You'll find out. I said, I won't do
It
poorly.
looks
I'm a smart person,
more
not a
bearish
stupid
because
person.
we are in the 3/3 and we're
And
doing this, but I mean,
as
if we
the doctor
hover
will tell
here
you, I
and we
aced
chop
it.
again,
Right,
that's
Susie?
possible
I aced.
too.
I got
If we
every
don't go that
question
much
right.
lower tomorrow and we
And
chop
these are
here, that's possible. If we
questions.
pop
These are
back up and we
questions
chop
that
somewhere
I
and we
would say
fill the gap tomorrow, that's possible
99% of the
too.
people that
Nothing
I'm
says we
talking
can't
to
go
right now,
higher.
meaning the people that
It just says something says we might go a little bit
would not
lower
do
here
well
than
in
that.
this.
That's
I'm the
just a
only one
thing.
that
That's
took it.
just
I got
another
every-
thing. We could pop
Enjoy
up
a
here,
taste
that's
of New York wherever you are
Chances of
with
that
our
would be
new
maybe
bagels from Waffle.
10% lower than the other side.
Trump is sharp, but they're not sharp. That's why they're going out of business, the New York Times. I hear that they're losing so much money, it's
It'll take
ridiculous.
a lot of
They're
faking
a
out
bunch
and
of
pumping
fakers. But we
to
have,
break the HOD.
we can never let another thing happen like what happened to us with a fake election, with a rigged election, where a guy like Joe Biden
gap
assumes the
filled one
presidency.
today.
Because the man was grossly incompetent. And
We
he was
did not gap
incompetent
fill up
30
here.
years ago. But he
This
was
red
really
line did not gap
incompetent
fill
for
by
those
mere
last
cents, just
few
like it did
years, and our
not
country
that
was
day.
put in great danger because of it. So
But
for
we
6
did gap
months in a
fill
row,
this
we
from
had
one.
0 people, illegal
This is
border
the second day,
crossings
so
along the U.S.-Mexico
this is
border.
why the market popped up today and gap filled, because this is why the SPX, right, when they make a gap intraday or overnight, it usually fills within 24 hours. The percentage of it is like super high. It's
On
like
the
for
world
the
stage, we're
NASDAQ
really
74%
respected.
or something.
In
If
fact,
it
I
does
went to
not
NATO
gap
and they
fill,
were calling
it
me
hovers.
the president of Europe.
What?
We're
Gap.
doing very well. We have a lot of respect. As you know,
Second
we have
day
a
failed.
problem with a war that our people
There was
are
an
trying to
intraday
settle
SPY
now with
gap
Russia
here
and
that held for
Ukraine.
2 days. Then it went up for
We are
1
not
day.
involved in the war
It was here or
monetarily
something.
anymore.
1
Biden
day,
gave
2
away
days. I don't even know. It
$350
filled.
billion like it was candy.
It was on the
That's
third day.
a massive amount of money. And much of it in cash, a lot of it in equipment. I don't give away anything. We sell the equipment to NATO. The European nations pay us for the equipment, 100% price. And then they bring it to Ukraine or whatever they do with it.
Time is only
And we're
12,
trying
so
to
I mean,
get that
maybe
settled.
if
I've
they flip
settled
VWAP, but
8
wow, that would be a
wars.
crazy chart. I'm
This
not
would
gonna
be
lie.
the
Like,
ninth, and our
that would be
people
a
are
crazy
over
chart.
in Russia right now to see if we can get it settled. Not an easy situation, let me tell you.
Let's
What
see
a
if we
mess.
get a big U
It's
and
a
then a
war that
rocket.
never would have happened if I were
Maybe.
president. Not even a
Maybe
chance.
it
And
is
didn't
possible. You know,
happen
maybe it changes
for 40
everything and
years.
then changes the cycle and then
We
goes and makes a
renamed
new
the
HOD.
Department of Defense the Department of War.
There's
I
no
thought that would be
divergence.
controversial, and frankly, I tell you what, I haven't met one person. There's not one person I've met that doesn't like
624
it.
is pretty high too.
You know, think of it.
I
We
mean, like,
won.
were they going to go
World War
630s
I,
tomorrow?
World War II, everything
go
in
higher.
between, everything before it. And then we said, let's change the name.
It looks like we're chopping here.
So we changed it back to
If we
what it
don't
was,
run, we'll see.
Department of War, and Pete's doing a great
No
job.
volume, right? But I mean, no volume
ended
could
8 wars,
somehow
think of that. 8
up.
wars. But
So
we're going to do one more, I think. I hope. I hope. Every time I end a war, they say, if President Trump ends that war, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. So I end that war. Well, he won't get it for that war, but if he ever gets it for the next war, now they're saying, if he ever ends the war with Russia and Ukraine, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. What about the other 8 wars? India, Pakistan. Think of all the wars I ended. I should get the Nobel Prize for every war, but I don't want to be greedy. Actually, the woman who got the Nobel Prize said, "You've got to be kidding. Trump deserves the Nobel Prize." So that was very nice of her. I appreciate it, which is true, actually. But I don't care about that. You know what I care about? I care about death. I care about all the people that are dying. And last month, 27,000 young people died, mostly young people, mostly soldiers, despite some missiles being shot into
Ocho
Kiev
was right.
and other places.
IWM is making another gap
But
up.
think of it, mostly
1210
young people.
into 1215.
27,000 people died.
There's now 2 gaps. We
between
are in
Russia
between
and
2
Ukraine
gaps.
last
This
month.
is a gap
What a
play,
shame.
gap setup.
So we're restoring law and order to our cities and towns. If you look at what's happened, and I want to pay my deepest respects to those 2 incredible people from the National Guard in West Virginia they came from. I spoke to their parents.
What do I mean by gap play, gap
Sarah
setup?
is
It's going to
gone.
gap fill one or not. It's going to gap
Passed
hope.
away. She's
Maybe it's
looking
going to go
down on
down,
us
gap
now,
this,
and
and then
she
fill
loves her
one, and then
parents,
go
and they
up,
love
and then
her.
gap, maybe go
They
down,
were-
hope that, and then go
Somebody
up,
said,
and then
"How are
go
they
back
doing?" I
down,
said,
field at, whatever the fuck. He's gonna go downfield. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying. We're in between two zones to waste time, chop here, and make a cycle. That's what I'm trying to say. Because I've been here before, so that's what I mean by in between two gaps.
She was like a perfect human being. 20 years old, just started. She was like a baby. She was so proud. They were giving her a promotion, and she told the parents that she was getting a promotion, and they were so proud of her. Then they get a call that this happened. And we have one young man who's fighting for his life. He's fighting very hard. I think he's probably doing better than anybody. And they said he didn't have a chance. I'll tell you, the one who said he's going to live is his mother.
I don't think it's running, but I mean, maybe it is running.
He's going to live. I spoke to
him
very soon after this horrible event took place.
Not yet.
Some that is
about to right now.
Into our country. I spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to be okay. I'm telling you.
That's Gatfield.
No doctor thought that. Nobody thought that. He was hitting bad
I don't think it's going to run, but we'll see. That is crazy. Why there's so many bullets stuck up there, but we'll see, man.
And it is trying to. Right, Pam, right? Possibly right. Boy,
another gap up.
It would be amazing. If he lives, it would be amazing. A miracle, actually. But
look at the candles.
We're very proud of those two people. We're very proud of the National Guard. We're very proud of our military and our police and our firemen and women. If you go back
crazy, man.
and take a look a year ago, year and a half
this shit
ago,
looks so
changed, I think, on November
this is going to
5th,
have
the
to
day of the
fill
election.
in the next 5
But
minutes.
you go back before that,
next 15
you
minutes.
couldn't get people to join the military.
No way this is not going to feel like this.
They didn't want anything to do with military. They wanted
no
nothing
volume
to do with
right
joining
now
the police or the fire. They wanted nothing to do with anything.
No volume right now. They're pumping on President Trump.
Spirit, nothing.
To be with.
And now we just had the highest recruitment.
They're burning all the bears from they're burning all the fucking bears from 11:30. Dude, it's absolute, man.
And
wow.
I will say,
but I mean, this shit is so fucking manufactured.
Washington, D.C. has become a really safe place. And I guess this lunatic probably was upset that the National Guard is so effective, because we were really effective, and we are. And Washington, D.C. is
going to fill in the next 2 minutes.
Considered a very, very safe city. We had crime numbers a year ago that was so bad, embarrassment that the city, the capital of this country, could have numbers like that. And Washington now is, I mean, no murders, no this. It's been a miracle. Also, what happened here, and now we're in Memphis, and we're going to New Orleans pretty soon. Over there, the governor called me. He'd like to have us go there. Governor Landry, great guy, great governor.
POC just shifted.
He's asked for help in New Orleans, and we're going to go there in a couple of weeks. And we're doing a real job. Even Chicago's down a little bit because of we have a minor force there.
Now we're in neutral territory.
We can knock it down within 4 or 5 weeks. We can bring it down to almost nothing. But we have a governor that's grossly incompetent, and we have a mayor that's even more incompetent than the governor. He's a very low IQ person.
Your POC moving up and
typically
down.
Low IQ people don't make good mayors. So I want to thank all of our cabinet members. They're high IQ. Let me say one. Yeah, generally speaking, a couple of them a little concerned about. No, but I want to thank. We have a great cabinet, an amazing cabinet, amazing people. Wow. All of them, you know, sort of
presidential.
We're getting credit for the good cabinet, actually. And I just want to wish everybody a great holiday.
Look at that, man. Presidential knife up.
I think done a great job with the White House, bringing the White House back.
Look at this. The IWM 1 minute gaps holding.
The Lincoln bedroom was redone. The Lincoln bathroom is now gorgeous like it should have been. It was terrible green tile that was never the way it was supposed to be. It was done in the 1940s, actually. But it was not proper. And we're restoring the White House just like we're restoring the country, and people are thrilled. But the First Lady's done a beautiful job with the Christmas trees and all the decorations. I see the roofs on the windows. I've never seen that before.
I'm in my Tesla until Friday, but yeah, this shit is kind of getting.
4 stories high. I said, how did they get that wreath?
How much is let it be? I'm at 427.5. I think I'm okay, even with this pop-up. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do anything.
But they put them up, and we have wonderful people working in the White House, and they're really proud to bring the building back. Because this building was a little bit like the country. It was mishandled, it was mistreated. and now it's
So
being
fucking
given
close to
love.
the HOD.
And we're building one of the great, I think, maybe the greatest ballroom. We needed it for 150 years. They've been asking to see the trucks and cranes and excavators in the background.
Oh my
And you hear
God.
them, and every
If
time
I was
hear
in
them,
this
I love
still
the sound.
holding or something,
I
bro,
love
I
the
would be
sound.
fucking
I wouldn't
pissed.
say my wife is
If I
thrilled.
wasn't going long, if I was short against this
She
shit,
hears
I'd
pile
be
drivers in the
pissed. Like,
background
what
all
the
day, all night.
This
They go till
presidential
12
live
o'clock
stream
in
is
the evening,
flipping
day,
everything.
Night, pile drivers. Darling, could you turn off the pile drivers? Sorry, darling, that's progress. But no, we're doing great. It's going to be I think it's going to be the finest ballroom.
Ochoa says
And
lots
we're
of
gonna have
gaps
it.
in
They
tech
wanted it
stocks.
for
1 minute, yeah, dude. You
150
can't
years.
worry about little
So
things
I
like
will
that, man.
just,
Just because I'm
end
talking
by
about
saying I
1
wanna
minute
thank the
gaps,
cabinet.
they're important
It's,
everywhere.
been a
They're
great
only
cabinet.
important
Let's think
basically
of it. Time flies,
on
but
major
it's the last 50
indexes,
years, I said,
and also
I just think you've done a fantastic job, and we're going to go around the room.
I would only say
We're gonna
IWM
go
and SPY
around
and
the room, and
QQQ.
we'll
I
start
only
with
use this
Pete,
for
and you'll tell us about some of the
It's very, very
achievements. And
dangerous
some of you
to
have achievements that are so
think that
big, I
on
don't want you to go
individual
through the whole thing because we don't have time. But we'll start with Pete, and then if you want, we'll take some questions at the end. Please, Pete.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As you said, it has been a historic year at the Department of War. Recruiting and retention over this year are at the most historic levels our country has ever seen. I had a chance to be on a aircraft carrier destroyer over Thanksgiving. The spirit in our ranks since the election under President Trump is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it as a soldier myself in uniform, and I know a lot of you feel the same way. We've ripped out the DEI and the political correctness. It's all merit-based at the department. We're getting back to basics: accountability, training, readiness, lethality, and that's reviving that spirit.
I think it's going to reject below VWAP.
The military,
I don't know about a run.
investments. I just took briefings on the Golden Dome and
I think it's gonna do
F-47
something like
next
this.
generation capabilities that are going to make sure that for generations to come, America has the most powerful, most capable, most lethal military.
It's going to do something like that instead of just
rebuilt
running.
once and we're rebuilding
Why
again.
there's so many bulls up there?
And then we're
It's gonna
reestablishing
burn 'em.
deterrence and credibility. If you look at what happened, we deal with every day the outcome of what happened in Afghanistan, the debacle under Joe Biden.
That does not mean it's going to reject and go. I'm just saying, I think it's going to chop, or do something, and then it's going to
what
do
happened on
something.
October
But I don't
7th
think it's
with
going to run.
Hamas, what happened in Ukraine, a war that never
That's
would
why I
have
said
started
the
under
WhatsApp
President
group. I
Trump.
don't think it's going to
We're having to
run right
rebuild
now.
that. So whether it's freedom of navigation and taking the fight to the Houthis, whether it's Midnight Hammer, those beautiful
This shit
B-2s
happening
going
too.
37 hours
IWM
back
1
and
minute
forth,
gap,
undetected,
IWM 1 minute
delivering
gap,
with precision,
playing in the
and
3/3,
Iran not
and the
getting
run is so
nuclear
dangerous.
capabilities. Europe and NATO stepping up to 5%, locking down our southwest border. It's been an honor to work with Christy and Tom and everyone else down there to lock it to zero, operational control of our border. And then it's getting after and going after narco-terrorists and designated terrorist organizations in our own hemisphere. As I've said, and I'll say again, we've only just begun striking narco boats
3:30
and
extended
putting narco
at
terrorists
12:17
at the bottom of the ocean
12:20,
because they've been poisoning the American people.
12:20 is the
And Joe
high
Biden
of this
tried to
cycle
approach it with kid
until
gloves
it goes higher.
and allowed them to come across the border. Cartels take over community, 20 million people, hundreds of thousands of Americans poisoned. And President Trump said, no, we're taking the gloves off. We're taking the fight to these
Man, there
designated
must have been
terror
so many
organizations.
bulls up
It's
there.
exactly what we're
Then they
doing.
did
So
that.
stopping
There
the
must have been
drugs,
so
striking
many
the boats.
bears down there, and they did
We're
that.
defeating narco terrorists, and we're standing.
And you may say one thing.
You have
that
to
girls
realize,
coming
right,
in
there are so
through
many late
the
people that
sea
see
by
things
sea
on candles.
are down
So many late
91%.
people that see things on candles.
And I don't know who the 9%
So many late
is.
people
I'm not
that
sure
see
either,
things
sir,
on
'cause
candles. You get what I'm saying? Like, you have to
91% by
be
sea.
like
We've
in
had
the
a bit of a
1/3,
pause
2/3,
because it's hard to
early
find boats
adapters
to
or
strike right now.
not the laggards.
Which is
I'm
the
saying
entire
hypothetically,
point.
early
Right?
adapters,
Deterrence
laggards are
has to
okay
matter,
going
not
long.
arrest and hand
The
over and then
laggards
do
are
it
the ones
again.
getting
The
killed.
rinse and repeat
3/3
approach
going
of previous
lower.
administrations.
Yeah.
This is meant to get
It's
after
just
that
always
approach.
cycling.
And I will just end by saying,
We'll have
as President Trump always has our back,
care
we
about
always
cycle.
have the back of our commanders who are making
I have a
decisions in
huge
difficult
care for
situations,
cycle.
and we do in this case and all these strikes. They're making judgment calls and ensuring that they
Zero
defend
DTs.
the
This is
American
why
people.
zero
They've
DT
done
is
the
so
right things.
dangerous.
We'll
The
keep doing
3/3.
that, and we'll
Zero
have their back.
DT so
Good job.
dangerous.
Thank you very much. Howard?
So we
I used
set
to
out
color
to
these.
stop
I used
the
to
rip
color
off
these
of the
boxes. I
United
would color
States of
this
America.
blue,
This
and I
is
would
about
color this red, and I would
global
color this blue,
change
color
of
and red,
trade.
and I would see
We've been
like what
ripped off
the.
since 1945 when we set this policy.
I've done everything.
So we
like
set out, and together
how I've
with my
seen it.
partners, Jameson Greer and Scott Bessett, we set out to change that. So we started, the first one was the UK deal, right? We asymmetric. They pay us 10%. and we get charged nothing. That allows us to export, and that began the process. Then we did the biggest, the European Union, 450 million people, $20 trillion economy.
I thought that was
They
Dr. Oz.
completely
Why is he
opened their
screaming?
borders to us, and we charge them 15%. That makes America $100 billion a year and turns it back to where our economy is the best. And so it proved that President Trump's trade agenda was the right trade agenda. Then we go to Japan and Korea. They offer us $750 billion in cash to build in America at the president's direction. And we're going to start as an example, nuclear. Right? We need to have a nuclear arsenal in America of power, the generation of power. So we're going to build hundreds of billions of dollars, financed by the Japanese and the Koreans, meaning they give us the money, we build it here, and we split the cash flow 50-50. We're going to build ships, $150 billion.
Guys, let's hit the thumbs up on the video.
That
Plus,
changes the
hit
way
the thumbs
things
up.
work.
We are at
Right?
70.
After those trade deals, then you go to how are we going to reshore? Right? Let's start talking about the auto industry. Right? We've been competed against by Koreans, the Japanese, the Europeans. We're kicking our tail. President Trump changed it. 25% tariffs. Bring it all home. This year, General Motors stock up 40%.
Volume going
Ford
bullish still.
up 34%. And on the same day that we announced we had set all the tariffs, Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, called and said, I can't believe I'm calling a Republican Secretary of Commerce to tell the president that this is the greatest administration for auto workers in America.
Going into
Stocks up and auto workers up. That proves that President Trump understands how to take care of the whole ecosystem, both the companies and, more importantly, the people who work there. Semiconductors, right? We didn't build any. The Biden CHIPS Act was a $60 billion giveaway, right? We've now turned that. $300 billion is committed to America. That's going to go up to $750 billion in the next 60 days,
like that.
right? And then you go to pharmaceuticals, right? $250 billion being invested in America.
I'm not inspired. I'm just saying I don't like that going higher because of the low volume.
Pounding away on that MFN, working together
sus, but
as a joint
flipping
team.
it and going higher.
They're coming to over $250 billion and cutting prices in half. We did the golden share.
This is a true presidential speech, whatever though. You know, when things like this happen, when major news catalysts happen and things flip, like there's just no fundamentals are out the window.
I was working on transition with President Trump.
Flipping and going. Fundamentals are out the window.
The greatest cabinet ever, for the greatest president ever. And I, as I sit here today, I can't be more proud of how you did it, sir. You've created the greatest cabinet. It is a joy to be at this table.
You know, one thing we mentioned, so they came to see me from Intel, and they had a problem. I said, look, we'll fix your problem, but I think the United States is entitled to 10% of your company. And the chairman looked at me and he goes, you have a deal. Tell them, how much money have we made since I made that deal?
It's only $40 billion.
It's like okay volume on SPY. POC is being used like nothing. Cornucopia.
What, 3 months ago?
Look at this cornucopia we're like playing inside of it. It can go up and then reject, it can go lower and then go higher, but at the end of the day, we're playing in some fucking huge ass cornucopia.
Just quickly on aviation, many of you have heard that we have an infrastructure made of copper. We have to transition to fiber. The last administration said it was going to take more than 10 years to complete the transition from copper to fiber. They had no plan to actually do it. We have already completed a third of this transition from copper to fiber. Now it's going to take longer for us to go from analog to digital.
They're going to play inside
by the way,
everywhere
the rest of the world transitioned 20 years ago from analog to digital.
Everything.
We are just going to do that at the FAA right now. But we're buying new radios. We're going to buy new radar. By the way, those radar are going to be made in America, Mr. President. This phase of the operation will be completed by the time you leave office. It's 3 years. I do need another $20 billion, Congress, to start the second phase, which is really important, and we'll try to get that done also in that 3-year time period, but we need the money, critically important. With regard to commercial driver's license, I think we've covered a lot the crashes that have taken place around the country, and what we found is there have been states that have issued commercial driver's license to foreigners, and they've gone through sham schools. and they're not safe on American roadways. And so, in partnership with Secretary Noem, we have driven those numbers down. We got California.
I don't think that's the word.
Gavin Newsom to revoke 17,000 unlawfully issued
It's like
licenses.
that shape. That's like.
We've closed down half of the fake schools that give out these fake licenses, all critically important. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota gave 33% of these licenses unlawfully. People that should never have a driver's license driving a big rig on American roads, endangering the American people, shameful. We've cleaned up Union Station here in D.C. per your directive.
Wow, it actually made a huge veto.
Penn Station in New York. We're going to break ground at the end of 2027.
From the Gap.
Get that project operational.
Near the HOD. That is wild.
You know, Mr. President, a lot of us
people did not take profit into this little dump. They destroyed it all with this veto.
You know, we've asked Americans to bring their better selves, to bring civility back to travel, to say, listen, let's say please and thank you, and if you have someone's pregnant on your flight and you're as strong as Pete is, well, pick up the bag and help her put it in the overhead bin. Let's be nice to each other, is what we've asked. Maybe not wear pajamas or slippers on the airplane. And I think it's been received fairly well, and I think we can all have a better travel experience when we do that. And just the last point I'll make is there was a big football game where the Merchant Marine Academy that falls under DOT actually beat the Coast Guard with Kristi Noem. We beat them by 1 point, and so we're very proud of that.
Wow.
And, so well done, Kings Pointers.
So a little bit in a nutshell, we're rebuilding the air traffic control. Under
619, 625, I guess, a different world.
Food, edge.
It's pretty wild.
Who's another grossly incompetent person? He'd get in his bicycle, ride to work, and he was just terrible. What they do is they take the fiber optics and they take fiber trying to hook it into copper. And
look at how fucking much they came up.
Like, and people knew that for the last 30 years since they started doing
what
the
happened
fiber.
to the calls on this? Did it go back up a lot, or what happened?
Billions of dollars, and
I'm not even looking.
it didn't work. And you saw that by the helicopter
Can someone
crash.
tell me?
You saw that by
Puts get killed crazy and calls go up crazy, or the calls not even go up that much and puts get killed? Like what
air
happened?
traffic control system.
Oh my lord!
It's going to be the best, and it's going to be from top to bottom. And we have the 3 top companies in the world bidding on it. And it's going to be one bid, and we're going to have one company responsible, and it'll be the best system. And it's going to make this. Look, our skies are safe. Otherwise, we wouldn't let people fly. But we're going to have the safest skies. We're going to have the best system anywhere in the world. We're also going to rebuild Dulles Airport because it's not a good airport. It should be a great airport, and it's not a good airport at all. It's a terrible airport. It was incorrectly designed with a good building. Actually, it's got a beautiful terminal. Saarinen was the architect, one of the greatest architects in the world at the time, a great architect. And so they have a great building and a bad airport, but we're going to turn that around and we're going to make Dulles Airport serving Washington and Virginia, Maryland, etc. We're going to make that into something really spectacular. We have an amazing plan for it. And other things, but you're doing a really good job. I appreciate it.
The people movers of Dulles, we had a crash recently. So we're going to announce that later today, a request for bids on this. But again, it's not a great airport, which we can make great in this administration, Mr. President.
We have a design that's amazing for Dulles. It's going to take Dulles and make it a really bad. It was a badly designed airport. We're going to make it into as good as there is in the country. It'll be exciting. Okay, please.
All right. Well, Mr. President, it's good to be here at this meeting because in 1 year you can look around the table and see the change. And I think one of the biggest changes is how this cabinet works together. And I want to start there. There's often been said, I found out some things this year that I didn't know, that the Department of what was Defense, now Department of War, and the Veterans Department had never really communicated. Now, we're fraternal twins, in a way. Pete and I are. He lifts better, I'm better looking. But in the looking at this, I mean, he brings them in. He keeps them for a number of years, up to 20 or longer, and then they come into what the country is committed to our veterans. And if you don't have both ends working correctly, then recruitment lags, morale lags, and we've been able to work and fix a great deal of that. I didn't need to change our name, but I did do one thing. I put the
hit the thumbs up, folks. New subscribe or new watchers. Hit the subscribe
How did we do
button
that?
as well.
We started taking things that have been neglected for a long time. and put them back. We had a backlog.
When you walk into a Burlington,
playing with this support line and it broke down. Looks like this green line.
We do it in 6 months instead of the long time it took. In fact, it grew under the Biden administration. It shrank over 160,000 under us. CHAM VA, which is a program we have, it's basically been back to day. It was at a terrible state, which delays and claims and everything's going on. We've got that back.
It's like 2-hour
We're doing
bearish.
things like taking a new look. I have one question that I ask when I go to my hospitals, which probably over 170 hospitals, 1,200 clinics, and I ask the people one thing, Mr. President. I say, what are you doing right now? And if you were just honest and I wasn't standing here, you say, this is stupid. It's been amazing what we've gotten, and the feedback that we've had. We've been able to change how we do credentialing, how we do privileging, how we do hiring. We're all working through that, and it has all made a difference for our veterans as we go forward. CMP exams for veterans out there listening. Wow. If this is the one where disability claims, where they say, well, let me send you to a doctor to make sure.
Low volume
we have that already in the record.
So
we're working now where those could actually be changed. Where we just look at the record.
That low volume pullback was so
almost a
weird.
$3 billion savings
Candle
that we
coming
get,
in out
and
of
also
nowhere.
not taking what the veterans get. We're also getting ready to announce here pretty soon a reorganization that's going to bring our hospital system organizationally in line with the 21st century. We are the largest healthcare organization. It's about time we acted like it.
Communist hammer candle?
We're going to do it. And also one thing, community care contracts getting ready to go out. It's one of the largest contracts in the federal government, but it does exactly what you and I have talked about before, making sure that our veterans can get care in the system or in the community, wherever they want it. We're getting ready for that. Now I have one thing for all the press who really enjoyed the first of the year, saying, you know, they're going to cut all these jobs, 80,000 this, 80,000 at the VA. Mr. President, every success that I just gave you came after the fact, or pretty much after the fact, that we had 30,000 take early retirement. Early retirement, no risk, although you reported it as loss and risk, you can't help yourself. 30,000 took the retirement. Every bit of the success that I just told you about came with a reduced workforce. There was a motivated workforce that said, how can we take care of veterans? That's what this cabinet does. That's what we're doing for you.
Look at the tiny cycles they're creating right now.
We've ever had at the VA. So
one candle is representing a whole 5-minute
Thank you very much. Jameson, please.
Well, there's been some activity on trade this year. You know, for about 75 years, we had a system, global trading system that was premised on the United States having totally open borders, right? Not just on immigration, but on goods and services. And everyone else generally kept higher tariffs, higher non-tariff barriers, et cetera. Obviously, the outcome was we had a huge trade deficit. You took it head on. You gave all of us who work on the file a lot of leverage. So we spent the past, 10
what
months.
Does it signify?
Now, just going
they
around
tried
the world
to sell it and they bought it back and they're
so
wasting fucking time and they're chopping here. And unless a candle comes out and overshadows this candle, it's a waste of fucking time. And unless it flips VWAP, it's a fucking waste of time. And they're literally faking out at 1235 going lower with the communist hammer candle. That's all it is. I'm brutally fucking real as it gets, folks, right?
And
people hate that, people love that, but hey, W. W. I'm telling you, bro, I come up with random ass shit over a year or two of literally doing this shit. I say some things here and there, and maybe the longest watcher that live streams watch it, they understand it. They're like, even they are like, what the hell is he talking about?
Thank you very much.
But I swear, I'm brutally honest in what I say.
That the amount of DREV that we had for regulatory was 30 to 1.
Or try to describe what I see in the exact way that it
10
is,
to
you
1,
know.
which was in excess of 6 to 1 in the first
It's
term.
1/3, 2/3,
It's actually much
3/3,
higher
like
than that,
time,
but
everything I made up in my
team
mind.
redo this,
All the
the
shit is
threshold a
literally
little
just
bit
you gotta
because it
make it up in
sounded
your
so
own mind too.
But
Something
the
that works
amount
for
of
you,
work that's
a
being done with
mechanical,
this entire
systematic
team is
approach that
astronomical.
allows you to
And
take
another detail in
emotion
that is that
out of
when
the
we
game,
propose a rule,
that
some of
allows
the
you to
biggest
work
ones that
as
you care the most
like
about
a computer,
don't go into
basically,
that
with
count
no
until they are
emotional
finalized.
attachment
so next
whatsoever,
year we should be even
based on
more eye-popping.
the shit
One
you
of
do
those to talk
is what I'm
about
trying to
is
say.
the
You know what I mean?
federal
Like that's
acquisitions,
literally what I've been
regulations,
trying to
which
say.
you gave us
That's
a
what my
chart
mentor
6
said.
months
So that's
ago
why I,
to
you know,
dramatically
live by that.
reduce. In 6 months, we've lowered it by 25%. 500
That's what
pages,
they want, for us to be an
2,700
emotional,
mandates,
filled,
which is a third of the mandates.
only emotional
That's
caring
lead to
type
savings,
of no process type of,
competition, and speed.
you know, individual.
Probably $40 billion
As long as
for
we
the
have an
agencies and savings
understanding
over
of
the
that,
course of 10
we're
years.
good. We can be
When we
full of
get up and
emotion.
running,
We
it'll
can
be
be
north
happy.
of
We
between
can be
200
happy.
and
We can
$400
be
billion.
excited. We can be sad.
Competition.
We just have to understand.
About 45%
it's a
of
part of the
government
game.
bids
We have to
only have one
understand
bidder.
it's a part of who
So
we are.
you got no
We have to
competition in that
understand that we're going
situation.
to feel it. We're
That will
going to
now
be okay with
change,
it.
and then we're just getting faster.
And we just got to do what we got to do.
And
When it
hopefully
comes
we turn
time,
into
like,
years,
it's all
which
it
means
is.
you all around this table
That's
can
all
buy
it
things
is.
that you need quickly,
You just gotta, you know,
and that you have better vendors
practice
to
it,
come.
live it every
many of
fucking
them
day.
small businesses
Every day
who want
might
to
not feel like
participate in the
something's
federal procurement
changing,
process. So,
but I swear at
making
some
all
point,
sorts of,
looking back 1 month later, 2 or
improvements on
3
that
months
front is
later,
very
you're going to be
exciting.
like,
Thank you,
okay,
Mr. President.
something in me different, and I haven't even noticed, but I mean, I'm trying to notice it. That's why you
and I
will
have the
notice it.
record
That's why you
from the first 4 years, but we're
want it.
blowing that record away, so it's been really great. Good.
But you start seeing
Yes,
after
sir,
a
Mr.
while
President. Great to
that
be
is
with
true.
everyone.
And then
And you know, when you were giving your
you start
report,
believing more, but you will
which
not
is
you will not
fantastic, and I listened
see it
to
first,
the
and then you
report
will
of all my
start trying, and then
colleagues
you'll
here,
believe it. You know what I mean? You will
and those
believe
that
it,
will
and
come
then
and
you believe it
remind me
so
when I
much that
played
you
in the
start
NFL,
doing
we
it,
had this
doing
thing
it, doing
called
it,
game film.
and then you see the
You know all
results,
about film.
and then the results
And we had a
reinforce
saying
that
said the film don't
power
lie.
in a positive
The film
reinforcement
tells a real
reinforcement
story.
cycle, and
And I hope
continuously
that the American people,
goes right.
when they watch the
Hammer
film that's
candle
going
is
on
being
now, in this
overshadowed.
time in
The
our
UAP is trying to
history,
flip.
that they will
MACD
see
volume
that
is
America
bearish
is
here.
greater
Bears are
today
here.
than it ever has been. And so I thank you for that. And thank you for giving us good stories that we can tell for the American people.
Scott, we're saving our country.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I don't want to be braggadocious.
Time
We're
is
saving our
12:41.
country. Our
They're
country
about to
was
flip
going
the
down
VWAP.
and would
VWAP
never have
flipping.
been able to come back. We're saving, all of us, but we're saving our country. All right, go ahead.
VWAP flip trying.
So
This
at
signifies
Housing and
what?
Urban
We're about to
Development,
chop
and
here.
keep it with your
We might
executive
come
order,
back
sir,
up
in
VWAP.
making
We're going to
American
chop
streets
here and then maybe
safe
go back down
and
again.
beautiful. Again, we've been very intentional.
This MACD did
about
not used to
making
get
public
get
housing
lower. It
in our
actually went
country
higher.
safe.
So
And I
something
want
different
people
going
to
on.
know, our
from what I was
colleagues
thinking
know this,
earlier.
but people in America know that we actually care about people that live in public housing around our country. A lot of public housing is wrought with crime, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, illicit drugs, illegal aliens living in public housing, but we put them on notice to let you know that it's not lost on us. We care about the people, we're paying attention to it, and we're going to root out crime in public housing. We've been very focused on working with the Memphis Safe Task Force, the DC Safe and Beautiful Task Force, working with Pam and Christy and others, and law enforcement. Our law enforcement is tremendous. Every single night they go out and they go to public housing to make sure that our people are safe. Mothers and children are safe. And so at HUD, you know, it's a different day. We're running new plays. The film was real bad when I came in, I'm going to be honest. But we are giving the people that live in public housing the assurance that they will be safe. And we also announced a new crime hotline, sir. That people that live in public housing, if they see criminal activity, if they see illegals living there, if they see drug trafficking, if you see it, if you hear it, report it. Don't be afraid. And so work with our Office of Inspector General.
Look at this chop wasting time, right? When did I say this shit? The communist candle, right? 1236. I literally said communist, whatever candle, chop cycle, wasting time at the minimum. They're fucking doing that shit, creating a wet cycle of that weird ass candle.
That we prioritize
Weird ass
American
candle.
people and American people only. Lastly, sir, in Atlantic City, we took over the Atlantic City public housing. Because the living conditions were deplorable.
Joe said Trump looks
people that
tired
have
of
been living
being
there
there.
for 3 generations, and they were being treated very bad. And so I took it so that we can now give people a safe place to stay, and working with the First Lady in the foster
What I
youth
also,
initiative
one of my
has
golden
been a great
rules
joy
is also when there's
for
a
me and our
huge
team.
move
So
up on
thank you,
0DT
for
calls
doing
or
that
something,
executive order to make
usually,
sure that our foster youth
usually after a while
have
they
a safe
destroy it.
landing
And then when
pad
there's a huge
and
move down on
have
it,
financial
0DT
literacy
puts,
as they
usually they
age
destroy it
out
too.
of
So
the
that's why
foster
I
youth
do
system. So you
sometimes
talked
big
about
0DT, and then I stay out of the
HUD has
3/3, and I
supported
don't
over
even
1
try
million
to even
Americans
do
in home
0DT.
ownership
Sometimes
and
I get
affordability, and
even
over
doing 1DT.
560,000
Like the risk is so
I hope that
crazy,
the
but like the
press will
zero
write about that
DT, the
good
thing
news,
actually goes
that
from
1 million
not
people are able
100%
to
to
own a
0%,
home,
literally 15,
and
20
to
minutes, 30
refinance
minutes,
their
so you
homes.
know,
And so
1
we are
hour.
moving our
That's why I
building
stick to 1 DT
from DC to
after you know,
Alexandria,
profiting
Virginia.
after some
So
cycle
thank
or
you
something.
for your
1
support.
DT,
We're going to save the
0
American
DT, and
people by
momentum
$500
move.
million. billion.
That's why I don't even try to think about it, or I just let the market be and then let it create more cycles and then do something.
Moving towards Christmas, I think it's the season
do one DT or weekly or something else. We don't even do shit.
Two words for me are gratitude and joy. Gratitude to
That's
you
me. Everyone
for,
has their
as
own
Howard
different
said,
thing.
bringing this team
Yeah,
together.
Phil.
I say it a lot, but I'll say it again, that this is like family at this point, and I don't know that there's ever been an organization like this, at least a government
Another
like
gap
this in the
your
history of our
IWM
country.
just created.
These jobs are hard, but the joy every day in getting to fight for America and save the country is the privilege of all of our lifetimes, I believe. So thank you for that. At U.S. Department of Agriculture, the People's Department, Abraham Lincoln launched this department in 1862.
Crazy.
But under your leadership, we have finally, again, put farmers
Chopping
and
at
ranchers
alcohol
in
range
rural
like
America
nothing.
first. In the last year, it's no
Until
longer
something
DEI,
happens.
climate change, sending out money based on the color of a farmer's skin. It's
Nothing's
now
happening.
about literally putting farmers back at the center of it. And under the last administration, we talked a lot about affordability. We'll continue to talk about that. But under the Biden administration and the destruction of our economy and the cost of inflation, interest rates for farmers and ranchers went up 73%. Labor went up 47%. Fertilizer went up 36%. Fuel went up 28%. So when you think about the extreme economic strain that a lot of our farmers are under in our farm economy, these are massive, massive numbers that will take some time to get out from under. But we've already seen the beginnings of the movement toward more affordable food, housing, fuel, et cetera, and that will only continue to trend as we work to solve those issues. My partners in trade, of course, they do the work, but I'm constantly talking to them about selling more soybeans, selling more corn, getting more of our products out. But when we really think about how to solve for this idea that for so long our farmers, many of them have been farming for government checks instead of moving their product around the world, these trade deals change that forever. And it isn't one trade deal or two trade deals, it's dozens of trade deals. And so talking about rural prosperity and bringing the golden age back to rural America, which has been lost for too long. And we're going to focus on that next year, hopefully with our vice president, many of our cabinet members. But the opportunity to do that under these new trade deals is unprecedented. And so just putting farmers first, our ranchers first, and Mr. President, is such a huge, priority and an accomplishment of the last year.
Trump is asleep.
And I know you know this better than anyone in the country. When a government politicizes and weaponizes their power to go after average, everyday Americans, well, from you, the top of the heap as president, but all the way down to the ranchers in South Dakota, the Maud family, who were facing jail time over a fence line dispute that had been in their family for 130 years. We fixed that. The family, the Henry family in New Jersey, who were facing their farm being taken away for eminent domain to give to affordable housing, we fixed that. So being able to completely change the trajectory of private property rights, but especially as it has to do with our farmers and ranchers and our rural communities, changes everything for our country. And then the third thing, we have so much great things to talk about at USDA, but the third thing, which became very much a part of the national conversation during the Democrat shutdown, was SNAP reform, food stamp reform.
All right, folks.
When all of America saw what so many of us know and have been working on.
Option one.
You have so much rampant.
We go for HOD, rocket, Elon, moon rocket. All right. Option two.
Now, big good piece of
chop,
news
chop,
that I hope
chop,
is
chop,
written about.
VWAP.
Since you
Stay
became
in between
president,
the two
about
pivot points and close.
800,000 of those 42 million
Option
have
three.
moved off of food stamps, which is
Go below
hopefully
VWAP.
planned with better jobs, higher wages, et cetera.
Last poll of the
but
day.
Still, when we
All right.
found 186,000 dead people for dead people's Social Security numbers
HOD,
being
fly,
used,
rocket.
500,000 people receiving benefits more than twice. We had a couple of
VWAP,
people receiving benefits
chop,
in
hover.
6 states. In February of this year, we asked for all the states
Or
for the first time
VWAP,
to
reject,
turn over their data
LOD,
to the
hope.
federal government to let the USDA partner with them to root out this fraud, to make sure that those who really need food stamps are getting them, but also to ensure
Option
that
two.
the American
It just says
taxpayer
chop,
is
hover,
protected.
close.
21
Okay?
states
Chris
said
says
yes, not
option
surprised.
three.
29 states said yes,
Then he
not
says
surprisingly, the red
LOD.
states.
So
And that's where
option
all of
three.
that data,
You're
that
voting as
fraud
well.
comes from. But 21 states,
Joe says
including
Bitcoin
California,
losing
New
constant
York,
buyers,
and
so under
Minnesota,
view. Let's go look
blue
at
states,
Bitcoin,
continue
Bugcoin.
to say
Bitcoin
no.
went back to 90K
so,
earlier.
as of next week, we
Bitcoin
have
is at
begun and will begin
91K.
to
Wow.
stop moving federal funds.
Everything
into
else
those
in the market
states
sold
until
off
they
except
comply.
Bitcoin.
And they tell
went
us
high.
and allow us to partner with them to root out this fraud and to protect the
So this rally is
American
really on
taxpayer.
Bitcoin.
As Joe Biden was working to buy an election a year ago, he increased food stamp program funding by 40%.
Drew Hill says tank as soon as the
And
propaganda
now as we
begins.
continue to roll that back. So the partnership in Making America Healthy Again is also in food stamps, but a lot of what Bobby and I are doing together is really remarkable. But again, just gratitude and joy.
Look at this little
for this
down
work,
though on
and so
Bitcoin.
grateful to you. The final thing I'll say,
yesterday.
a lot of gratitude
Sorry,
to
Monday.
Secretary Marco Rubio for wearing his Aggie
Then
maroon tie
Tuesday.
as a
Then
reflection of Texas A&M
crazy
beating
Tuesday,
Florida
man. You can't even fucking make this shit
about
up.
a
They
month
went down
ago.
into Monday and
So,
Sunday
Marco,
night.
I want to thank
Monday,
you and
then
much
they went up
gratitude and
crazy
joy in
into
my heart as
Tuesday.
well. Yes.
It's like a fucking big ass
But
fee.
thank you, sir.
QQQ making a big ass fee because of Bitcoin.
About
Like,
China,
it's insane.
with one of the largest purchases ever in our country, the soybeans.
Let's see what
Yes,
the fuck
sir.
happens
So I
with
want
this
to
shit,
thank
huh?
President
Wrap
Xi. We
that
had a
up because
great
that's the
meeting.
major market news.
We were in South Korea, and I went to a lot of other places too, but we met in South Korea, and President Xi was great.
Wow.
And China gave us among the
Okay,
largest
2 people
orders
voted
in the
HOD
history of
Fly Rocket.
fuel
5
oil
people
and
voted
gas.
VWAP Chop
Sir,
Hover.
may I say, this is the
I can't even talk, sorry.
result
3
of
people
real
voted
leadership
VWAP
and
Reject
your real
LOD Hope.
leadership.
I voted
Just
with
a
that.
couple of days ago,
Option
China
3.
announced that they were going to halt
I
all
wanted to let
purchases
people vote.
from Brazil because they had found some irregularities in some of the soybeans they're buying from Brazil. And what that means is a continued signal that this country and our farmers produce the best,
All right.
highest quality
You guys
soybeans,
remember the little
sorghum, et
art I
cetera,
drew
in the
earlier?
world.
What did
And
I say
you've been
earlier,
able to
right?
do is open
I
those
said, hey,
markets
at
up. And
12,
again,
20, I
move
don't know
toward
about
an
no
era
fly, but I
where
think
our
they're gonna
farmers
do
are not
this.
so reliant on government checks, but they have the markets to sell their product. Having said that, we do have
I'm
a
gonna go
bridge
to the
payment we'll
bathroom.
be
I'll be right back.
announcing with you next week as we're still trying to recover from the Biden
To help
years.
the, yeah.
That's
to help-
right.
To help the farmers. We're
That's
gonna help
right.
the farmers. They did not help the farmers.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Scott?
Mr. President, it's been a great year on the economy, but the best is yet to come. The tens of trillions of dollars that have come in investment, both the portfolio investment by companies, investment by countries, that is turning into a CapEx boom for the U.S. Capital expenditures up 15% in history. When CapEx is up, jobs will follow. The One Big Beautiful Bill is an incredible, as you said, thanks to your leadership, along with Speaker Johnson, Senator Leader Thune, we had that done on July 4th, which everyone said was impossible. And the great thing about that bill, sir, for the American people, it's for industry, 100% expensing. Build your factory here. You
All
can
right,
write
I'm
it
back.
off immediately.
Yeah, there's no fucking way.
But you also
There's
insisted
no fucking
on
way,
the
right?
4 benefits for working people. No tax on
Realist
tips, no tax
people
on overtime, no
remember
tax on Social
everything I
Security,
say,
auto deductibility for American
What the fuck
cars.
did I say?
And that is retroactive. So as a result, in 2026, we are going to see very substantial tax refunds in the first quarter. So the best way to address the affordability crisis is to give Americans more money in their pockets, which is what this bill has done. We're going to see real wage increases. I think next year is going to be a fantastic year. Taxes, deregulation, energy certainty. That's why everyone with your leadership is coming to America. Bond market had its best year since 2020. Everyone said couldn't be done. So we're going to have growth. We've had 2
What did I say
4%
at 12:20
quarters before the Schumer shutdown. We're going to go
What did I
back
say
to
at
that.
12:20?
So not only do we
I
going
don't
to
know
have
about
great
no run
growth,
here.
but it's going to be low inflationary growth. And stock market obviously is following, but next year is going to be the year for Main Street as all this kicks in. And you came in,
That
immigration,
crazy-ass
I called it the 3 I's. Immigration, interest rates, and inflation.
Crazy
that
ass
we're killing the
rejection.
American people.
I literally
Close the
drew this
border,
at 12:20.
the
That's the
promise
crazy
kept.
part.
Interest
See it
rates
fucking
are
live. It's
down,
insane.
and 10-year bond, again, best year since 2020. And inflation led by energy prices is going to roll next year. I think it's going to be a fantastic year. That we can look back, be very proud of this year, but I think 2026 is going to be great for the American people. Thanks to you.
It's going to be great. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to serve with this great team that you've assembled. And I just want to pick up on something you said, Mr. President, because you hit the nail on the head. that it is absurd that Democrats talk about an affordability crisis that they created and the people around this table work every single day to address. You'll hear a lot of statistics today. You hear a lot of statistics in our political conversation. I think
this is truly bearish. We'll go test down here.
For the American people is that under the Biden administration, the average American family lost over $3,000 of household income. And under the first 10 months of this Trump administration, they have gained over $1,000 of household income. What that says very clearly is that we are fixing the problem that Joe Biden and the Democrats created in the last administration. If you look at every affordability crisis that's confronting the American people today, it is traceable directly to a problem caused by Joe Biden and congressional Democrats. Why did homes get so unaffordable? Because we had 20 million illegal aliens in this country taking homes that ought by right to go to American citizens. Why did tax bills get so unaffordable? Because Democrats were raising taxes while congressional Republicans under the president's leadership, we're now cutting taxes. Why did food get so expensive? Because we printed trillions of dollars and threw it into green scams that made our agricultural economy suffer while Americans were paying higher prices for food. On every single one of those issues, Mr. President, I think we've made incredible progress. But it would be preposterous to
I'm leaving right now. $2,666.
I'm out! In just 10 months.
Oh my God. $600 on one candle.
Over the next year, and you heard Brooke joy and gratitude. What I really think this season represents for me, and I think for the entire administration, is that we have now done
$2,666. Mark your order sold.
I think the next year in American growth and American prosperity
1 minute
could be
scalp.
the best year that we've had in the
Oh
United States
my
of America.
God, dump.
It's going to happen because we're all working hard. It's going to happen because we have the greatest country in the world. But I think for congressional Democrats in particular, if they want to talk about affordability,
$266, bro. $600 in one
we're
fucking
proud to
minute.
do it. It's the
2K.
job that we were elected to do. But I think 2026 is going to be the year where this economy really takes off.
I don't even care. I'm in Tesla right now. I don't even give a shit. I'll just be happy with this. I'm
President Trump, thank you for
Bigly today.
talking
Bigly.
about Sarah, heartbreaks for
I'm
her
a fucking
family.
bigly.
And
I'm up.
Andy is doing well. His parents, Melody and Jason, wanted me to tell you, and I was with them yesterday in the hospital. He's a miracle. I was there when the surgeons came in, and they wanted you to know this. He's a miracle, and if everyone in this country can continue to pray for that family, he's got a long road ahead of him, but he is a miracle. And of course, our DC initiative is led by our NATO, and the monster will be held accountable.
IWM filled the 1 minute gap. Setup is done.
Our marshals, of course, are leading the DC Safe effort. We have made over 7,000 arrests at your direction.
1 minute gap is filled.
DC is safe again.
1 minute gap is filled. Realize that before it's too late. All right, they're going lower, but realize that before it's too late. 1 minute gap has filled.
Memphis
they can
together
revert
last
and bounce
week,
before anything.
and everyone, and Bobby, your HHS doctors
Crazy
and medics
bearish.
are on the ground to help people in Memphis and DC.
I didn't go
In
here,
Memphis,
but fuck
we've
that. I
made
got a
over
huge candle.
3,500 arrests so far, and Homeland Security, Christie, you've been instrumental in
huge
this.
candle.
But it's everyone working together as a team. We even have Treasury agents out there. It's unbelievable on the ground in DC and Memphis. Of course, law enforcement first, FBI. Kash Patel has led the FBI. We have a 100% increase in the arrest of violent criminals, thanks to your leadership. DEA, led by Terry Cole. Over 45 million
full-on bear
fentanyl
control.
pills,
They're going lower.
4,200 kilos fentanyl powder.
Low of the cornucopia going about to come. Insane fucking dump. I got in.
Million
I got in
potential
at
lethal
12:55.
That's unbelievable.
Beginning of.
That you've taken off the streets of our country.
I got
and
in. I got in at
12:55
and I left at 12:56.
Is the weight of 17 full
fuck.
of the drugs.
GG's.
The drugs that had flowed into this country under the previous administration. ATF, led by Rob Sakata, has seized more than 31,000 illegal guns. 31,000. Unbelievable at your leadership. 19,000 of those
yesterday, no joke either. This entire week is an SPX IWM 1 minute gap play week. What was my live stream fucking title yesterday.
575
SPX 1 minute gap fills,
more
right?
than every administration going back to Reagan combined.
Holy shit.
Most recently, yesterday, I was
Right.
sued by an immigration
What was
judge
my fucking title
who we
yesterday?
fired.
The
One of the
SPX
reasons
1
she
minute
said
gap
she was a
fills,
woman.
right? The
Last I
IWM
checked,
1
I was
minute
a woman
gap
as well.
fucking filling crazy everywhere.
24
Gapping
Supreme
like
Court
40
wins,
times, gapping like
President
20
Trump,
times today.
92%
Pumping and
success
dumping
rate.
on everything,
We told you it
every
would take a
single
while
time.
to get to the Supreme Court. We're
That's
doing it
something
at record
rare,
speed,
doing it the
led by
entire
John
day. That's
Sauer,
something
of course,
rare. And to be
Sarah
correct
and Hosh,
every
all working
single time
together.
is rare.
Immigration, we're winning
Absolutely.
nationwide
They're using it
injunctions,
perfectly.
ending DEI
With the low volume,
funding,
whatever.
working
Low volume coming
to
in
secure
perfectly
that
to
our
help the
federal
IW and
workforce
gap
is
down, but
aligned
hey, it
with
doesn't
your
give a
America
matter
First
shit. Real
agenda,
direction, trend direction.
representing pretty much
Higher
everyone
time frame.
in this room.
People
We
are
met with
getting
your general
screwed.
counsel yesterday, Doug.
Not looking at the
met
higher
with-
time frame,
working
looking
with
at the
everyone.
bigger
It's
picture.
nonstop.
Bigger picture on
ICE,
ES
of
is
course, we're winning
damn
there
bearish.
with Christie. We're Brooks, SNAP
It's not
benefits,
bullish.
won there. Marco, USAID. Pete, National Guard, of course,
This is
going
disgusting.
nonstop. Our U.S. attorneys are fighting violent crime, working around
Look at
the
this
clock
spike up
to
1 hour
make
candle
America
coming
safe
in as
again,
they
which
dump
was your
that off.
directive. Our Civil Rights Division suing Gavin Newsom three
This is
times now,
not
Prop
bullish. This is
50,
bull
keeping
trapping
boys
at the
out of
tippity
girls'
top.
sports,
Above this, they're gonna
and
go below at
in-state
some point
tuition
and
for
burn
illegal
everybody.
aliens.
They're gonna
We've
burn fucking
sued over
everybody.
election integrity.
By going
We
lower
are
a little bit, they're gonna go a
litigating
little
major
bit lower,
universities
a little
with
bit,
Linda.
like 30,
Thank you,
40,
our
50
Civil Rights
points, and it's
Division,
gonna
for
hurt
everything that you've done
on
to
everything. It's gonna fucking hurt
end
'em all.
DEI in our schools. Our Civil Division fighting sanctuary cities
at the MACD
every
coming
single
in,
day.
Pyramid
And of
to 10
course,
a.m.
our
today.
antitrust
Dump.
division with Google. Major
Pyramid
settlement.
into
Our
yesterday
attorneys are
and
working
then
on
dump.
terrorism, TDA,
Pyramid into
MS-13,
Friday and then
Antifa,
dump.
President Trump.
Friday,
We've
1
charged
p.m.
more than 500 defendants with
dump.
assault
Monday,
on federal
pyramid
officers
dump.
thanks to
Tuesday,
your directive.
pyramid dump.
And also,
This shit's gonna go
we
somewhere
have
here. I don't know
dropped
when, but
countless
it's 2 the
cases
week.
against Americans that were
It's gonna be
prosecuted
fucking-
under the Biden
I don't even
administration,
wanna say the word.
including J6, COVID, FACE Act, and more. And as everyone knows, we cannot talk about pending grand jury investigations, but no one is above the law.
It doesn't even
and
have to be that
includes
bloody. Like
what
Tesla
happened
is
in
ready to
Arctic
go.
Frost.
Tesla
I
is
hope
ready to
everyone
go.
has a
man.
very Merry Christmas,
I don't know.
Happy Hanukkah.
Merry
and,
Christmas,
happy
Happy
holidays.
Hanukkah.
Thank you for
Thank
fighting
you.
for our country.
God bless our country. God bless our troops. God bless President Trump. God bless our
Thank you, Mr.
government. God
President.
bless this
Thank you
country.
for
God bless
allowing me to
everything.
be
McDonald's
at this
Arch,
table.
thank you.
When I came on
Thank
board,
everything.
I knew
Thank
really
everything.
none of you
GG's done so.
in this last year, and it's been a year, Mr. President, since I've had the pleasure to serve this country on the workforce. Everybody said the Department of Labor would be quiet.
Oh my
We
God!
don't have to do too much.
That's all.
Absolutely not, because you made the American people realize the American dream is real for the American workforce. And it's been under your leadership, Mr. President, that over 2 million jobs that has been created since you started have been native-born workers. And that is the difference between this presidency, this administration, as opposed to the Biden administration, where mostly foreign-born or federal government
What I
jobs.
say, the wind
And I
direction
think
is
through the
what?
private
North
sector,
or
over 2
neutral
million
since
jobs have been native-born.
11:35, and it
So
said
the
north
Labor
trying, and
Department
then it
has
failed.
wasted
It's
no
still
time in
saying
putting
north or
that
neutral.
into action
It could bring
with our
that
Make
LD or
America
not.
Skilled Again, either grant dollars, but the intentionality of the
I think they're gonna
apprenticeship
dump this shit,
program,
go to
1 million
612 now
active
with
apprentices
everybody
across
trapped
this
here.
country. We
Zoo.
have done over 250,000
Some
new
point this week,
apprentices
Wednesday,
so
Thursday,
far
or
in the
Friday.
first
I
year,
don't know
and
when.
registered over 2,000 new apprenticeship programs.
So
Why
many
do we need
bulls
the
up here.
apprenticeship
This is
programs
insane.
with the men and women in the trades? Because of the leadership
Did not
of
go higher on
onshoring
SPY
and
that much,
reshoring,
but
and
they
how
went
a lot of
crazy
these
higher on
companies
QQQ.
reinvest
Like,
in
I don't even
America.
know
We
how
have
that
to
shit was
build
possible.
this country.
IWM.
We cannot do that without the tradesmen and women and the craftsmen of this country. And I think that
I'm gonna send the
Howard and I,
SPX
we
book-to-call
talked about
ratio in
that
the
from the
group chat.
beginning. And we're going to have to
Let's get
lean in on
thumbs
that
up,
because we
a button
need
up,
the labor
folks.
force,
Please help me.
700,000
Do me a
new
favor
skilled
and
jobs with
thumbs up the
electricians,
video. God
construction
bless our
workers,
country. God bless wherever
machinists,
you
and
are
so
in this
forth.
world.
And as I travel
Help
with the
our
Vice President as
fellow
well. We see that,
American,
the manufacturing
our
players in
fellow
this country, they're in
YouTuber
desperate
by
need.
hitting the
The
thumbs
Department of
up
Labor
video
going
on the
to
video.
get,
Thank
the
you very
workforce skilled
much.
again.
God bless
Working
you
with
all.
Secretary
Hopefully
McMahon as we move a lot of
good
the
karma
education
finds
out to our
and,
respective
finds
states.
their way
We
to
are now
you.
working together, and we
Do me a
have
favor.
deployed $86
Thank you so
million
much
in
for-
investments, and a lot of that is in AI infrastructure jobs to have our new workforce proficient and literate in AI if we're going to continue to lead the AI race, and we're working on that. And the Department of Labor is now creating and will soon launch the AI infrastructure and workforce hub, which we will be able to track that metrics to see exactly if these dollars are going correctly. Integrating education and workforce with, obviously, Administrator Leffler and I are on the road a lot together because we're talking about Main Street as well as a lot of the manufacturing jobs and how we're being an ally to our businesses as opposed to an adversary. For far too long under the Biden administration, we were adversaries to our business owners, and we want to give them a leg up always and make sure they're paying attention. And we want our workforce to be educated. We do not need the numbers that we have seen across this country where our 4th through 8th graders cannot do read, write,
Tomorrow's
or do
live stream will be
our future workforce. We have to depend on the American
Dr. Birdie versus Tesla.
First.
Hopefully you guys will tune in to tomorrow's
in
live
line
stream.
with the executive order, I'm working with Treasury and HHS, and rulemaking is underway to expand healthcare transparency and make pricing more affordable for our employers who offer these to their employees. Promoting retirement security, the department rescinded the Biden administration's guidance that restricted the use of crypto in the retirement investments, and we're seeing more and more of that, where we also rescinded the supplemental statement that discouraged the fiduciaries from considering the alternative assets for 401ks, and that will also come through the Department of Labor, that rulemaking. Ending abuse of cheap foreign labor at the expense of the American worker. We launched over 200 investigations into companies who will have abused or fraudulently abused the American worker. The Project Firewall was released.
He needs a massage. Our president needs some rest.
But we will
Enough with this cabinet meeting.
And we'll protect the American worker first.
Tired.
And slashing the job-killing regulations. The department has rescinded discriminatory DEI practices. And I will tell you, reducing compliance costs for businesses as it was for DEI has saved American businesses nearly $1 billion this year by just getting rid of DEI for that compliance cost that they've had to do. So, Mr. President, continuing to skill the American worker, the American workforce is going to be my mission. We have to do it faster. We have to do it quicker. We have to build so that the American people can realize that American dream that you have laid out so eloquently. And it's an honor to serve under this administration and to talk to the American workers who believe in the American dream again, the pride on their face, the pride of the American worker, the skilled men and women who build with their hands.
American worker, American dream, American people, American worker, American dream. I could do it too. American people, American worker, American dream. I could do it too.
Mr. President, I am honored and frankly inspired to sit at this table with this incredible team of leaders that work every day for one and only one constituency, the American people. Not this group or that group, the American people. The price of energy is very much on the mind of Americans. The biggest determinant of the price of energy
I was thinking how fucking annoying I would sound, but like, wow, that sounds
and policies. That's what drives energy prices. Under your leadership, what we've seen in the United States is just a steady drop in the price of gasoline, a huge consumer cost for Americans. As you mentioned early on, well below $3 a gallon right now and trending downwards. There are a number of stations in the heartland of America with $1.99 signs flying today. That's simply impossible without the leadership and changes you've brought. Now, of course, you can go to California, where the average price of gasoline is between $4.50 and $5 a gallon today in California. That's just bad political leaders there and bad policies in California. And taxes.
Taxes they charge on gasoline are just insane, terrible.
And electricity prices is a very parallel story, but it's a bigger moving ship, so the changes are a little bit slower. But Americans are outraged at a roughly 30% rise in the average price of electricity across this country. But everything we are doing together is going to reverse that. Not just stop the rises, but start a downward trajectory in electricity prices. And I can say that with confidence, not because we think these policies will work, we know these policies will work, and I'll get to that in a second. We're going to stop closing power plants. We've already done that, of course. Stop closing the coal power plants and natural gas plants that were shut down. We've got over 30 gigawatts of generators just sitting there today, not allowed to run. Well, of course, we're fixing that immediately. We're going to bring on from our existing grid tens of gigawatts more capacity that'll drive down the cost of electricity. But if we look at the last 5 years to see what works and what doesn't work, the most Trump-aligned policies in the electricity sector were by, no surprise, one of your cabinet members, Secretary Burgum, for 8 years governor of North Dakota. Over the last 5 years, production and demand for electricity in North Dakota grew 35%. Think what data center boom's going to do. And what happened? Electricity prices went down. Didn't rise slowly. They actually went down those 5 years. That's the answer. Trump-aligned energy policies increased demand for electricity. Nebraska and Texas, more Trump-aligned states, had significant growth in demand for electricity. They had electricity price rises, but well below the price of inflation. Unfortunately, Biden brought all of us a lot of inflation. If you look at the other end of the spectrum, California, New York, Massachusetts,
hey, thumbs up on the video, folks. Thank you so much. Please, thumbs up on the video. We are at 90. I just need 25 more people, 250 more people to hit the thumbs up.
Of unreliable electricity generation, which requires new infrastructure and transmission lines. And what happened? Today they produce less electricity than they did 5 years ago. A lot of spending money and less electricity. What does that mean? Of course,
for the algorithm, folks, Bears are stepping it up here on SPY.
Blue states have had 1.5 times faster rise in electricity prices than red states. Red states
I wouldn't really say it's full-on bearish until 6, 8, 17 breaks on the ES,
to the national level. We hope the blue states will come along with
everyone's
us.
boats floats differently.
Are going to start the decline of electricity prices nationwide.
I'm in Tesla myself, so I mean, I'm waiting for it to go. So I guess I'm in before it happens. Like, I don't know.
So thank you for allowing me to be part of this team.
Cycling at the
for
floor.
People here who are focused on winning. Special thanks to Howard and Scotty who were there with me to see the Denver Broncos win on Monday night.
Thank you so much.
Now we
11 or 12 people that have hit the like button. Thank you so much. The 4 people that have just hit the like button. Now we passed 100. Let's go. God bless you all.
Records across the board that will continue to be reset every year you're in office.
Thank you very much.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for giving me a very interesting job. Some days it's a little controversial too, but
110
it's been an honor
rejected
to
at the
work for
first
you. You
possible
are a great
minute of
American.
110.
The fights that you pick are the right
115
fights,
is coming
and
in
they're always
44
on behalf of
seconds.
this country. So I appreciate the chance to do this
go again.
job heading up this department. If you think about what Joe Biden did with the Department of Homeland Security, he used this department to invade the country with terrorists.
Joe Biden.
He opened up the borders, let anybody come in that wanted to. He put them on airplanes. He let them through our airports. If they could figure out a way to get to our shores and in our country, he just opened the door and invited them in. So it's our job to get them out. And I want to thank you for this team because I look around the table and I think every single person
Look at the 2-hour
here
MACD right
has
now.
helped
This is
me
so
do
fitting.
my job over the
It's
last
like not
year.
even going bearish. It's still
supported
bullish.
us at
It's
the border
so
and
fitting
given us
here.
resources. Marco negotiates all the travel documents and relationships with other countries to take their people home. 2 million people have gone home already.
Not even bullish. I mean, not even bearish. Full on. It's just right at the test. It's like right at the tipping point.
And make sure that they get to be with their families in their countries. Yes.
Mostly the bad ones.
That's right. Pam,
Focus is the bad ones.
That's right.
And there are a lot of them.
the terrible, horrible people. And Pam, make sure she's fighting for us in court so that we
really
can get
matters
our
what
everyday
happens with the
people.
video
We're gonna
180, I think.
hire our 10,000th ICE officer will be on the job within 10 days. So we have hired 10,000. We've had hundreds of thousands of applications. We've got within the department, TSA went through this government shutdown without any delays. They all showed up for their shifts and worked hard doing security. And they have been absolutely fantastic. Sir, you made it through hurricane season without a hurricane.
Yeah.
And so FEMA, you kept the hurricanes away. So we appreciate that. And FEMA is deploying resources and dollars 150% faster than ever before. So if somebody does have something bad that happens to them, you are immediately there helping them and telling them they have the resources to get back up on their feet. So we have built and deployed hundreds of miles of border already. You have cut the fentanyl flow over the southern border by over 56%. You've saved hundreds of millions of lives with the cocaine you've blown up in the Caribbean. And you know, you told me to look into Minnesota and their fraud.
on visas and their programs, 50% of them are fraudulent, which means that wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose. And I think he's both, sir. He brought people in there illegally that never should have been in this country, said they were somebody that they're not. They said they were married to somebody who was their brother or somebody else. Fraudulent visa applications, signed up for government programs, took hundreds of billions of dollars from the taxpayers, and we're going to remove them and we're going to get our money back. And we're going to, this next year, make sure that we only put people in leadership positions in this country that love this country.
Guys, we're going to get our money back.
Thank you for letting us get up every day and have a purpose.
We get motherfucking tariff refund, we get motherfucking this refund.
Mr. President, you're exactly right. We are saving this country. We're doing it one Main Street at a time.
This is all
we're
political.
doing it at record speed and at
we're not going to be
record
political
levels.
here. I'm
Under your
just trying
leadership,
to
small
become
business
comedic.
optimism, according to the
Find
U.S.
some
Chamber
joy and stuff.
Index for small businesses has reached an all-time high in the history of that index. So on Main Street, the economy is coming back thanks to your leadership, thanks to getting Biden inflation under control. Small businesses' number one concern right now is finding skilled labor, and that's why Secretary Chavez DeRemer and I have entered into an MOU to speed that workforce to small businesses that under this administration are now at record levels. 36 million small businesses have now taken on board, for the first time in the SBA's history, $100 billion. That's $45 billion in small business lending at 85,000 small businesses, most of that under your term.
Look, the question remains, dead cat bounce or bounce? Nobody knows.
Companies. So we are running this agency.
Nobody knows.
Like
Dead cat bounce or bounce?
We are growing small businesses across Main Street, and we're deregulating to the tune of $100 billion, working with all my fellow cabinet members. And thank you for putting together the best cabinet in history. Iron sharpens iron, and thank you for bringing such a strong leadership group together. And then finally, I've walked factory floors from Alaska to Maine, and the workers, the small businesses, most manufacturers in this country are small businesses, 600,000 of them. They are so grateful to your fair trade, low inflation, deregulation agenda that is creating national security and economic security in this country like never before. And so I want to also finally thank you for bringing faith back to the White House, to this administration. I want to thank Brooke for hosting the Cabinet Bible Study and invite everyone tomorrow to Bible study and making this country something that we can be so proud of under your leadership. And I am so blessed and honored to be part of this team. So thank you, Mr. President.
What is this shit?
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
What do
Mr.
you guys
President,
think
for your
this is?
leadership.
Let's do
I
a
am
poll,
truly
man.
grateful to be a member of your team.
Is this a
here
dead
at
cat
this
bounce
table,
or is this a bounce
to help support you
into
in
the rest
delivering
of the
on
week?
promises that you made to the American people.
Oh my lord.
You came in
Into
with
the
a very
rest of the
clear
week.
mandate of taking on
Not next
the
week.
rampant weaponization, politicization
Wednesday, Thursday,
of
Friday.
the intelligence community and federal law enforcement. Experiencing yourself, the deep state abusing their power as they have
It's
against
bounced
you,
for
your
now,
family,
but if
and
it
so
pulls
many
back,
of
it
the
starts
American
to become
people. Bring
death
out
cat bounce, more
accountability
question mark
truly
on
for
me.
those who have abused their
Is it kinda
power,
hovering here?
making sure that the intelligence community is supporting your efforts in
Friday,
keeping the American
Monday,
people
Tuesday,
safe,
bullish.
secure, and free, and being the president of peace.
Weekly
I'm
candle
grateful to be in this
bullish.
position as your director of national intelligence to support you in these efforts, and I'll cover very briefly what we've done over the last year under your leadership and what we look forward to continuing to focus on next year. First of all, under your leadership, again, we've taken on a historic effort
Red
for
Plaza says it's
transparency,
just low volume
declassification, and
bullshit.
exposing these
J&J
abuses
says
of power
bounce up,
by
so
these
it is a
deep
bounce.
state
You're saying like
actors.
higher?
We've declassified
Or
over
like it's gonna stay
500,000
up here for the rest of the
many
week?
of which had never been seen
That would be
before
a bounce.
by the American people. Put them online
Chris
to bring
says dead
about
cat.
this
Dead
level
cat would be
of
pulled back to like
transparency.
666
We formed a
and then close
weaponization
on
working
Friday
group
and figure
again
out
to
the
be able to go after a lot of these abuses of power that have never seen the light of day, to support the accountability
low
that
volume
under
bullshit.
Pam
He's
Bondi's
right. It
leadership
literally
in the
is
Department
low
of
volume
Justice is
bullshit.
coming about.
Market going lower and
Secondly,
the
bring
Bitcoin
about
going
reforms to the
higher.
intelligence community to make sure that we
Joe
have the
says
most effective
Bitcoin's so
and
bullish at
efficient and
92K.
focused workforce that's really working on bringing about the priorities you have laid out in ensuring our country's security. And lastly, Mr. President, working with many of our partners here around the table is going after these
Anyone else
domestic
wanna vote?
threats. We have threats coming from both Islamist ideology as well as Islamist terrorists,
foreign terrorist organizations and those who seek to do harm to the American people, many of whom were let in across our borders under the previous administration.
I mean, I'm having fun with this shit. I'm making money through this shit, but like, this is
the American people, and just appreciate your leadership, Mr. President, and empowering us to be able to conduct this service. Merry Christmas.
It's fucking going nowhere.
Merry Christmas.
Oh my God.
Say it loud and clear.
Oh my God, it's so
your
good.
team at the Trump EPA has been crushing it all year to fix the big mess that we inherited and deliver amazing results for the American people. I've had the opportunity to visit all 50 states since confirmation earlier this year, and to hear from real people where they meet, where they live, and to bring their great ideas and their asks back to us to be able to deliver for them. At the Trump EPA, we've proven that you can both protect the environment
Volume's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Look at this shit.
On the environmental front, since you were sworn in earlier this year, we have averaged a big environmental accomplishment every single day. On the 100th day, the 200th day, the 300th day of your presidency, each time we released a list of our top 100 environmental accomplishments. That has included a historic LA wildfire cleanup that you ordered us to complete in record time, which we did, and the Army Corps, under the leadership of our great Secretary of War, did their part as well. The federal government completely did all of the work needed to allow these residents and businesses to be able to rebuild, but poor leadership at the local and state level, unfortunately, is still resulting in these property owners unable to rebuild their swamp. We also were able to reach an agreement with Mexico to be able to implement a plan to permanently end a decades-old raw sewage crisis on the southern border with Mexico. And Secretary Rubio and his team, Chris Landau, Ambassador Johnson, they've been amazing to get that done. On the deregulatory front, we have proudly launched a massive blitz that amounts to the largest deregulatory effort by any agency in the history of the United States. To put some perspective on it, in 1 year, at one agency, we will do more deregulation than entire presidencies have done across all agencies. It's incredible. You could go back across 4-year terms, 8-year terms, you've never seen this much deregulation. One agency, 1 year.
Right now.
In fact, when finalized, the proposed rescission of the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding amounts to the largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States of America. From fixing the agency's definition of waters of the United States, which is important for our farmers, our ranchers, and other landowners, to
ranging intraday as well.
The effort to end electric vehicle mandates and promote consumer choice. Eliminating regulations designed to eliminate entire sectors of our energy economy. We're thinking big and we're delivering big. We have reduced terrible derailments on diesel exhaust fluid systems. We're getting water moving faster, new pipelines and power plants built, and we're helping to unleash energy dominance. Mr. President, on the operational front, we have significantly reduced the size of the agency workforce, and we are accomplishing more with less. It's all about priorities, and our focus is on fulfilling our statutory obligations, helping to fast-track project approvals that were taking way too long, and closely following the law, as well as key Supreme Court decisions like Loper-Bright to overturn the Chevron doctrine. We inherited massive backlogs that we've been eliminating all year long. We've been implementing your executive order to end COVID-era remote work. We consolidated real estate, canceled expensive media subscriptions, and closed a Biden EPA museum that none of you knew even existed. I'm sure none of you actually visited. To put it another way, in 2024, the Biden EPA obligated and spent over $60 billion in 1 year, an agency with an operational budget of about $10 billion a year. In their own words, caught on camera, they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic, wasting precious tax dollars to pay off well-connected Obama and Biden officials. And they were doing it without any apology or regret. The Biden EPA, in fact, was amending grant agreements just days before you came into office to reduce agency oversight.
0.786.
2025 at the Trump EPA. Similar theme that you'll hear from everyone around this table.
This week is definitely
With our actions canceling wasteful grants and implementing other measures just mentioned, we have saved $30 billion. They spent over $60 billion.
The question is, do they make everybody bearish this week and cook them all to the end of the week and eat the bears for lunch? Or do they cook all the bulls
it's a new day
and just
at
eat
EPA
the
where
bulls
we
for
will
lunch?
protect the environment and grow the economy. We will deliver on the Trump mandate
Everybody
every day.
wants to know.
And we will fight with just one constituency front of mind, and that is the American people. Thank you, Mr. President, for being willing
125
to
is
take a
starting to
bullet for
reject
this
here
country.
at 123.
And if you were to ask me what I'm grateful for, whether it's Thanksgiving,
Time is
it's
1:30
Christmas,
and 2
Hanukkah,
minutes.
New Year's,
1
any
minute
time
and 30 seconds
of
here.
year, the fact that this president, after 4 years serving in office, he could have just left it in the rearview mirror and went on to really enjoy retirement. But he is willing to take a bullet for all of you tuning in at home.
Let's hit the thumbs
because
up
he believes in his
button,
flag, our
folks.
freedom,
Thank
our
you
liberties,
so
to save
much.
the
I'm
greatest
so
country in the
sorry
history of
for
the world.
asking
So
again
I'm
and
grateful
again
this
and
holiday
again. I
season
just
for
want
you,
to push
Mr.
it up to
President. You're willing to take a
135,
bullet
140 today.
for all of us and by all
Thank
of
you
us.
so,
the
so
American
much.
public.
Today is a great day indeed anyway. So,
Mr. President, good morning, everyone.
thank you for being here.
Well,
Thank you
in
for
spite of
watching
the
the
fact
presidential
that
live stream.
your charge to me is to fire myself, we've really been
Tomorrow,
incredibly hard at work making sure
we'll see what happens
that we
with this
can
setup.
return education to the states. And as I
Low
sit
of the
and
day
listen
is
to all
at
the emergencies that we are addressing in
679.38.
this country, from the economy to our borders to everything that we're doing, I would say, sir, that if we do not fix education in our country with this hard reset that you are expecting, I think the greatest national emergency we could face is our education. Because if we are not going to educate our children, we're going to continue to fall behind the rest of the world. When there are only 30% of 12th graders, 8th graders, and 4th graders that can read at proficiency level, that is an incredibly harsh statement to make about our country. And you told me when you first were elected president, and you looked at, I think, right after you took office, the first NAEP scores, which is the nation's report card, came out and showed how far down we were in educational proficiency in our country. And not only the NAEP scores, but the international scores as well showed us about a third from the bottom. You told me you were not only embarrassed, but you were angry about this, and that we had to do something to change this in our country.
680.
And we took a hard look at it, and you absolutely said
LOD is a big possibility, but what a nasty ass scandal here.
is keeping its thumb on preventing growth where we should have, because it's best handled at the state level. Letting states
It's either chopping on this 4
programs in
p.m.
place.
level,
Some
or it's
states are
either
gonna do a lot
chopping
better
on
than
this
others.
cornucopia,
But
and
it's
I don't know
not
which
going
one.
to happen from Washington,
It could
D.C.
drop it
When I
crazy
hear
and then
things
come
like,
back
well,
and then stay here,
with
but I
no
don't know.
disrespect to any other country in the world that have
It could
really
be like,
great
oh,
programs.
it's in a downward trend
Germany,
today, and then they go
Sweden,
make
Norway,
another
hear
downward
about
trend
this all
down
the
there.
time.
Or
Point of fact is, they're this big.
I don't know.
The United
See, man.
States is this big. We can't do it from
It is a
Washington,
possibility.
D.C. It has to be done at
people
the
are
state
not
level.
expecting it.
So what
Every
we've been
single
doing,
drop today has
as
been faking
Lori
out to go
brought up,
bullish.
Secretary,
Every
as
single
Lori
drop.
brought up,
Bullish,
we have a great
drop.
working relationship.
Bullish,
We have already
drop.
signed,
Bullish, drop.
and
Or, you know what I mean? Bullish, drop. Bullish, drop.
MOU or
This shit looks
interagency
bullish.
agreement
It's not.
to
Bullish
handle,
looks bullish, not. It looks
the
bullish,
NOAA
not. Looks
program
bullish, not.
and the Perkins grants to make sure it works.
Coming down
I
here
call
is a
these,
possibility.
You know, these are programs, pilot programs that we're putting out there.
Only and only
these
if
are going to work,
5-minute
we will be
MACD
able
gets
to
used up.
permanently transfer these programs to other
Or
agencies.
5-minute MACD is
They're
bearish,
working
but
like
the
a
1
charm.
minute gets used
We've
up.
taken some of our best people in education. It still operates under the budget of the Department of Education and under the
does not say
management
the same.
of the Department of Education, but working with Lori's personnel. And when I hear
It's so
pushback on
fucking
that
hard
to
to
say,
tell
well,
because it's so
how
different. But
can this
QQQ
possibly
actually
work?
says
Education,
still
put it in
bullish as
labor.
fuck.
Let's be efficient. One example. in order to draw down on a lot of the grants that they are helping us with, we're using their grant system.
1 minute bullish.
The grant system at the Department of Education is like held together with bubblegum.
QQQ is bullish and SPY.
And it did not interact with any other agency. Now we have this really smooth operation
bullish, bullish,
so
bear, bull. This is bearish.
Also, other interagency agreements, 2 more with labor, 1 with HHS, 1 with the Department of State. And we'll be moving other programs, but these are proof of concept. Let's make sure they're working and working smoothly before we ask Congress to codify these permanent moves. So that's kind of in the world of K through 12, what we're looking at right now.
There are no gaps. They gapped down and filled it. They're creating a wedge. Creating gaps. Every single gap is filling. Gap is filling.
We've got anti-Semitism,
gap is filling.
out of their
every single gap is filling, and they're creating a wedge down here.
Pretty stiff fines on, worked some good deals. I've enjoyed working with Harmeet, who just an incredible negotiator. So we're bringing all of that to bear as well. So I can say, sir, that we are moving to return education to the
I'm
states.
stuck in Tesla with 1.9K, and I want more than $100, but every fucking time it goes $100, it bounces.
The science of reading in
it's
schools.
just brain dead.
And going into next year, I can honestly say we've got a lean, mean machine operating at the Department of Education. There's only half the workforce when we started, and we're more efficient, and I think we're going to see better results as we move into next year.
Bears coming in, bull is coming in.
Incredible opportunity.
Thank you very much.
No direction.
Thank you, Mr. President, during this holiday season for empowering us.
Thank you guys all. Thank you, my fellow Americans. Please hit the thumbs up button. My fellow Americans. Gareth said warm bear warm. Yep, exactly. Warm bull, or I don't know.
The tradition of serving the mercantile interests of the medical industrial complex and the big pharmaceutical companies.
Volume is low, no time confirmation, no cycle confirmation that is major happening, just small cycling, chopping, small cycling going up and down, scalping if it's possible, they're doing.
Was dangerous for them. In fact, here's what the science said. It diminishes the risk of fatal heart attacks by 25%, cardiac disease by 50%, Alzheimer's by 35%, bone fractures by 50 to 60%. It improves appetite, it improves sleep, it improves energy, it improves happiness. There are tens of millions of women in this country who have been deprived of that therapy because of scientific malpractice by the medical cartel. We are now remedying that, and this remedy will now be available to all women who want it during one of the most difficult transitions of their lives.
My fellow human beings.
MFN is one of our greatest accomplishments. It would not have happened without you. You were the only person who believed in it. You drove us to get it done. We've now made agreements with the 5 biggest pharmaceutical companies. We have 12 more in the lineup to make agreements.
Low volume, market butterfly, either direction. My fellow American human beings. Hit the thumbs up button, guys. We have 67 people here that have not hit the thumbs up button. God bless you all. That is 40% of the population you own. Hit the thumbs up for good luck, good karma, and good vibes. Woo! Good vibes. All right, wedges breaking down.
Great Britain
IWM
to raise their drug prices in conformance with your
Bears
promise.
Are the ones that are in control.
The Europeans would raise theirs to counterbalance us lowering ours, and therefore,
unless they show bearish and then move up, that's possible. There's a 1 minute gap.
Ecosystem of innovation and
Bears are not in control because the volume's not there. So,
Mr. President, when you first asked me to
price action is being manipulated lower with no volume.
Was with a leading economics professor, health economics professor at Harvard, and we asked him what's the one innovation that we could do that would most dramatically improve.
Thank you so much, the 9 or 8 of you guys that have just hit the thumbs up button. That helps so much. We
have
no
contest. It's to
surpass 115. I love you all. Beautiful, beautiful day today. Today is a Tuesday. We have Wednesday.
and do something that every administration, every Congress has
Thursday,
promised
Friday
for the past
coming.
30 years.
What is
we
happening?
actually got it done. We convened the insurance companies representing 280 million Americans and got them to agree, most of them
My
by
fellow
January
Americans,
of
it's looking
2026 for
bearish
2
on
months from
SPX.
now.
It's looking bullish on the
Remove prior
QQQ.
authorization
Make
for
this shit
most
make sense.
of their procedures,
It's looking
for all the
bullishly
procedures
bearish
we
on
want to
QQQ
remove
with no
from.
volume
And
from the
that
tippity
means
tippity
that
top of
American
today at
patients
10,
at the point of care
11:55.
will be able to get an answer
SPX.
immediately. If your doctor says you need knee surgery, you will know before you leave that doctor's office
Same
whether your
thing.
insurance company will pay for it or not. Similarly,
Ain't going that much lower with
healthcare
no volume.
records,
What a weird place we
tech
are in.
industry has refused to share
No
healthcare
volume.
records. You asked us to change that. We
Market
convened
does
60
whatever
biggest tech companies at a conference that you presided over about 2 months ago. We now did a
Going
second
high,
conference with
$12,
400
dropping
leading companies all come in and agreed to remove
Time is only
any kind of
1:35.
offices where
They're going
individual
to
Americans
test
can get their own health care.
680.43
Americans own their
support.
healthcare records, yet they were not able to access them.
Here.
And if you lived in New Jersey and you moved to Oregon and you got injured, you went to a hospital, you would have to spend
Most terrible
maybe 45
volume.
minutes filling out forms on a clipboard. Because your doctors there could not get your healthcare records, they couldn't get your blood type, your allergies, all the things that they ought to know immediately so they can save your life. Now that is
There's
all
just
changed,
not a good
and all
deductible
these
thing
companies
here.
now
I
have
think
agreed to remove all
QQQ's,
the blocks on sharing healthcare records.
unless they
Every
drop
American will have their healthcare records
680.43
available on
immediately,
their
and
cell
then they do
phones.
LOD, then that's
It's already
fucking more
happening
bearish
in
as
the
shit,
last 6
obviously, but
months.
like,
There have been over 100
QQQ could be.
times the number of healthcare records
I just don't want to be
shared by
biased right now
hospitals
on candles.
and during the entire previous administration.
QQQ could bounce here, but I mean, everything is low-key.
On deregulation, HHS
wanna,
proudly is now leading
say zero
the
DTs. I think zero DTs are one of the most
and
worst shit ever when there's no volume, but yeah.
But today we
shall
announced
see.
the retraction, the revocation of the nursing home rule, which was overburdening rural areas across this country, Indian reservations, with regulations that were going to destroy the nursing home industry in those communities. And that is going to be a $25 billion savings. Those are some of the things that we're doing because of your leadership. President Trump, thank you so much, and Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you, Bobby, very much. Great job.
Well, Mr. President, you've assembled an incredibly talented group here. If you took a look at this group compared to any Fortune 500 leadership team, any group of startup folks, I mean, this is an amazing group, and the breadth of what's
Let
being
me ask,
accomplished.
guys, what did you guys get
And the
for
timing
Cyber
couldn't be
Monday?
better because with your leadership
Bears
and
are
vision,
here
you set
big
us up
time.
for this
They're
age of
going
abundance.
lower. Bearish,
As we
bearish,
head
bearish,
into
bearish,
next
bearish,
year,
bearish,
the
bearish, bearish,
250th
bearish, 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 bearish,
anniversary
bearish,
of this country.
bearish. I'm not
And
going
what are we
bearish,
getting
bearish,
in that
bearish,
year?
bearish,
As we've
bearish. I'm
talked
the
around
Tesla,
the
bearish,
table,
bearish,
you've
bearish,
heard
bearish,
about
bearish.
massively lower taxes, massively lower regulation, abundant energy, record capital investment coming in, job
Most
growth.
likely
I mean, we are set
LOD
up
test in the
to
next
really
5
have
minutes.
something to celebrate next
Volume
year.
coming in now.
And I just
Volume
again
is
want to
here.
say thank you to everybody around the table. You gave us one big assignment in Interior. Of course, Interior, the largest balance sheet in the world. In the Department of Interior, it was a standalone company, 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface. Over 3
Either
billion
volume
offshore
comes in the
from
next 2 or
Guam
3
to the
minutes, or
Virgin
it doesn't.
Islands.
We'll find out.
And you said
It looked like it was
we gotta
coming,
take
but
care of that balance sheet. We got to develop those resources. And what have we done across that? Producing record amounts of oil, record amounts of gas. And again, we set out with a goal: energy diplomacy, sell energy to our friends and allies. We're exporting a record amount of energy to all of our friends and allies around the world. That's helping do that. And you're giving a gift to America as we head into this. You're giving us peace abroad, and you're giving us prosperity at home. That bodes so well for our country. One small little gift that we're giving to all Americans from one teeny part of Interior, which is the national parks, is that not only are we keeping prices low for all American citizens, offering 10 free days for our national parks next year to coincide with our holidays, but also a $100 surcharge for non-residents. That is going to raise hundreds of millions of dollars for all for helping restore and preserve all of our best parks. So as we close out, then I want to also say a big celebration going on here in Washington, D.C. We've been.
Did he just say we're going to get charged another $100 and we should be happy about that? Or did he say we're getting a discount of $100 and we're going to be happy about that? I'm confused. Did he just say what? Did you guys just hear that?
We're doing so many things. Whether it's
he said there's going to be a $100 surcharge to pay for
sites,
something.
Cleaning up ponds and fountains, preparing this thing. The United States is never going to be performing better economically. It's never going to be looking better.
I thought he was saying there's a $100 discount for coming to the park with your family because we're fellow Americans.
Sir, you've given an incredible Christmas gift to Americans by setting us up for an incredible 250th anniversary.
Maybe I heard it wrong.
Marco?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, this is a very talented team, as you've seen, and as you know, because you picked every single one that's on. You deserve tremendous credit for doing that. It's an honor to be in this role. It's also an honor to be involved in and be a witness to what I believe is the most transformational year in American foreign policy since the end of the Second World War, at least. And it's transformational because for the first time in a long time, we have a president who basically puts America at the forefront of every decision we make in our relations with the world. And that may sound weird to people, like, of course you always do. No, that hasn't always been the case until about a year ago. And I think we've all witnessed in our own respective spaces how in every interaction the president has with the world, the goal he has in mind is very simple. Does what you want us to do, or is it what we're going to, or is it going to make us stronger? Is it going to make us richer? Is it going to make us safer? If it is, he's for it. If it's not, he's against it. If something's going to make America weaker or poorer or less safe, the president's going to be against it. And every single thing he has done in our foreign policy has been driven by the American people in mind. And I can go down the list. Why has he focused on mass migration? It's very simple, because no country is safe if you can just walk in without us knowing who you are into your country. We've seen the destruction that that's wreaking, not just in our own country, but the impact that it's having in Europe and in many other parts of the world. You talk about trade deals and the trade situations he's been involved in. People, all this reporting on it. It's very simple. The president views the last 40 years as an era of which American workers and American farmers have been ripped off. They've been ripped off, and what he's saying is we want to have a trade with the world, but it has to be a trade in which American businesses and American workers and the products they make and what American farmers grow and produce has a fair shot to be sold around the world. On issue
All right, it's up to the Bears here to push down or not. Time is 1:45.
This is not our money. This is taxpayer money. When the president has said we're going to do foreign aid, we're going to do foreign aid for countries that are aligned with the United States and in a way that doesn't waste the taxpayers' money. Mr. President, you deserve tremendous credit for that. Many of us, the Vice President, by the way, I want to acknowledge, has played an extraordinary role in our foreign policy, and he too has been a witness to all of this as it's been occurring. He's been a big part of it as well. You talk about NATO. The President's not against NATO. He went to NATO and basically said, look, you guys, we're paying all the money, and he got them to do the 5% commitment, which everybody said was never going to happen, it was impossible. Everything this president does is driven by the American people. Whether you don't have to agree with the actual move, but understand the motivation. The motivation is always you, the American people, and what's good for you.
The motivation is always you.
But the president is also committed to peace in a way that all of us have seen. He achieved in Gaza, and he does it, by the way, not just because he hates war and he thinks wars are a waste of money and lives, but because he's the only leader in the world that can. No other leader in the world could have pulled off what happened in Gaza. And I can tell you, I can't get into the details. The Vice President knows what I'm talking about. That deal doesn't happen without the President's direct interaction with the leaders that were involved in this decision-making. And everyone said that deal couldn't hold. And then the President shepherded through the United Nations of all places to get a global coalition of countries to line up behind the peace deal, behind the border peace. And it's still, every day is a challenge. It's been driven personally by the President. It's the reason why I'm involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the President's war. This war started, it never would have happened if he didn't
fucking scam-ass
motherfucker,
war is
going on, and the President is trying to end it, not because, listen, we have a million things to focus on in the world as a country, but he's the only leader in the world that can help end it. And that's why even as we speak to you now, Steve Woodcock is in Moscow trying to find a way to end this war, to save lives of 9,000 people, Mr. President, as you well know, are dying every week. More people are dying a week in that war than have died in the entirety of the U.S.'s involvement in Afghanistan and Iraq. Just think about that, how bloody and destructive it is. The president's taken on this issue of Sudan personally.
That is not that is
send out
actually
deputies
not the
to
most
do it.
probable. The most
Again,
probable
far
is
away from the United States
6.815.
because
We're
he's the
bouncing
only
right
leader
here.
in the world that can bring it about to an end. Not to mention all the other peace deals, very dangerous ones like India and Pakistan, or Cambodia and Thailand. And so on all these things, Mr. President, I think you deserve tremendous credit for the transformational aspect of our foreign policy. For the first time in probably 4 decades, the American foreign policy is driven by what is good for America and Americans. Whether it makes us safer and stronger and more prosperous. If it is, he's for it. If it doesn't, he's against it. And that sort of clarity is transformational. I close with this, and I know I'm last, so I wanted to be fast, but there was a lot to cover. I do want to say this is the most wonderful and magical time of the year. By that, of course, I'm referring to the college football playoffs. And I just want to say this as a point of personal privilege. And I'm a Florida Gator, but if the University of Miami gets screwed out of the college football playoffs after going 10-2 and beating Notre Dame,
There's nothing wrong with that. It's just you gotta not be a scammer. Yeah, basically, scam.
Well, thank you all very much. I hope it wasn't too long, but it was very concise and
to a fucking point.
We've done a lot. This group has done a lot.
Or you're just a straight up scammer.
Everybody at this table has done a
Scam-ass place,
fantastic
being an evil-hearted
Thank you for
person,
doing
trying
a
to
great
be,
job
oh,
as
I'm a
Chief of
good-hearted
Staff.
person and trying to
First
scam people.
female Chief of Staff.
Everyone's
in the
gonna
history
know,
of
but
our
I mean,
country,
some
which is
people are
pretty
gonna-
amazing when you think of it, right? And she's the
Stay
best.
away,
Thank you very
some
much.
people
Great
are.
job.
Everybody clap and check, please. Clap.
So after that, do you want to ask any questions?
Mr. President, there's been a lot of speculation about who the next Fed chairman could possibly be. You said you have somebody in mind. How many names were you given on the final list? And does that person currently work on the board of Fed
Turkeys,
Reserve?
there you go.
Well, I'd say
Turkey in
that
America.
we probably looked at 10.
Shit, I love today.
And Scott interviewed some people that I didn't know, but he knew. And a lot of people were involved in the process, actually, and Howard was involved. But I think we probably
God bless
looked at 10,
America, folks.
and we have it down to
Seriously.
1.
Can you answer this? I want to ask you about Elon Musk, if I could. You talked about Elon Musk. You had him in dinner here in the White House. Is he now back in your circle of friends?
Get the thumbs
Well, I
up.
really don't know. I mean, I like Elon a lot. He was a very, he really helped during the election with his endorsement. He felt strongly. Look, we had one problem. You know, I didn't want to have everybody have to have an electric car, and he makes electric cars.
That is
and,
great. Elon
yeah, I
Musk.
think we get- I think
Elon
we
Musk,
get along
right?
well.
I'm talking about Elon Musk and I'm going to test
Mr.
it.
President, thank you.
Oh, no.
Mr. President, thank you. Yeah, one more. Yeah, when you talk about affordability, is
Alright, new viewers,
going
also hit
forward,
the subscribe
the
button
American
as well.
people, do you believe, getting impatient with the reforms that you're making? They've talked about it's about.
I think they're getting fake news from guys like you. Look,
We had a huge day
affordability is
today.
a hoax
High today,
that was
11:05.
started by
Low
Democrats
today at
who
11:30.
caused the problem
We are
of pricing.
chopping in
And they
between the
didn't
two
end it
pivot
when-
points,
look, they lost in a
inside the two
landslide.
pivot
We won
points.
every swing state. We won
Remember
the popular
earlier in the
vote.
day we
won
did a poll?
everything. You
There
take a
were
look at
way
districts,
less
it
people
was
saying we're going to chop
2,750
inside, but that's what we're doing right now. There's a lot more people thinking we were going to go higher or
because
lower, and they're
that was an
chopping right at
affordability
the middle.
problem. We brought it down. Look at energy.
The
Look
people
at,
that
look
voted
at the gasoline
VWAP
prices.
chop hover
Like, the
in that
simplest, and
time,
it's the
in
biggest.
that moment, I'm
Because
not
if
talking about
energy
people that
comes
voted
down,
now
everything
are
comes down. That's the way it
Edison,
works.
Donna, Kevin, Zio, Manuel,
we could be
CPN,
at
Mohammed. So
250,
actually,
you said 199 in
1,
some
2,
places
3,
in the
4,
country,
5,
right?
6,
You
7.
said
We
it.
had
I
seven
and,
people,
they won't
7
check you,
warriors
they'll check me. So,
that said
I
we
mean,
were
I'd
going to
like
chop
use
you.
Your number, 199 a
At
gallon.
12.50. So
unthinkable.
congrats
If
to
you go
them.
back a
Actually,
year and a
no,
half
wait.
ago, it's
I'm
unthinkable.
retarded. Sorry. The poll was.
So,
I'm so dumb.
bringing
We
the
did the
prices
poll up here.
down, way down.
All right. No, but like the question was, are we going to
Here
stay
in
in between or
Linden,
what?
we have
I'm pretty
students
sure
who speak
someone in the
33
YouTube
different
chat,
languages.
one guy was saying
In New
we're
Jersey
gonna
Public
chop in between.
We inherited horrible prices. We inherited really the worst, again, the worst
This is
inflation
possible,
in history.
right?
We
This is
inherited
possible.
that.
They can
When I came
close
in,
with
that's
the
what we
HOD
had.
at 11:05.
And
They
we
can close
fixed
with the
inflation.
LOD at
And we
11:30.
fixed almost everything.
Or
if you want to know the
they can
truth,
lotto it and
including
boom up
8
and close
wars.
it
We got
with
one to go.
350,
But
355,
including
3
8
somewhere
wars.
HOD
But
and
when
revert it
they
into 4.
always say, "What's
You can
today?"
break the
when they have a
LOD
race
to
going on right
3,
now with
354 somewhere,
And this
and
woman
then
goes,
revert it to
affordability.
4.
They're the ones that caused the problem. The prices were way high. We're bringing
Honestly,
the prices
it's
down.
a mixed day, so it's not a lot of direction.
They're like
Going
scam
up,
artists. You know,
down,
they're
up,
I call them
down,
con men
up,
and women.
down, up,
They come out,
down.
they say
So we are
affordability,
literally
like,
range
oh,
locked.
I see
This
prices.
is some sort of purple box happening
we're gonna
here.
get prices down still
At
higher.
6,850,
The
6,800.
prices they
We
cost.
are just
The reason that they had the highest
unidirectional.
inflation in the history of our country is because they had the highest prices. But we brought them down, and now we have normal inflation. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you so much for taking
Tomorrow,
questions
guys,
with
and
your
hopefully you
assembled
guys tune in tomorrow.
I
Tomorrow
wanted to
will be
clarify something that you had said on
Michael
Sunday
Burry
regarding
versus
the boat
Tesla.
strikes near Venezuela.
You guys can
had
type in
said
chat what you want
that you
the
didn't
live
know the
stream
second strike on that
title
one
to be,
boat
but
had
it's going to be
happened,
Burry versus
but you wouldn't
Tesla.
have
We're like,
wanted it.
yeah.
Now that your administration
Dr.
has
Burry, I think
acknowledged
it's
that it
going to be Burry
happened,
versus
do you
Tesla.
support that second strike? And Mr. Secretary, I
It's
want to
coming
clarify
out
something
wild
you had
about
said in
Tesla,
an interview
but
back in September, I believe on Fox
President
News.
Trump
You said
is
that you
talking
would watch that
good
strike
about
live
Elon
on
Musk.
television. In real time, did you know that there were survivors after the initial strike?
Well, look, all I know is this. Every boat that you see get blown up, we save 25,000 on average lives, 25,000 lives. They've been sending enough of this horrible fentanyl and other things like cocaine and other things, but fentanyl right now is the leader of the pack, to kill.
If we are so
our entire
bearish and
nation.
they don't want to go today, they
Because
could
a little
hover and
speck
close
on the
this
head of a
green and
pin
then
can
open
kill
tomorrow at
somebody.
6:17, where
It's
we
very
did not go
dangerous stuff.
today.
I know
We've
so
seen
many
that
people
happen
where their
numerous
sons were
times.
drug addicts. They had one little sample.
I don't know,
and
dude.
They died.
If that happens,
They
what
died.
we
They
would
were-
close in
they
between
couldn't
the two
believe
pivot
it.
points, and the market
As far
would
as the
close
attack is
before,
concerned,
right?
I didn't,
Or
you know,
we
I
break
still
the
haven't
LOD
gotten
and then go for the gap
a lot
fill
of
and then
information because I rely
or
on
we
Pete.
just stay
But
up
to
and
me,
then
it
we
was
go
an
bullish.
attack. It
I don't
wasn't
know.
one strike,
Things
two
are so
strikes, three
different.
strikes.
There's three different
Somebody asked
possibilities.
me a question about the second strike.
Percentages
I
and the
didn't know about
possibilities for
second
them are
strike. I
changing
didn't
every
know
second, every
anything about
minute.
people. I wasn't involved
It's
in it. I
changing
knew they took out a
everything
vote.
every single
But I
time.
would say
I mean, the
this,
environment and the setting
they
is just
had
extending
a
and
strike.
extending and
I hear
extending
the
in my
gentleman that
eyes.
was in charge of that is extraordinary. He's an
extending,
extraordinary person. I'll let Pete speak about him. But Pete was satisfied. Pete didn't know about second attack having to do with two people. I guess Pete would have to speak to it. I can say this. I want those boats taken out. And if we have to, we'll attack on land also, just like we attack on sea.
Barun says,
And
even
there's
you
very
said
little coming
LOD
in by
test
sea. I
is
think we've
coming.
knocked
It
out
never
over
came.
90%
It's
of
okay,
it.
bro.
There's
People
very
can be
little, and
wrong
I understand
sometimes.
that. There's
I
very
mean,
little. We're saving
is this not LOD
hundreds of
test at 1
thousands of
p.m.?
lives with those pinpoint
Is this not
attacks.
LOD
It's an
test at
amazing thing
1:40?
when you see a boat going along, and you know, a lot
Some
of the
people-
press would like to say they're not. You see the boat, they're not maybe
I don't know, bro.
drugs. You see
They're
these
just
boats. First of all,
here and there,
who has five
mostly from
engines on the
the
back of a
other
boat
stream.
going in weird directions and loaded up with lots of
Sitting here
white
trying to explain things to you,
containers?
but you know, you gotta
They're
kind
all-
of.
Their bags are. No,
know,
they've done
dude.
an amazing job, and Peter's done an amazing job. Pete, you could probably better answer the question.
No, you're spot on, sir. I think you got to start with the baseline, which Marco laid out.
Like, you
everybody
guys-
laid out. We've got 20 million
Like
people
you guys
invading
look
our
at the
country
poll
over
question,
4
right?
years. We
It
don't
says
know where
last
they
poll
come
of the day.
That includes Trendy Aragua
HOD
and cartels
fly
and
rocket,
violent criminals. They bring
VWAP rocket chop,
drugs and
VWAP rocket chop, or VWAP reject LOD hope question mark. I voted VWAP reject LOD hope question mark. We definitely VWAP rejected LOD hope question mark. Maybe I was saying LOD was coming at some point, but yeah, I mean, hey, what could you do? I said if this shit flips, it could come, but I mean, it literally is extending. If it flips, yeah, you can make fun of me, but what if it doesn't? What if it chops here for 40 minutes and then burns every bull and then goes? You don't know if it could have flipped here. All you could do is watch the MACD, watch what happens and see if it flips or not, right? But I mean, some people don't. They just want to... Which I get it, bro. It's
sources
hard
and
as shit.
methods that you can't reveal here.
24/7.
Make sure that every one
Maybe
of
I
those
did say
drug
LOD
boats
is coming at
tied
some
to a
point, but I mean, they
designated
could have, dude. I hope you
terrorist
realize.
Who's on it, what they're doing, what they're carrying.
It's not
all
my
these
fault
white
it came.
bales are
It
not
didn't come
Christmas
from
gifts
one
from
single
Santa.
candle. You know, I'm really
This is
sorry, but what
drugs
do you want me to
running
do?
on
You know what I mean?
motor fast boats or submarines that we've also struck. No one's fishing on a submarine.
All I can say is I'm not playing in this shit cycle right now, so.
To make that call. Now, the first couple of strikes.
I may be saying it's coming based on something, but I mean.
That responsibility. So I said I'm going to be the one to make the call after getting all the information.
The fact is, this is life. Things are so dangerous in the 3/3. I'm talking about the bigger cycle 3/3. That anything could happen here. This is the 3/3 cycle for bullish. Right,
as you can imagine, the Department of War had a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all
this thing could be
bullish,
bullish, or this thing could be bearish from up here. Nobody knows. It never broke that high. So playing back here with 0 DTs and 1 DTs or whatever it is with big money is just an amateur thing to do.
He sunk the boat.
I already played.
Sunk the boat
in the morning.
And eliminated the threat.
I don't need to be right 24/7, 100,000% of the times because I already did my shit.
Because narco-terrorists know you can't bring drugs through the water.
I'm sorry,
and eventually
it didn't come from one candle, but I mean, I thought it was gonna come. That's why I said it. But it's not my fault the MACD RSI literally flipped at the tippity bomb at 140. You know, that's something you gotta watch together. It's cycle confirmed.
I did not personally see survivors, but I
my mouth hurts, dude. I need some water to be able to sit here and say 24/7 everything. Like, I'm trying.
You got digital things. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press.
People hate me 24/7 when I get things wrong for like 5 minutes, right? But what do you want me to do?
And you plant fake stories.
The market literally cycling, extending time, whatever it is, building,
on anonymous sources, not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms.
When I say things like that, it's almost speculative too, right? It's like, in my opinion, it's going to come. I think it's going to come too, but so does everyone else in the world too.
President Trump has empowered commanders, commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
And Mr. Secretary, on the second strike, you said it happened more than an hour after the first. Did I hear it correctly?
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of time.
You went off the room, is what you're saying.
I already stated my answer quite clearly.
So remember this, we lost last year, I think it was more than that, but you know, people don't like saying it because they always said 100,000, 115,000, numbers we've been hearing for years. So we lost last year more than 200,000 people.
People hate me when I'm wrong, dude.
Ruined families beyond the 200,000.
People hate me when I say something like, I don't even know. First of all, I don't even say something dumb. I deduct things live 24/7, and I literally say things that are literally going against me and that are, you know, real. But people hate me so much. Like 40 or 50 people just leave in and out because, you know, just because of that. You know what I mean? And like, I'm sorry. I don't fake bullshit. And then like 24/7, I'm like, oh, good, bullish, bearish, bullish. Like, you know what I mean? I don't do that. I'm really sorry. So. You know what I'm saying? It's a give and a go type of thing, but like you have to understand, like the realest people understand and watch and have been, and they learn for themselves because they have to and they want to for themselves because they love themselves. I'm not doing this shit to, you know, hate on no one. I'm just saying, like, I fucking do this shit because I love myself, and like you have to understand, it is very, very painful when people that are closest to me and my friends and my closest friends are like, oh, I'm trying, Jeff, and yet they don't. And they're the ones that are, you know, trying to whatever the fuck. I don't even care about none of that. You know what I'm saying? I care about the fact that I'm golden 6 out of 7 and 6 out of 8 days for myself, 5 out of 7 days for myself. That's all I care about. So people are so I can't even explain to you, bro. I can't even explain to you, bro. I say this shit from the bottom of my heart, man.
The eyes of some of these people.
You gotta love yourself to a degree.
And you see a killer.
You really do.
Just come on in.
Or you're going to try to love yourself by trying to find it in other people.
Committed more than one murder.
You cannot find love for yourself anywhere but yourself, inside yourself. No one loves you more than yourself, I'll tell you that much right now, dude.
Hundreds of thousands of people
no matter who it is you're talking to, no matter how old you are, no matter how young you think I am, nothing changes what I say because it's the truth. Right? You gotta find power in yourself, and you gotta find love in yourself, and you gotta find the truth in yourself. Not some bullshit, scammer ass shit anywhere else in this world. Online or not, in real person, in person or not.
I'm very proud of you. I have no idea.
I've done a lot of things in my life. Trust me when I say this shit, bro. Trust me. I've been around in this country right? Trust me, right? I graduated from college with an IT degree, trust me, right? I do computer science shit, trust me. I worked as a CDLA driver across country for Amazon for a year or two, like half a year, trust me when I say this. I am more educated and experienced in life than a lot of these people, a lot of these fool-ass scammers that they, try to do online.
Yeah, of course. Is that possible?
Go learn how to be a real person and just love yourself. That's all I say. Don't try to scam online.
Just take fewer words and louder.
Yeah, sure. I was my first question. Last week, the Iraqi militia groups attacked
Seriously,
one of the
wasting my
largest gas
time
fields
and
in the
breath,
Kurdistan region
my
of
energy.
Iraq, which even the U.S. companies have invested in these gas fields.
Yeah.
And then,
are you from Iraq?
I'm from Kurdistan, Iraqi Kurdistan.
Okay.
Yeah, working for Huda Media Network. And the Kurdistan region prime minister, he requested the United States providing them some sort of defense system to defending these gas fields and U.S. investment in the Kurdistan region. Are you willing
Thank
to
you
help
so
with
much,
them?
the 80 or 90 or 100 people that are constantly here and hitting the like before I even ask. Thank you so much, man. Seriously.
It's very
It is so
unusual
hard.
question,
It really
I think,
is.
but I
was
assume
so
you're
small
from the area,
time.
and to you it's a very important question, and to me it is also, because people are being
YouTube
killed.
channel.
I will say
I'm gonna
this,
keep it that way,
Iraq
but people are.
has been much different in terms of us than they were prior to us taking out the nuclear capability of Iran. Iran has gone down many, many steps in terms of its fear factor. They were the bully of the Middle East, and they're really not the bully of the Middle East anymore. And Iraq was being bullied by Iran. We had a president that thought it was brilliant to blow them up, and they blew them up, and all of a sudden, instead of
PM
having
is
a
bouncing.
power that was basically equal to Iran, they had Iran ruling the Middle East for a long period of time. But Iraq, from the day we hit them with those B-2 bombers and knocked out and obliterated, because CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't total, well, it turned out it was totally obliteration. It was every single one of those missiles hit its target. It was actually amazing, but it was wiped out, totally wiped out. I will
No
tell
volume
you, Iraq
trying
has
to
been a
rise
much
from the
friendlier
wedge.
place. They talked to us. The prime minister actually nominated
Man,
me
they've been
along with
talking
about
for so
78
long.
other countries for the Nobel
Guys, we've
Prize.
actually been
I'm
chatting
the
and
only one
talking
that
on
was
the chat,
nominated
guys,
by
for
almost
so
100
long.
countries
The president has
that
been
didn't
live
get it.
since
But that's
literally
okay.
11:30 in
But
the
I
morning.
saved a lot of
I think like
lives.
12
I
p.m.
saved
It's
a
been
lot
2
of
hours.
lives.
Thank you
But
guys
Iraq,
all. We were, he's been
nominated
live
us for
since
the
up here at
Nobel Prize, and
12:30.
that was a great honor. We didn't expect that from Iraq. Iraq has been a much different place since the taking out of Iran the nuclear capability. Yeah, let's get to another question.
He's been
Here we
live
go.
for
This guy's a
he's
beauty.
been live for literally an hour and a half.
No,
Speaking of
because I've been
announcement at
spending
2,
too
it's
much time
already
with
2.
you. I mean, we're spending a lot of time in here. We wanted to do this you talk about being open and transparent. This has to be the most transparent administration in history. We spent a lot of time answering your questions and giving you a lot of good results. I mean, I think everybody here gave you good results. But no, I don't. I will have after I leave here.
Most transparent administration in history.
I don't know. I don't know. All I can tell you is that we're trying very hard to get.
Are these live streams for the market? Like, is this real? Is this like? I mean, is this like?
Mostly men, mostly
has
soldiers.
this been happening in history?
Every month, 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers. It's impossible. That's half a stadium. Take a big football stadium. Take
Maybe
half
that's what
of
he's
those
talking
people
about. This has never
in
happened
a
in
stadium,
history.
and they're wiped out. They're killed.
15,000,
Every month.
25,000 people watching
It's
right
crazy.
now. The live
That
stream.
war is crazy.
Presidential live stream. He's
It would
talking
have
about.
never happened with me, and it didn't happen for
Watching
4
the
years.
market too, probably.
Potential land strikes. Can you elaborate anything on that? You talked
Yeah, I'll elaborate. If they come in through a certain country or any country, or if we think they're building mills.
Presidential
for,
live stream
whether
though
it's
is so
fentanyl or
always full
cocaine.
of something, isn't it?
I hear Colombia, the
They
country
dumped it
Colombia is
crazy
making
before, and then they
cocaine.
rallied
They have
crazy
cocaine
into it, and then they
manufacturing
dumped that
plants,
too.
okay?
During
And
the
then they
presidential
sell
live
us the
stream,
cocaine.
didn't break
We
the
appreciate
LOD,
that very
bear
much,
trapped,
but,
and then
yeah,
zigzag going
anybody
up,
that's
down,
doing that and
down,
selling it into our
little
country
pump,
is
little
subject
dump,
to
little
attack.
pump, little dump, little pump, little dump, going nowhere.
No, not
since
just
the live stream.
Venezuela's been very bad.
Oh
Venezuela's
my
been
gosh,
really bad in
man!
something
What
else,
is this
probably
pattern?
worse than most.
You guys
but a
remember
lot of
last
other people
week?
do it too.
We were bullish.
They would send murderers
Faked
into our
out,
country.
bullish.
They would empty their jails into our country.
One of
They
those
send
environments, if
people
you didn't
into
take
our
profits in
country
the
that we
down, you
don't
were dead.
want.
Didn't take
They
profits in the
send
down,
their
you were
drug
dead.
dealers
Then
and their
now it
drug
is
people
up, down,
into our
it's literally the
country.
same thing. Call
They
sign
send
two
people
now.
from their mental institutions into our country,
Chopping
and we're getting
big
them out.
time.
That was bad. That was real
Tesla
bad.
going
And they
crazy
also
high
sent
now,
drugs.
big time.
Yeah.
On Tim Walz, Mr. President, do you think he should resign over the fraud scandal in the
Volume
state?
coming in.
And who should?
More
Tim Walz. Over the
market
fraud
close.
scandal in the state.
Look, I think the man's a grossly
After
incompetent
hours.
man. I thought that from the
All
day I
this
watched
bearish
JD
MACD went
destroy
bullish.
him in the debate, I was saying, who was
140
more
to
incompetent, that man or my man?
5.
I had a man and he had a man. They
Now
were
it's
both
bullish.
incompetent.
1
And
minute MACD.
I had a man and a woman. I thought she was very incompetent too, but now she's leading the field. And I think she's leading the field in this
Cooking all these
nomination.
bears. That is
Anyway,
insane
look,
work.
that's up to them. That's up to the Democrats.
Cooking Tesla
the
too,
problem
though,
with them
low-key.
is
Robin's so tiny, it doesn't
they
even matter.
have really bad policy. And I'm not going to say what
I'm
it
in
is because I
fucking
don't want
tiny.
to change it
2K
necessarily.
literally with my house money on
Because I want
Tesla.
to
so I
run
don't
against
really
it,
care.
whether it's
Whatever
it's
they
not gonna
do
be me,
here.
It's going to be somebody that's going to probably sitting at this table.
MACD and volume is
Could be a
rising.
couple of people sitting at this table. Could be a couple of people running together sitting
Turning
at this
into
table.
an
you know, but,
insane burn.
I want them to win because we've done a great job for this country, and I want that to be carried forward.
Never coming down.
And you know, I think we have a tremendous bench, really a tremendous bench. But
I can't even believe we went to that
no,
LOD.
I think that Waltz is a grossly incompetent man. There's
Crazy.
something wrong with him.
Went to
There's
617.
something
We're
wrong
only
with him.
617.
And when you look at what he's done with Somalia, which is barely a country, you know, they have no anything. They just run around killing each other.
We have a gap
There's
up
no
here.
structure.
We have a gap.
And when I see
here.
somebody
We're
like
in the middle.
Ilhan
of the two
Omar,
gaps.
who I don't know at all, but I always watch her for years. I've
We have a
watched her
gap
complain
here.
about our
We have a gap here.
Constitution.
And we're
How
almost, we're
she's being
literally right in
treated
the two
badly.
middle
Our
gaps.
Constitution, the United States of America is a bad place. Hates everybody, hates Jewish people, hates everybody. And I think she's an incompetent person. She's a real terrible person.
I am not
But
shorting
when I
against this
watch
shit.
what
Where am I
is
going
happening
long in
in
this shit? But I'm
Minnesota,
just watching right now.
the land of 1,000 lakes or however
Tesla is
many
literally
lakes they
at
have, they got a lot of
427 right
lakes.
now.
But this beautiful place, and I see these people ripping it off, and now I'm understanding, and you're going to look at that's.
I was up $100, and now I'm down $350, $400 on this shit. But
ripped off that
it's so
state
tiny, I don't give a
for
fuck. But like, wow, man.
billions of dollars.
Not gonna lie.
Billions. Every year, billions of dollars,
Creating a little.
and they contribute nothing. The welfare is like 88%. They contribute nothing. I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you, okay? Somebody would say, oh, that's not politically
want 'em in
correct.
our
I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks, and we don't want them in our country.
What is he
I
talking
can say
about
that
again?
about other countries, too.
I
I can
didn't
say
even
it
hear
about
it.
other countries, too. We don't want them to hell. We have to rebuild our country. You know, our country's at a tipping point. We could go bad. We're at a tipping point. I don't know if people mind me saying that, but I'm saying it. We could go one way or the other, and we're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country. Ilhan Omar is garbage. She's garbage. Her friends are garbage. These aren't people that work. These aren't people that say, let's go, come on, let's make this place great. These are people that do nothing but complain. They complain. And from where they came from, they got nothing. You know, they came from paradise, and they said, this isn't paradise. But when they come from hell, and they complain, and do nothing but bitch, we don't want them in our
Damn,
country.
going into December
Let them
12th,
go
Tesla
back
puts right
to
now.
where they came from and fix it.
427.5.
Thank you very much.
I said fucking bitch. That's crazy.
Mr. President, has Maduro offered to leave?
Yes. Alright, I'm in 2.5K Tesla puts September 12th here. Wow. That was strong, man. That was strong. Wow.
Hey guys, keep going around to the right. Okay. Thank you guys.
He sounded mad. He sounded real mad. Well, that's the presidential live stream. It is our president. Now, when is the announcement? The presidential announcement. It's in 15 minutes. They're waiting for him already. Oh my god, they're waiting for him already. Bro. They're waiting for him already. I'm in Tesla for 3.5K now. 1.5K into this week. 2K, 2.5. Into next Friday. He's gonna go take a break. He's gonna go use the bathroom, go wash his hands, take care of business, use the napkins, and we're gonna be ready. That's great. That's great. This horizontal sloping support holding today, just like it did. I was gonna say yesterday, but I did not draw this yesterday. No, it's actually not from yesterday. Slide. Just holding. Monday and Tuesday. I did draw this yesterday, actually, using Mondays. I draw this like yesterday night or today morning or something, looking at this low. But it did hold into today. 11:30. 11:30. We got a spike down to the 679s, 680s. We went to 617. That is crazy spike. It's literally showing as a Navinda Cinch flash crash spike. Look at this shit. From 624 to 617 to 622. If you guys know Navinda Cinch, the flash crash documentary, bro, this is literally the Navinda Cinch flash crash. Going straight down and up. I wonder what the announcement is, Flatten says. Me too. Hope it's some bearish news on Tesla after he says something good about Elon. That would be hilarious. I mean, that would be like, oh, Dr. Barry. I don't know. Trump makes announcements. That was great, though. That was a presidential pump, dump, pump, dump, pump, dump, pump. Felt presidential. Man, is this, guys, do you guys think this administration, is this the first time in your life where you are seeing the President of the United States live on, you know, whatever it is, CNBC or Apple, whatever it is, and you just see, you know, the daily makings of the White House? I don't remember if there ever was a time where you could literally just see the president do this. Man, why is my Amazon refund not coming in, dude? It's like $70 worth of shit. It's not coming in. $60 plus 17. That's so much. It's not coming. Ay, ay, ay. today. I think it's a done day. Except this presidential live stream, folks. What a very hard day, but what a fucking day. Went down crazy and then popped up crazy as if nothing happened, like that low volume rally, as if this dip never happened. It was like a pullback to go basically to the same spot and then dump that off and then pump that up to where it was and then dump that off and then there's some sort of weird channel here. Look at this weird ass channel going. Right? Some sort of weird ass fucking channel trading going on. But there are going up, down from it. Is there even some sort of fucking shape I can put on it? No, like rotated rectangle. What is a rotated rectangle? Okay. Let's use that. Rotated rectangle. I like that. I'm gonna try that. A rotated rectangle from this high to this low. Is this a stupid trend line? It makes sense, no? Hold on. Let me change this to some not ugly looking color. That's not hideous. Why is it? Never mind. We're not doing this. We're not. Yeah, never mind. We're not doing this. But what a chop! Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Like account swiping, money moving, moves are happening. Up and down, up and down. Not gonna lie, I think I have my chart like zoomed out like crazy. Like it's actually huge moves. These are like all huge moves. But I just have the chart zoomed out crazy. But look at this, man. It's crazy. Chopping, 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 drop. Up. Back to somewhere here. Algo ranges. Algo range is being used from the morning. I didn't even extend it. And then drop. Back to the algo range. Created at 12:35. And then figuring out what to do with VWAP. Like, it's like, go take a break, bro. No break. Market, no break ever. Just you gotta be super locked in. You gotta be prepared for it to do what it does, or you just gonna be left behind. And the market moves, the market moveth. No fucking care about anyone's emotions or feelings. Just doing what it has to do to get it done.
Investment strategist at Piper Sandler. It's great to see you.
As well.
Thanks for coming in. Did I characterize that correctly?
That's right.
And by the way, kudos. What do we call II now?
Xtel.
Thank you.
Yes.
#1 strategist for that call all year long, that there's something bigger taking place here. So tell us what that is.
Sure. You know, the market's been very focused, of course, where interest rates are going and what's been driving that. I would say in 22 and 23 was really more about inflation. And in recent years, we've started seeing the labor market soften. And I suggest that investors have a brief definition of history and have to look further back. And in periods specifically where inflation anxiety was very elevated, like today. And what we see taking place today and for the foreseeable future is softer employment, providing for lower rates, and in a market that's, we're seeing inverse correlations with equities and interest rates. That's been a positive.
Yep.
And that is what's been missing to get the market to broaden, get the economy to broaden, lower rates to get manufacturing, transportation, and housing to get back to a better backdrop in 26 when we see that.
If it occurred to me like this, I keep thinking about, you know, softening employment data and falling interest rates and rate cuts as the end of a cycle, right? That's what was happening in 2008. The economy's softening, the Fed's behind the curve, they're trying to catch up, and that's a bearish sign. But then I read what you're talking about. You go back to inflationary episodes where that's the top concern for the market. And once you have employment softening and the Fed's cutting, then that means you're through the bear market. That actually is the beginning, possibly, of a rally and a broadening.
Yeah.
So you're pointing to that playbook as to people say, how could we possibly be in the early innings? Look at how strong the market's been.
Yeah.
Does that give you any concern, though? Like, we'd be building on a rally that's been so strong for the past few years.
Well, yeah, my mic was muted, but I mean, I said at 11:43 in the WhatsApp group, hey, I'm done for the day. I'm not doing anything dumb, right? I'm done for the day at 11:43. Most likely, I'm going to see what they do and be patient and watch what they do and not be biased at the floor and do anything dumb. And all I did since then was Tesla. And I said I'm doing Tesla, but I've literally been done since then. And I don't really do 3/3, bro. People run and hope on crazy with their entire portfolio on, you know, like these little tiny ass moves down or little tiny ass pops up. But I really care about the 1/3, 2/3, and then I get the fuck out. 3/3, dangerous. And this entire shit 3/3, so. Extending crazy, 3/3. Who knows, man? But lol.
Not like that anymore. We're unwinding that.
Yeah.
So Amazon cuts 14,000 jobs. Sounds scary, except that they doubled their workforce to 1.6 million during the pandemic. So the labor market reset, it seems to me the market is still perceiving this as there is some right sizing going on across corporate America still,
absolutely,
which shouldn't be
My
confused
AirPod
with
Pros
kind of where
3s
we
are
are in
coming
the
today,
business
bro.
cycle.
I'm about to go.
Not kind of
Work out in
margin
the
pressure,
bitches.
pain-induced employment layoffs, which is also happening as well. That you've got AI-related layoffs, you've got normalization from COVID, and there is a cyclical component as well, certainly in smaller businesses. And I think that's going to persist into 2026. I want to be clear. I think the labor market remains very sluggish.
Right.
But that opens the door for rates to be to continue drift lower, the Fed to start, to continue cutting, and seeing a broader improvement in housing, manufacturing, transportation. People have gotten so bearish on these parts of the market.
And look at the ISM again yesterday.
And it's still weak, but it's been kind of hanging around. And all of our forward-looking indicators suggest that finally in 2026 we'll start to see that get back into expansion. Up until 3 months ago, we were not seeing those signals.
What are those signals, by the way? It's fascinating.
So it's changes in interest rates, changes in oil prices, changes in money supply growth, changes in the yield curve. And I'm not even including the fiscal policy kicker that we're going to get in 2026.
Because you can do the expensing immediately of depreciation or whatever it is that the people sign
we're going to see in the first half. All of that's gravy, but it's really as simple as 2 years ago, we saw interest rates peak after rising into 2023. And they stabilized. The 10-year kind of bounced around for about 2 years and is now near the low end of it. The Fed's been cutting for over a year. It's those changes in rates which help to normalize the economy. And people are getting too stuck, I believe, in the bearishness and kind of thinking that this will never change. And that's where things typically do start.
No, I appreciate
Gaza's population.
You heard that? He said people are stuck in the bearishness.
There's a lot going on, as Carl was saying. The curve's a little steeper today. The 10-year continues to stay around 410, and there it is, right on the button. Bitcoin having a day, bouncing 6%. Tech is leading, Nvidia's up, Oracle's up, Palantir is as well. Josh, the final month of this year underway. How do you see things today?
So I was talking to somebody last week about what's like the most obvious thing that you think is going to happen that people still aren't expecting, even though it's obvious. Like kind of joking around. And but the truth is, they're going to buy these Max 7 stocks. And I know how badly people want there to be a new narrative. I know how sick and tired people are of seeing the same 10 stocks at the top of the leaderboard quarter after quarter, year after year. And I understand how people went overweight, healthcare and energy and staples and some of the other areas that started to rally in late November as the AI story started to get a little bit shakier. But like in the end, these are the biggest, most liquid stocks. And contra the
Environment
bubble
is still
narrative,
bearish, is what
they're
I
not
mean
even
by
expensive.
we are still bearish. This is a bearish
Meta
environment.
is at 22 times forward PE.
Everything here says
Like, what are we
bearish. Nothing
talking
says
about?
bullish. Everything
You're
here
gonna
says
tell me
bull trap.
Costco at
Everything here says
45
bull trap.
is
Everything here says
cheaper?
bull trap. Nothing says fucking bear
Nvidia
trap.
is the
Everything here
second
says bull
cheapest
trap.
stock
Everything here
in
says
the
bull
Mag
trap.
7.
Everything here
It's
says
got a
bull trap.
forward
Nothing says
PE
bear
now
trap.
at
These people
24.
do not
And I
understand
understand all the
higher time
stories
frame
about competition,
setups.
et cetera, et cetera.
Everything here is
not
bearish.
dismissing that. But
Into
again,
tomorrow.
this is the best
I don't know
company on
about
earth.
today.
And
Everything
it's
is
24
bearish.
times
So
forward earnings.
people make fun
a
of me
multiple you have
all
never
they want.
been able to
I don't
pay
give a fuck.
for a name
But
with,
I
with
mean,
execution
it's
at this
not
level.
my fault.
So I
Market
really
is
feel,
zero
Judge,
DT
we
cycle.
had this huge momentum swing.
Everything here is
on
bearish.
November
Nothing here is
20th,
bullish.
only 4.6% of all the names in the XLK
I may be wrong.
sector spider were above their 10-day
I don't
moving
think so,
average.
and I
Today,
know I'm
that's
not.
86%. That's the highest since July.
I know you're wrong.
These names are being accumulated, and I feel like second verse, same as the first. Everyone gets how this year is going to end. I know people want a different narrative. I just don't think you're going to get it.
Joe, it sounds a little bit different than what you're looking for.
Tesla.
Well, I'll tell you this. I love that Josh
427
is
reject huge.
targeting the conversation towards the Mag 7 because I think that's the right place for the conversation to be. And I think when we turn the calendar into 26, I told you yesterday, I think 26, it's about quality, not
Huge
momentum. Well, the Mag
rejection.
7 is the essence of quality, Scott. And I think it's going to look very similar to what it did in 23 and
Huge
24.
rejection.
You know, Josh is talking about consensus as you move
everything.
into the end of the year.
Everything
the
is
consensus
bearish.
I keep hearing about is about this
cannot keep repeating
concentration
it.
and about the concentration being a risk.
But I will.
And how you want to
Everything is
broaden out.
bearish.
I think
Everything
that
is bearish.
concentration
Everything is bearish.
remains in
Nothing's
place
bullish.
in 26.
Nothing's bullish.
Look at what is
Nothing's bullish.
going on with the Mag
Everything's
7.
bearish.
Look at
Everything's
Apple.
bearish.
Apple is
Everything's
up
bearish.
40%
Everything's
since
bearish.
August 5th.
Everything's bearish.
Luke Capital
Everything's
today
bearish.
raises the price target from 315 to 3.25. I read the note. They did not mention once
Everything's bearish.
the ability to deliver on Apple Intelligence, which we know
This shit is
this
not
company
bullish.
is
It's actually
behind on. So
bearish.
you tell me, is it priced into the stock
tell
or not
me.
that they're going to succeed
Is
with
it
Apple
bearish? Is it
Intelligence?
bullish?
Because I'm not so sure that it is, but I'll tell you
I'm
what.
not so sure
a
if
lot
it's
of people
bullish.
want to own Apple right here. I made it my final trade yesterday. I know
actually sure
Josh
it's
made his
bearish.
final trade last week, and it continues to move
Why
higher.
are you skipping past the month of December? You're talking about 2026. I think people want to know if we're going to have a pretty, right? I mean, Josh was talking about the rest of this year. You bypass that. You just start talking about 2026.
Look,
you have to get your notebook back of all the things I say about you that you keep score of.
Let me write this down.
You're going to have to write this down now because you
I'll
bring it out.
I did
about that's not what he's talking about.
Here is the notebook.
He is not talking about
He
that.
is talking about the Mag 7, and the Mag 7 are going to be important moving into
You're
26.
talking about
Look,
2026. What's going to happen in December?
So let me respond to you by saying this. Beginning Labor Day, I said we would have a chase for performance into the end of the year. And I think we'd agree to a certain extent that
Arthur,
we've
they
had
chop
it.
here again.
But now we're basically
they
less
flush.
than 30 days away from the calendar
That was a
turning.
possibility
You're
at
not going to like my
140.
answer. I have
That's a
no idea
possibility
what's going
now.
to happen here
Nothing
in the
changes.
final 3 weeks of the year where
Like
liquidity
I said,
is
if
coming
this shit
out of the
flips
market,
and a
where
higher
volumes
candle, like
are
a
getting
5 or
lower and
15-minute
lower, where
candle
we have
goes
all these
lower,
different
the
dynamics,
LOD
like
is
an
going to break.
inflation reading on
Nothing's going to
Friday,
change.
A Fed meeting, maybe
God
a
damn.
hawkish cut. You've got yields rising. So I'm sorry. I don't know where we're going over the next 3 weeks. Are we going to complete to chase for performance? Maybe we are. I have no idea. If we do, I'll be happy about it. But I am more focused on how do I want to think about investing in 26.
He punted as bad as the Giants kicker last night.
That was awful. That was awful.
Oh, you think it was Joe just put his foot in the ground.
That was awful.
When he was
5-minute candle did not flip big.
I don't know where we're going in the next 3 weeks.
Maybe
Let's see what
it was a
happens.
punt, not a field goal, but nonetheless.
You know where we're going in the next 3 weeks?
Well, look, here I'm on the other side of where you are. I think I just heard you say, and I need to confirm this.
MACD
that
was
liquidity
way
is
more bearish
getting
earlier
tighter.
at 140, but
Because
now there's
the
bulls
opposite
trapped.
is what I see, both with quantitative tightening
They're going
coming to
lower
an end
trying here.
and the shutdown.
I'm not talking about monetary liquidity. I'm talking about the liquidity in the market itself.
They're the same. They're the same.
You see what's
It
going on
created
in
a
crypto?
cycle to
You see
bull
what's
trap
going on with SoftBank?
more.
Okay, so crypto is
Extending
the
the
aberration
cycle.
to what I'm saying. Liquidity.
Like I
let me
literally
start with
said
this.
here.
Liquidity
It has an
come
effect
back
on the market.
Liquidity has come back to the market.
all right? We had the shutdown end. Treasury is putting money into people's bank accounts again.
It looks like they're not flying.
End yesterday. Liquidity is picking up. Your point about crypto is well made. Yesterday was an aberration. And you see crypto is up today. That's what it should be doing in response to both increasing liquidity and an increasing risk on sentiment, which I agree with Josh with an asterisk. I agree with Josh that Mag 7 are absolutely going to perform going into year end. But what I'm also seeing, this is the asterisk, is a lot of things that have nothing to do with AI are performing well right now. I mean, just picking names out of a hat, like Delta Airlines, Wynn Resorts, things that we talked about yesterday, but still, these have nothing to do with AI.
You were going to go there.
It's just what I'm seeing, Scott. I mean, it's not, Mag 7 should do absolutely fine into year end, but so should the markets overall.
You go. Hold on, Josh.
Can I please get a one-year chart of RSP?
Yeah, you definitely can, but you're going to wait.
Yeah, but 1 year has nothing to do.
I think Tom Lee's rich as hell, bro. He called out this chop.
To speak yet, so just
Don said he bought the top. I just saw chat. Oh my.
I actually want to pick up on one of the points that Jim has been making, in that the areas that are actually starting to perform a little bit better are around the consumer. I think there has been this overhang in terms of the impact of the shutdown.
It's only been 2 days. We had a massive rally up. We're just having a chop first 2 days of December. That's just it.
No matter what's on your plate.
Alright, setup has been set, and the rest of the week will be determined by what happened today, yesterday, and last week.
Josh Brown right now for an update to his best stocks in the market. Hey, Josh.
Hey, what's up, Mike? We're going to do 3 very quickly, and one of them is a throwback that I know you'll appreciate. But let's talk Morgan Stanley. On November 20th, we brought this idea to the show. It had been in a 9-point drawdown from a recent record high. And we basically looked at this thing, tangling with its rising 50-day, and said, everybody wants to talk about buying on dips.
Doesn't even matter if I'm right 55,000 times.
Like,
if I'm wrong
sitting
one time,
in a dip, you can have it.
I'm liquidated.
Obviously,
and
that has worked out well. I wanted to bring it back because if you think this rally runs into year end, all of the drivers are things that Morgan Stanley benefit from. Wealth management, asset management, trading, the investment banking renaissance, IPOs, M&A. They're a player in all of these things, and I think the stock price reflects that. This stock's going higher. I wanted to bring back Ciena as well, C-I-E-N. As Michael and Joe and Jimmy and Shannon probably remember, this was one of the darlings of the Internet 1.0 build-out. Well, they've just become an AI darling this year as well. This is a stock that is already in a breakout, and it's got a really well-defined downside here. So if you look at that recent sell-off when the AI trade got shaky, that's about 172, 173. That's where you set your stop. So long as she remains above, I think you want to be long this name. You could buy as many GPUs as you want for your data center. If the infrastructure is not talking to each other, it's worthless. Ciena is that telecom infrastructure. Last name is Baker Hughes. This is oil. Oil is only 3% of the stock market at this point. Nobody cares until they care. Gold shocked the market this year. People did not expect gold to have the year that it had. Don't be surprised if we're not talking about oil the same way at some point next year. Nobody is long.
Bitcoin
Baker Hughes reports week after week a declining rig count. At a certain point, that will bottom. If and when it does, this thing's going to go. And it's already at record highs without any improvement in the price of crude, any improvement in rig count. Those are the big drivers here for this name. If and when that starts to happen, again, these stocks are all under-owned, especially Baker Hughes.
I wanted to short
This is
at
one of the
280.
best stocks in the market, technically, and I think the fundamental picture improves going into Q1. So
I would have been up. I would have
been
up
well,
30,000.
And I wanted people to hear that.
All
I
right,
thought I was
Josh,
late at
and I appreciate you. I can always count on you to just point out that I'm older than you, talking about the throwback names. Although you say Baker Hughes, nobody
Can we
owns
just
it.
talk about this? I wanted to short at 230, 280. I mean, I wanted to short at 280. I missed a once in the opportunity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 days. Oh my god. That is so disgusting. What the fuck? MSTR. Oh my God. This took it the worst. Oh my Lord. Look at that. What the Ew. That makes me shiver. That makes me shiver. Look at the 1 month. Oh my God. This is like 2/3 in 2 months. What one half of it. Literally 2 months, man. That's sick. Oh Lord.
You're a large cap, more value oriented investor, which yes, I still am, then Cisco appeals to you.
This shit, Cisco. What is this shit?
Mackenzie Sagalos joins us now. What does this mean? I mean, is this now put Google in a? Mackenzie Sagalos joins us now. What does this mean? I mean, is this now?
This is what was on the news earlier.
Put Google in a.
OpenAI is coming.
In a position now where they have an opportunity now to beat OpenAI in any stretch.
It certainly seems to signal that. So this code red warning comes from a leaked memo cited by the Journal and the Information. And in it, Sam Altman tells staff to pause work on ads, health and shopping agents, and then shift focus back to their core ChatGPT experience, faster responses, better personalization, more reliable answers. And to your point, Scott, it is the clearest sign yet that OpenAI feels the heat from Google. So Gemini 3, it has topped ChatGPT on key benchmarks and helped push Gemini's monthly users from 450 to 650 million in just a few months. Altman told employees that a new reasoning model
Is this a
launching
bull
next
trap
week
or a
already
bear
beats
trap?
Gemini,
Or everyone
but
trap?
the memo makes clear that OpenAI's moat is under real pressure here.
It looks everyone,
And
but
it's
I mean,
not
it was
just
moving
Google.
crazy.
DeepSeek, it rolled out 2 new models that it says matches both GPT-5 and Gemini 3 on benchmarking tests.
680.
Another reminder that this leaderboard in
683,
AI
like
is
6
shifting
times.
in the course of weeks, not years, not even
1,
months.
2,
And all of
3,
this is
4,
coming as
5,
OpenAI is
6,
committed
7,
to $1.4 trillion in long-term
8
AI
times.
infrastructure spending,
Huge times.
a sell that was a lot easier to investors when ChatGPT was comfortably ahead. Scott?
Man, that's kind of unbelievable. 8 or 9 times they chopped and destroyed everything outside. Hmm. Tesla is in a fly mode. It says, you got to go. You got to. $141. 140 and 1. Man, when this thing just moves up and down, it just moves up and down. Fucking Tesla. Look at Palantir. Yo, Palantir. And Dr. Burry on that Tesla wave, but where you at, bruh? What the fuck, where you at, bruh? Hovering at 427, 430, bro. I don't like it. Give me 420 is what you doing, bro. Where you at, Dr. Burry? Come on now. 210. 230.
It's Black Friday at Wayfair. Score doorbuster deals like this machine washable.
Sorry, that's so loud.
Volumes up 47 so far this year, according to Guggenheim. How could the AI boom impact the deal-making landscape going forward? Joining us this morning is the Guggenheim Securities Global Head of M&A, Eric Rukuski. Welcome, Eric. Good to have you. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me back.
It does sound like you think we're going to finish strong as far as the year goes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's important to remember we started the year in a pretty rocky place. Volumes were down almost 10% in the first quarter, so we really, once we had policy clarity, and interest rates started to ease, we had a lot of strength in the second half. So we definitely see that through the end of the year and into next.
We'll talk about some of the reasons why backup of PE exits and regulatory postures. But the AI part, what does that change?
I think it changes everything. I mean, we are really in a transformative time, right? And today, a lot of that activity has been a race to acquire parts of the infrastructure required to industrialize the compute infrastructure and to generate power and energy that's required for this transformation. And we think that's going to continue. And it's not just a narrative, right? When we look at the data, about 25% of all deals over $5 billion had an AI-related theme last year, and we think that's going to accelerate into next.
And not necessarily technology per se, but the tools and the build-out you need to make it work overall, yes?
Yeah, I think it's going to come in phases. I think right now it's around core infrastructure of the AI stack, so data centers like the deal for Line that we advised on. It's the network infrastructure relating to that.
Bitcoin is pumping like nothing right now. The market is actually rallying on Bitcoin right now. We're not rallying, but like it's like surviving because of Bitcoin.
Phase, and a lot of this activity moves downstream. I think we're going to see activity beyond technology as people focus on applications that use these capabilities.
How is monetary policy, interest rates sitting right now?
What is faking right now,
Is it helpful if we fall another
fucking
50
market
basis
downward
points, 25 basis
or
points? Is
Bitcoin
there a level
upward?
that sort of unlocks even more
damn.
activity going into 2026?
I think expansionary monetary policy always tends to be correlated with increased deal activity. Certainly if we didn't have a rate cut like everyone expects in December, that would create some near-term volatility.
Okay.
But this isn't really driven by financial engineering. This is a strategic super cycle, we're calling it, where companies are really racing to acquire capabilities in a world that's going to transform rapidly. So monetary policy may create shocks in the short term, but over the long term, I think won't impact the need to invest.
Strategic fucking super cycle, bro. Saying $6.7 billion for this kid's account shit. Man.
So 1% with a 10-year at 4.
Maybe it's time to. Man, they have a fire-ass profile pic. They have a fire-ass pic. You see this? I want to use this for my live stream tomorrow, man. But I low-key Tesla versus Burry. I low-key want to use this. Right, But tomorrow is the big day, folks. Tomorrow, hopefully, you guys will all tune in for market open as well as market stream. It will be Tesla versus Burry Day tomorrow. Again, as it was Burry versus Nvidia, as it was Burry versus Palantir, it will be Burry versus Tesla. Man. IWM. Bitcoin is amazing. I'm not gonna lie. This little run, 11.8 billion online spending. Buy now, pay later, spend 9 billion. Oh my God.
What is your call for next year?
Yeah. So our story for next year is a continuation of what this year has been, essentially, which is that we essentially got a kitchen sink in the first quarter. We made a significant, bear market low in April. That was the end of an economic cycle. I believe that there's now a rolling recovery.
Thank you so much, guys.
All
we are at
the policy changes that we've seen really affect a much stronger 2026 from an economic standpoint. And a lot of that has to do around this investment cycle. So our target's 7,800. That's the base case for 2026.
A wonderful life
and
a beautiful day, man.
I think the very near term, we still have to get over this big hurdle. How the Fed is going to transition to being more dovish. Does that require weaker labor data, or does that require maybe more financial kind of stress in the funding markets? We'll see, what the catalyst is there. That could create some near-term opportunities, but we're a buyer of that dip if we get it.
Go back to the inflection point. What changed your view? Because now you're one of the biggest bulls on Wall Street.
Well, it's just flexibility. I mean, it's funny how you get a reputation. You go from biggest bull to biggest bear, and we've had that over the last 10 years, quite frankly. So it's not new for us. I mean, we're happy to go either way. So our target's 7,800. That's the base case for next standpoint. And a lot of it has to do around this investment cycle. So our target's 7,800. That's the base case for 2026.
Wow, maybe.
We've written about this as well. I think the very near term, we still have to get over this big hurdle with how the Fed is going to transition to being more dovish. Does that require weaker labor data, or does that require maybe more financial kind of stress in the funding markets? We'll see, what the catalyst is there. That could create some near-term opportunities, but we're a buyer of that dip if we get it.
Go back to
this man's like Tom Lee on Hulk.
What changed your view? Because now you're one of the biggest bulls on Wall Street.
Well, it's just flexibility. I mean, it's funny how you get a reputation. You go from biggest bull to biggest bear, and we've had that over the last 10 years, quite frankly. So it's not new for us. I mean, we're happy to go either way, depending on what our work shows. Most recently, in the last year, what's really changed for us is the earnings revisions, okay? So like this year, it looks much different. The earnings revision breadth is tremendous. I mean, that's the story, and I think that's the story that most people are still missing. And everybody's focused on valuation. It's like, look, valuations are okay if earnings are gonna beat on the upside. And that's our call for 2026, is that we're seeing a broadening out in the earnings story. And we should see a broadening out in the equity story as a result of that. So we're very disciplined around our work. I mean, whether it's sentiment or positioning or, valuation or earnings revisions, I mean, we look at everything, Matt. And I think it's just, at this point in time, it looks pretty supportive from a policy standpoint, from an earnings revision standpoint, and in valuation, you grow into it.
All right. Where is this live stream? The Associated Press. Nope. Wow.
Needing $6.25 billion to fund the Trump Accounts program for children. The president praised the move, writing on Truth Social, quote, "Two great people. I love Dell." Bloomberg senior editor Mike Shepard joins us now in Washington. Shep, this is just an insane amount of money to be donating.
It is an insane amount of money to donate, and the idea is to give an additional group of children access to this program, known informally as the Trump accounts, but formally as the Invest America Initiative. And it actually predates Donald Trump's time in office. It's the brainchild of Silicon Valley venture capitalist Brad Gerstner, who really wanted to come up with a way of closing the wealth gap in the country and increasing financial literacy. And basically, the government for children born between 2025 and 2028 will seed $1,000 for investment accounts that parents can open on their children's behalf and then continue making contributions until they reach the age of 18. And this is something naturally that the president embraced, and he even featured it at an event in June that Michael Dell attended together with Brad Gerstner, where they hailed this program.
And I guess that's only for the Trump accounts. The $1,000 is only for kids, as you say, born 25, 26, 27, 28. This donation is going to be to kids under the age of 10 or maybe up to 10, right? So even existing children will get hold of this $250. What do you have to do to get into this program?
I mean, you'll really have to go through the Invest America platform to try to access this. But the idea is really basically the same. And this is what Michael Dell is hoping to do, is to reach beyond the smaller cohort of children born between those years and try to expand possibly the availability of access to these accounts. And it's important to note that the idea is to put this money into low-cost index funds that have some measure of security, and that children would be able to eventually, when they reach adulthood, would be able to use that money for education, to buy their first home, or even cover some startup expenses.
All right, Mike, great having you on the program. What a feel-good story. And also Dell stock, you can see moving up 4% in today's trade. Bloomberg's Mike Shepard there in Washington, D.C.
No presidential live stream.
Let's rewind a little bit to the summer of 2020. It was the depths of the pandemic. Michael Saylor came out and started buying Bitcoin basically because he was worried about the debasement of the dollar. He also said at the time that the company's board viewed the company's cash reserves as a, quote, melting ice cube. Fast forward 5 years, now Strategy has set up a dollar reserve. So my first question is, why buy ice cubes?
Well, you know, we have long-term strategy, which is to buy and hold Bitcoin. It's our primary treasury reserve asset. And we have short-term dollar obligations that are created because of the dividends we have on our preferred notes. And we want to maintain and create more Bitcoin.
This guy is the president and CEO of Strategy.
And we really
Michael Saylor wasn't even the fucking president.
When our equity value goes below 1x NAV. So we said, well, if we want to really create a bulletproof balance sheet, let's have the global reserve digital asset, which is Bitcoin for the long term, and the global reserve digital currency for the short term. And so that's why I created a US dollar reserve to pay down our dividends in the short term in the case that we need it. And we thought that just makes our balance sheet even stronger than it has been in the past.
Well, we certainly understand needing to pay back the debt. That certainly makes sense. But
did you guys know he was the CEO?
Why are you so committed to paying this dividend? Would you ever consider suspending it? Companies do suspend dividends from time to time.
Yeah, companies do suspend the dividend, but it creates fear, uncertainty, doubt in our preferred shareholders, which will impact our convertible shareholders, which will impact our equity shareholders. So I think preserving the payment of the dividend, even if our board has the rights to suspend it, it's the right thing for the short term, for the next 1, 2, 3 years, and it's important. It's also important for the Bitcoin asset class, and we realize we play a role bigger than just strategy in the Bitcoin world.
So would you say investors should think you will never suspend that dividend?
Never say never, Jim, but yeah, our objective is to pay the dividend into perpetuity.
I hear what you're saying, and you described that cascade, the daisy chain here when it comes to all the different equity and debt holders. I am curious. You said last week that selling Bitcoin would be a quote last resort. How should we think about how you would prioritize dividend payments versus tapping that last resort of potentially selling some of your Bitcoin holdings?
Yeah, what we did in the last couple of weeks was to address, I think, some of the misconceptions around strategy. And I do think some of the price action in Bitcoin could have been related to
this price action crazy. 671, 670.
Here's misconception number one.
681. Sorry.
We're 12% leverage. If you add in
it's going up and down crazy.
A typical company that's public.
It's going up and down crazy, guys.
A highly levered company is 2 to 3x.
IWM spike up the VWAP.
On what? So that was misconception.
Look at that 1 minute gap.
Misconception number two is that we're not able to pay down our dividends using our balance sheet. And I get the concern around our ability to issue equity. Look, in 8.5 days, we issued $1.44 billion of equity. In 8.5 days, we issued a net equity to cover 21 months.
Okay, guys, I gotta go to work. I love you guys.
We have 74 years of dividends in our Bitcoin. So
I gotta go to work in 15 minutes. We're gonna watch this. I'm gonna hop off. All right. I love you guys all. Let's see. The bulls are in control right now, and QQQ and SPY and everything. This fucking candle coming in. This shit is so crazy today, though. Holy. This is because of this presidential shit, dude. This is presidential live stream. This is presidential live stream. Chopping crazy. It looked crazy bearish at 225, but to nowhere. And then at 225, it reverted. 225 is just completely reverted. Make that shit make sense. 250, 25, 35 minutes. Man. Trump about to go live now. Man, IWM 1 minute gap filled. Here we go.
Hello, everybody. Nice to see you again. It's been that was a long news conference we had before, wasn't it? Yeah, but it was a good one. Okay. Well, thank you very much, and we're thrilled to be joined by one of the most successful business leaders and people anywhere in the country, whether it's technology, no matter what business you're talking about, there's really nobody quite like him. He's chairman and CEO of Dell Technologies. Make great everything, great computers, great everything. Michael Dell, very much of a legend, who's here with his really exciting announcement. It's so amazing, and much more importantly, he's here with his wonderful wife, Susan, and they have special relationship. I think I can say that, really. It's very nice. I don't see too much of it. I see the opposite, but I don't see too much. I have two special people. And I've seen that. I've known that for a long time, and I think it's a tremendous thing. Also, the CEO of Altamir Capital, Brad Gerstner. Where are you, Brad? Brad Gerstner is a terrific fellow who's very much involved in this incredible thing that we're doing today, along with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Treasury Secretary, Scott Besson, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Commerce and Science and Transportation, Ted Cruz, House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith, Vice Chairman of the House Republican Conference, Blake Moore, as well as the Chief Design Officer of the United States Airbnb co-founder, Joe Gebbia. I want to thank you all for being here. It's a great group. And I guess a potential Fed chair is here, too. I don't know. Are we allowed to say that? Potential. He's a respected person, that I can tell you. Thank you, Kevin. Today is Giving Tuesday. I don't know if anybody's heard that one before, but it is indeed Giving Tuesday, one of the biggest days of the year for philanthropy and charitable giving. And this afternoon, Michael and Susan Dell are committing to one of the largest private donations in American history, which will directly benefit the next generation of American children through the new Trump Accounts program that we created in our One Big Beautiful Bill. And Michael and Susan came to see me along with Brad, and they said, you know, this is an idea. And I said, I think, you know, it sounded just so good and so unique. But that's why he's been so successful, and they've been so successful in life and in business, because they're unique. Trump Accounts will be the first, I guess you could say, real trust funds for every American child, allowing family members, employers, corporations, generous donors to contribute money that will be invested and grow over the course of a child's life to be used for their benefit after they turn 18. So in other words, these are children that are going to,
leading IWM.
An investment's going to be made. That investment's going to continue to grow, we hope, right?
Fuck is this going? I have no idea.
And but it will, and they'll feel like Michael Dell someday. But at 18, they'll have a lot of money, a lot more money than they would have had, and potentially a lot of money. But these accounts will track the overall stock market and will be 100% private property controlled by the child's guardians. In honor of America's 250th anniversary, the Dells are announcing today that they are giving 25 million American children $250 each to save and to invest in their personal Trump account. Now, that's the equivalent of $6.25 billion. In other words, to put it succinctly, Michael and Susan are giving $6.25 billion in total, and as a total contribution. That's big stuff. I don't care who you are. That's big. Come here, give me a hand. Let me have a little of that luck rub off. That's fantastic, Susan. These gifts will be available to the first 25 million children aged 10 and under the zip codes where their median income is $150,000 or less. So they're giving them to children that won't be born particularly rich, and they're going to be hopefully very rich someday. This will give millions of dollars, millions of children, middle-class families, a stake in American prosperity, a benefit from the rising stock market, and a better shot at the American dream. It really gives them a shot at the American dream. Michael and Susan, I want to thank you for this extraordinary act of kindness and patriotism and charity. This is truly one of the most generous acts in the history of our country. I mean, you just don't, you don't hear about things like that. And we got to let people know he doesn't want and she doesn't care about that. But I do. I think when somebody does that, you got to let them know about it. As I mentioned, this gift is being made possible by the largest tax cuts in American history, which our Republican majorities passed earlier this year, and the Speaker worked so hard, and John Thune and Jason and all of them, every one of them, Ted Ted Cruz is with us. He worked so hard getting that done. That was the biggest, most consequential bill they say ever passed. And you know,
this VWAP deciding the
Michael,
fate
we were
of millions
we
of
had to put that in
Americans.
12 to 14 bills. I said, I don't know if we can hold it that long
damn
with
VWAP
the
decided the fate
Democrats.
of
And we said,
millions
let's
of
try
Americans
doing
here.
it once. So we did, and people were surprised, but we got it done. So I congratulate you guys. Amazing job. Under that bill, the federal government will also automatically be making a one-time seed contribution of $1,000 into the tax-deferred Trump accounts for every newborn U.S. citizen, fulfilling a promise I made in the 2024 campaign. Trump accounts should grow to be worth many thousands of dollars by the time the child is 18 and even more by the time they are 20 or even 30 years old. We think it's going to be something really unique and really special. We hope many others will follow Michael and Susan's example and make their own contributions. I'll be doing it too, to the next generation, including businesses, churches, philanthropists, family members, and parents themselves. I think we're going to have a lot of people, Susan, I think a lot of people are going to be contribute. A lot of people are watching us right now. They might not be $6 billion plus, but there'll be a lot. There aren't too many people that are in the 6 billion range, but there'll be a lot. A lot of friends of mine have already told me they're going to contribute a lot of money, and a lot of them are going to leave a lot of money in their wills, so that's very important. And as you watch us today, I hope you'll be doing that. Contributions to Trump accounts will also be a great benefit for employers to offer their workers, which they'll be able to do tax-free. It's tax-free. We expect hundreds of major companies to announce plans to contribute to these accounts in the coming months, and we've had tremendous interest in that regard. So the Trump accounts will be available starting on July 4th next year. And Michael and Susan, to you again, it's an amazing act of just incredible everything. I mean, the life you've led to be able to do this, even to be able to, a lot of people have a good heart, but they can't give $6.25 billion. And Michael, probably knowing you, it's not the last of it either. It's not the last. But on behalf of the United States of America, I want to thank you both, and I want to thank all three. But I want to thank you both because you've been friends of mine, and it's a spectacular couple. This is really an amazing people. These are unique. And I'd like to have you come up and say a couple of words.
Let's see if they do anything off of 3 p.m. Yesterday it was 2.
Tell us what you have in mind, because what you have in mind is good. Thank you.
Let's see if anything happens. Yesterday it was 2. Now it's 3. 3 is at the tippity top of this little cycle.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be with you here in the White House.
If it pulls back,
and,
we go here, 680.3
and
9 somewhere, and the market closes
America
maybe.
Act,
or somewhere here, we chop, and then it closes somewhere here, and we'll see.
We were really inspired to see that happen, and this is something that Brad had first mentioned to us in 2021. We thought it was a great idea then, and it's amazing that it happened. And we also saw that this act would become a platform. And we believe the smartest investment that we can make is an investment in children. And this act has created a platform for families and friends and communities and companies and philanthropists to contribute to these accounts to create a savings and opportunity and hope and prosperity for tens of millions of children in this country. And Susan and I are super excited to announce our $6.25 billion gift to 25 million American children, 10 and under, and our gift will cover most of the children that are 10 and under that are not part of the federal program, the 0 to 2-year-olds, and who also live in zip codes where the median income is $150,000 or less. And I have spoken with a number of other wealthy Americans, philanthropists, and we are confident that others will join us because we all understand the incredible impact that a gift like this can have on the lives of young Americans. So again, it's a great honor for us to be here to be able to announce this. When I was 8 years old, I got a passbook savings account, and I had, I think, about $8 in
They're
it.
doing things very slow.
And you go to the savings and loan, and you give them a quarter, and they'd stamp your account. And I got to see the power of compound interest early in my life. And that has brought me here to this moment. And hopefully will inspire that kind of opportunity for many more young people in this country. So again, thank you for the privilege of being here.
Thank you, Susan. They're so cute. Look at President Trump with his pink tie.
I'd just like to say how excited we are to be a part of this. We believe that when children
Everybody type
have
all in
a
chat. All 6835. This is literally neutral.
When you walk into a Burlington, you're walking into low prices.
that will help build hope and opportunity and prosperity for generations to come. So we're so excited to be doing this and hope to have many people join in our efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. So beautiful.
Well, first, it's an incredible honor to be here, and we wouldn't be here without the passage of the Invest America Act, and everybody up here today played a role in getting that done. The Speaker, Ted Cruz, in drafting the legislation so that when the President placed the call to the Speaker and said, let's make this happen in the big, beautiful bill, Congress was ready to act. They had the legislation drafted, but I couldn't be more grateful for the friendship and the partnership of the Dells that really show the best of America. Today is Giving Tuesday.
Love those pink
The fact of the matter is, for decades, we've talked about the wealth gap. We've talked about too many people left out and left behind. This president was elected on a Main Street agenda to get the rest of America into the game. And that's exactly what this does. It gets every American child, 3.7 million children born every year, will now start life off with an investment account, seeded with $1,000. And then you're going to have great philanthropists, great Americans like Michael and Susan who are going to add money to those accounts. We're overwhelmed with the number of companies that want to contribute to these accounts. Already companies from Uber to NVIDIA, T-Mobile to Charter Communications, Dell, et cetera. The list goes on, and every day more companies are calling us, raising their hands and saying, we want to be part of this. It's like a 401k from birth. It's a benefit for the kids of our employees, right? Major philanthropists, but I think what this is going to unlock is the power of families. Moms and dads Venmoing and Apple Paying and $5, $10, right? And getting these kids into the game. When we had the roundtable at the White House earlier this year, Dara Khosrowshahi, the CEO of Uber, said, you know, after fleeing Iran at the age of 9 with nothing, he came to America because it was the land of hope. And he said what the Invest America Act does is it bottles up hope for every child in America. Whether you're in rural Mississippi or rural Indiana, where I came from, inner city Trenton or Compton, you're now in the game, right? That act alone, I think, reinvigorates the American dream. It reinvigorates the idea of free market capitalism. Too many people are losing faith in you, sir. By passing the Invest America Act and getting all these kids into the game, this is a transformational act in this country forevermore. Every child starts off life in the game with a piece of the American dream compounding in the upside of America. So thank you for having us here.
Tesla's actually recovering.
I think the secretary first.
Shit is actually recovering.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think this is a major change in philanthropy and for American working families.
Annoying.
It is the merging of President Trump's agenda of parallel prosperity, Main Street meets Wall Street. For the next 5 years,
fucking reason why I'm still
every child born in the U.S. will get a $1,000 Trump account that will be with them and compound for the next 18 years. Treasury Department with other branches of government is going to do financial literacy, and we are going to make sure that all American families have a stake in the success of the United States of America. So every day when the stock market goes up or down, and we believe over the 18 years it will go up, and families will learn the power of compounding, that it will be a game changer. People who have a stake in the system and become more and more vested in the system.
So they're getting more people
They
involved
do
in the
not want to bring down the system. They want to make it better. So I think we will look back on today and know that these Trump accounts, they have started a new age of the capitalism and market interest for the whole country. I also think that it is a game changer, as we're seeing with Michael and Susan Dell today, that Americans are the most generous people in the history of the world, and the Trump accounts will provide a vehicle for philanthropists such as Michael and Susan and many more to contribute. And at Treasury, we are working, so Michael and Susan want to do it for children born in the past 10 years, a certain income level. As Brad said, it can be tailored, it can be to employees. It could be a philanthropist could adopt a state, they can adopt a school, they can adopt a zip code, they can adopt a street. And so we will constantly see these accounts be topped up. For those of you on the Treasury, we'll be running this on the operational side. For those of you who would like to, you can go to trumpaccounts.gov today and see the homepage that has a basic outline. These will become operational on July 5th of this year. And we will have families start signing up for them. So, and that homepage will answer all the questions on eligibility and investments. And then finally, today we're here on Giving Tuesday. Michael and Susan have led the way, but I think that there's a chance that every Tuesday can become Giving Tuesday as more and more philanthropists see the power of this, of giving to American families, giving to American children, and giving everyone a stake in our great economy. So thank you very much.
All right.
I'll be brief. There's a lot of symbolism here today. Right here on the eve of the 250th anniversary of the greatest nation in